Chapter 2386. No one could stay cool while looking at Shihua's face. Nevertheless, he didn't care at all. At his power level, he could easily change his face but chose against doing so, seemingly content with it. Perhaps their reaction justified his title of Heavenrend Viper. I'll have to display my slight skill then. Shihua looked at Wuxia and said. He wore a solemn expression, clearly needing to use his ultimate move. Of course, the price of using a move like this would be substantial. Boom! Black smoke oozed from him and shrouded the sky. Anything touched by this smoke would decay instantly. It seemed to be a powerful poison that came and went quickly, revealing Shihua's true form. The earlier appearance was still his humanoid shape. A large head the size of a mountain appeared in the sky, a stark contrast to his tiny body. Upon careful inspection, it was the same proportion as a tadpole, just countless times more terrifying. The head had 3 long black horns, fully covered with red scales. The rows of teeth grew much longer, no different from swords emitting their sharp glint. Buzz! He spewed out a terrible light. Each strand was full of death and nothing could escape. They would slowly disperse into nothingness. Old Wang, let me help you. Mu Xiaochen shouted and instantly jumped on Wang Shihua's head. The two resembled a whale and a shark sucker. Boom! Mu Xiaochen became radiant and sent down laws. Everyone felt him absorbing the power of the world. As he continued this absorption process, he channeled the power to Wang Shihua. Xiaochen acted as a bridge for Shihua and the world. Through him, Shihua was able to grasp this power. They're borrowing the power of Vermilion. People were rightfully startled with their eyes wide open, watching Xiaochen's incredible feat. Not to mention outsiders, even the disciples of a system couldn't borrow or control this power. Only those who have a deep understanding of their progenitors' Tao could do so. However, Xiaochen was certainly an outsider and he hasn't been here that long. Nevertheless, he was proving everyone wrong with his amazing comprehension. Just a tiny part of this power, but his talent is peerless. Even the ancestors from Vermilion were amazed. Xiaochen actually had a better understanding of this grand Tao than these ancestors. All other geniuses couldn't reach the apex compared to him. Though this was only a small portion, just imagine how large Vermilion was. It was a leading power of myriad, so this vast land contained a massive amount of energy just like an ocean. Boom! Shihua was strong enough, but with Xiaochen's help, his might soared to a different level. It only took a flash before divine rings rotated around Shihua with a metallic shade, acting as independent worlds. Just like that, they possessed an endless weight, capable of crushing the firmaments and gods. Get ready, here is my ultimate move. He roared and opened his mouth, seemingly opening a floodgate with a loud bang. The world turned dark but not completely swallowed in darkness. Nothing was blotting out the sky, but Shihua was crazily devouring the temporal affinity of this area. All of the light in the world seemed to be heading for his bloody mouth. Escaping was impossible. A bright radiance gathered inside, seemingly made of numerous stars, the light of time. Not even a single strand could escape from the tight clutch of Shihua. They turned bright and blinding only to be useless, unable to reflect their brightness on something else. Shihua sucked in and even targeted some of the experts nearby. Their light itself was taken, so they turned to dust and scattered away with the wind, issuing sad rustles. These victims surely died with grudges, not knowing that their lives would come to an end in this manner. He devours time, and the future too. An ancestor from another system shouted in astonishment. Oh. So what he was absorbing wasn't light itself, but rather the time in everyone's body. To put it simply, their lifespan. The absorption process would turn the victims bereft of lifespan into specks of dust. Everyone trembled and quickly ran away from the battlefield, lest they want to be dragged down to this mess. Fellow Taoist Wang, be mindful of our disciples. Dracoform spoke after seeing the casualties, some from his own system. It was a mistake, my apology. Shihua said before turning towards Wuxia, get ready. HSSST. Shihua's bloody mouth aimed straight at Wuxia and began to inhale. The celestials in the sky couldn't withstand this terrible sucking power and turned to fragments instantly. Space and time were pulled over. Everything around Wuxia became dust right away. His body began to deteriorate as if it was made of mud. His muscles and tendons slowly disappeared. Keep in mind that even time couldn't run away from this gaping jaw, let alone a living being. When Shihua used this technique, he could rob someone of their time and turn them into nothingness. Chapter 2387, Wuxia was breaking down from Shihua's inhale. His tiny, broken-off fragments headed straight for the bloody jaw. Everyone gasped after seeing this. Even Wuxia couldn't withstand this force. Just how monstrous was it? Is this a defeat? A spectator became startled. Hard to say, but this move is indeed insane. No name and no variation, but everyone has a temporal affinity belonging to themselves. People might think that Wuxia's physical body was being devoured, but no, just his time and lifespan. When Shihua takes all of them away, Wuxia will truly die from old age. An ancestor said. Another one added with a grave tone, it is unavoidable. Unless one could resist this force, their lifespan would be sucked in by Shihua, then they would rot into dust. It didn't take long before Wuxia's body almost dispersed completely, inch by inch at a time, or returned to being dust. Xiaofan and Shihua were ecstatic. Though Wuxia's merit laws and techniques were unmatched, how many people could actually avoid their time from passing by? Nothing could stop the flow of time. Li, you're finished. Xiaofan laughed wildly. Pop. Strands of light interrupted the deterioration with an explosion. Each fiber of light was dazzling and pure. Time seemed to be washing by like a flood, billions and billions of years. This shocking scene astonished the crowd, akin to playing with a precious stone, cutting off one layer by one layer and thought that it was worthless. However, the final cut revealed a green light, the coming of a supreme gem. Or, digging down a mine to find nothing for so long, but at the final scoop, a treasure light shot into the sky. The real treasure was hidden all the way below. This was the type of joyous emotion everyone felt right now. Boom! These temporal rays headed straight for Shihua and Xiaofan due to the absorbing force. These rays contained so many years. Their coming forced the radiance inside the bloody mouth explode. At the same time, Shihua was growing old at a rapid rate. He couldn't withstand the sheer quantity of years. If he could swallow a lake of time, then what Wuxia gave him was an ocean of stars, able to instantly annihilate him. Mu Xiaofan fell prey as well. He screamed and lost more than 1,000 years of life, his hair instantly turned gray. Shihua's body started to have numerous cracks before turning into specks of dust altogether. Senior Martial God. Xiaofan had no choice but to shout for help. Boom! A sparkling divine wall landed from above and stopped the temporal rays. Buzz! This wall couldn't handle it either and instantly collapsed just like the rest. In this split second, a figure came to save both Shihua and Xiaofan. Everyone saw that it was Dracoform Martial God, taking the two back to a floating palace. The two were thrown to the ground, rolling backward before standing back up. Shihua couldn't be any older, seemingly breathing one last breath. Xiaofan, the good-looking youth, was now a decrepit old man. This all happened in the blink of an eye to the astonishment of the crowd. Wuxia had washed away their remaining lifespan, something even worse than just directly killing them. All eyes were on Wuxia, seemingly the source of time. His body condensed together and the light disappeared. He appeared again, standing there as if he didn't even lift a finger earlier. This was indeed the case. He didn't need to do much and could still easily defeat Wang Shihua. Toying with time against me? No different from an ant trying to go against a mountain. Li Qie chuckled. Shihua didn't dare to utter a single word, his face paled and stricken with terror. He has never seen someone who possessed such a long period of time. The guy seemed to have eternal life. His proud temporal technique couldn't stop Li Qie at all. It was indeed the same as an ant trying to swallow a mountain, simply impossible. This move had swallowed an eternal on the same level as him before without any difficulty. But this devouring force was useless even when Li Qie only stood there. Those temporal rays buried and made short work of him. The crowd realized once more the disparity between Li Qie and his opponents. They couldn't help wondering about Dracoform Martial God. He was the only one with any chance of beating Li Qie in myriad lineage. Alas, they speculated that he couldn't stop Li Qie without external interference. They wondered about his mastery of the system's Tao source. If he didn't have full control, then it would be helpless. Strangely enough, everyone wanted him to be strong enough or the outcome of this fight would be too obvious. Li Qie would prove his supremacy over the land. Looks like you are courting death too. Li Qie smiled at Dracoform. Everyone watched quietly, not surprised by Li Qie's comment at all. Anyone else would sound ridiculous for speaking like this towards the number one expert of myriad, but it felt just right coming from fiercest. Dracoform Martial God replied, "Sir, you are overly imperious. Today is a joyous occasion for our Vermilion Martial Court, no." Li Qie swiftly interrupted and shook his head, "Not a joyous occasion. Today was supposed to be just another day, but unfortunately, all of you have turned it into a funeral." Having said that, he glanced over at Shihua and Xiaofan. "No one can stop me from killing, it's just that I wasn't in a rush before. Since you want to interfere, very well. Everyone calls you the number one of myriad, well, I have time to exercise, it has been a while and my bones are about to rust." Everyone smiled wryly again at his aggressive and domineering style. "You are so sure of victory?" Dracoform's eyes narrowed as he stared at Li Qie. Li Qie smiled, "No, it's not even a contest, no need to think about the odds or victory. Killing all of you is dependent on a single whim of mine. Do you bother thinking whether you can win against an ant? No, only whether you want to stomp it or not." Chapter 2388, Dracoform had a hard time taking in that last statement while the crowd became frozen. He might not be a top existence among Eternals, but one would be hard-pressed to find someone on Myriad to match him, let alone someone stronger. Now, Li Qie viewed him like an ant. Everyone exchanged glances with their friends, speechless. Li Qie was obviously strong, surely stronger than Dracoform Martial God. But to call him an ant? Too arrogant of a comment. Though people have grown used to Fiercest's aggressive attitude and would find its absence jarring, they felt he was out of line this time around. If Dracoform Martial God was an ant, then what were they? And all the cultivators and systems in myriads? Certainly inferior to an ant. The older experts were vexed. Some scowled, "Fiercest is very powerful, but he is just needlessly insulting Dracoform Martial God, an ungraceful showing." Dracoform represented the strongest man of the last generation, so these old men naturally didn't like this blatant insult from Li Qie. "I see, then please teach me." Dracoform Martial God finally stepped forward and headed for the sky. He had no other choice. Li Qie had made his way into their system and wouldn't back down. They would need to either fight to the end or to acquiesce to his demands. Nevertheless, he wasn't blinded by anger. His form remained ethereal and each step left a footprint on the sky. Furthermore, they were uniform with the same distance from each other, seemingly measured by a ruler to the finest detail on top of containing his Tao rhythm. The key thing was that he did it so effortlessly, indicating his immense power. It meant that his attacks would also have precise movements and variations. He could unleash and withdraw techniques on a whim, perfection, or even reaching the point of apogee. As the saying goes, laymen watch for fun, experts watch to learn. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to notice this, but the ancestors became serious just from watching his steps, realizing how frightening he was. Now that's more interesting, challenging me in apogee? So be it, let's have a match. Wuxia saw the prints left behind in the sky and became amused. On the other hand, Wuxia's steps left nothing in the sky, as if he was just an ordinary person. Alas, when facing Wuxia, Dracoform had a serious expression, not daring to be careless since he took in everything when Wuxia was crossing through Woodman Alley. He devoted his life to techniques and variations. It could be said that he could use them as he pleased, and in any order. Still, he was greatly shaken while spectating Wuxia, realizing that the guy had an incredible gap on apogee. Because of this, he chose against using an invincible weapon or a supreme art, relying on the simplest techniques instead. After reaching the level of Eternals, cultivating top arts wasn't uncommon. They cared more about minute variations, boosting the potential of each move to the limit. Anticipation was at an all-time high as everyone watched with bated breath. Though the two looked quite calm, bereft of divinity and destructive auras, their first move would certainly be capable of crushing gods and devils. Wuxia leisurely stood there, full of openings in the eyes of Dracoform. Each opening could result in a fatal blow. However, Dracoform knew that at their level, these openings were trivial. Let's get started. Dracoform cupped his fist. Though this would be a brutal fight, Dracoform lacked bloodthirst and fury, replaced by composure instead. Go. Wuxia smiled. I want to see how much you have mastered your techniques. Excuse me then. Dracoform didn't hold back and rushed forward. The move got there instantly. It wasn't flashy, lacking a loud detonation and a blinding flash. The name was Black Tiger Strike. People wouldn't believe that this was his first choice. Not to mention cultivators, even a faker could learn this move in 2 days or so. It couldn't be simpler and had no variations to speak of. A regular martial artist could perform this move in an identical manner as Dracoform. The crowd believed that Dracoform would start the match with a dazzling move, such as a Supreme Merit Law, a famous move from Vermilion, or one of the 12 variations. Who would have thought that he would use Black Tiger Strike against Wuxia? Some thought they were seeing things. Others speculated that perhaps this move had some hidden changes. Maybe we just don't understand this move. There's more to it. An elder rolled his eyes and began to think. Unfortunately, no transformation came. The simple move continued heading for Wuxia. In fact, Dracoform didn't look like the #1 expert of Myriad but more like a mortal that had only learned martial arts for several days. Of course, the wise ancestors were quietly praising him. Such free movements, so tight too, not one drop of water can leak out. Naturally, this seemingly unimpressive fist could destroy the world. People didn't see any power coming from it because he had full control over it. Only when it made contact with Wuxia's chest would he allow this power to erupt. This meant that no energy was wasted before a successful blow. This was more than enough to either grievously injure or even kill another Eternal. He was the only one in Myriad who could use this ordinary move to this extent. Chapter 2389, Boom. Wuxia stopped the tiger strike using his palm while people were still confused. He then quickly closed the palm without exerting much force. The entire motion felt so natural, allowing him to be fully at ease. Everyone suddenly got a temporal discombobulation. It was as if Dracoform's tiger strike wasn't the first move but Wuxia's palm defense happened first. He spread his fingers, then Dracoform finally attacked right at that spot. The entire sequence was reversed, at least in the eyes of the spectators. The tiger strike that should have destroyed everything was nullified by Wuxia's defense. The karmic cycle went from destruction to restoration, resulting in stagnation and sameness. Of course, Wuxia was now gripping Dracoform's fist, the two seemingly playing around. Only those who could understand the profundities of these two strikes were aware of their destructive nature, more than enough to crush an entire world. True gods and eternals would turn to ashes, contrary to the relatively tame scene. Dracoform became austere because of the palm grab. Wuxia wasn't actually crushing his fist with force. In fact, he could barely feel the pressure. However, he found himself thinking that his fist was frozen like a still image. This phenomenon spread to his entire body. Wuxia's power control was perfect to an incalculable level and stopped his entire body from moving. If Wuxia wanted to, he could even stop Dracoform's hair from fluttering in the wind. Just through Dracoform's fist, Wuxia stopped Dracoform from making any movement. This suppression was virtually undetectable. His opponent would actually think that they wanted to maintain this stance. Each part of their body seemed to be cooperating in this action. This was Wuxia's apogee, causing his opponent to mesmerize themselves. The weak cultivators couldn't resist this ability at all. Wuxia just needed to exert a little more force to take them down. Dracoform's entire body was cooperating with Wuxia. If the latter chose to add power to break this delicate balance, Dracoform's power would instantly implode. This was akin to someone cultivating to their strongest state, all of their powers channeled to the peak. Just the tiniest mistake would result in chi deviation and death from implosion. Dracoform realized all of this and justifiably became frightened with his eyes narrowing. The scariest part was that Wuxia could have stopped his eyes from narrowing as well. No movement could escape his control right now. In the next second, Dracoform broke this magical balance without any hesitation. He loosened his fist, slithering away from Wuxia's grip like a flying serpent. Boom! After escaping from the suppression, the loss of balance exploded. He staggered backward, crushing the void, before stabilizing his stance. From start to finish, many couldn't comprehend the level of the exchange and how dangerous it was. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Dracoform had went to hell and back just now. The resulting explosion crushed the entire area, displaying the power of the tiger strike to everyone. They shuddered, thinking that only Dracoform could withstand the otherwise fatal explosion just now. If Dracoform martial god is at the perfect mastery level with flawless control, then Fiercest is at the limit of apogee. No one can surpass that. One ancestor understood everything and became dazed. Fiercest can kill people with a wave of his hand. There is an immense gap between the two, not on the same level at all. The crowd took a deep breath after hearing this ancestor. How could the strongest in Myriad be this much weaker than Fiercest? Though some knew that Wuxia might be stronger than Dracoform, there should be a limit to his prowess. This didn't seem to be the case right now. In both technique flexibility and power control, I am merely displaying my slight skill before an expert, way overestimating myself. Dracoform solemnly said. He was a master in this aspect, but after the first exchange, he had no choice but to admit his inferiority, confirming what the spectating ancestor said to the crowd. Dracoform only used the black tiger strike while Wuxia simply blocked with his palm. Nevertheless, just this brief exchange was enough for them to determine the victor. The spectators couldn't believe it. The stronger experts here noticed something even more. Dracoform had indeed lost and was one step away from dying as well. The danger of the exchange earlier was fully understated to the weak cultivators. Use your best moves now. Wuxia smiled and said. Very well, I will try again. Dracoform inhaled and composed himself. Though Wuxia was unfathomable, he needed to fight to the end. Boom! Myriad lineage was suddenly drowned out by a massive ocean, not just vermilion. The incoming of this engulfing ocean shocked the spectators, robbing them of breath. An elephant of an unimaginable size stepped into this ocean and created a tsunami capable of crushing the stars in the sky. Just a splash had this incredible effect. One could easily imagine how large this elephant was. The thing was virtually a world of its own. River crossing elephant. One of the 12 variations. The crowd became astonished. Dracoform unleashed the move without any warning. Remember that Wu Bingning had used it before, same with Windchaser Matron. However, their result was far inferior. Bingning looked like a child playing around in comparison. To put it bluntly, she didn't live up to the potential of this art. They both clearly used the same move, yet the resulting devastation was drastically different. River crossing elephant. Li Qie smirked after seeing this technique. Chapter 2390, Boom. A second ocean instantly appeared and overlapped with the first to ravage all of Myriad. A second elephant emerged as well, no smaller than Dracoform's own. They made Myriad look so tiny in comparison. If this continued, everything would be crushed by their hooves. Another river-crossing elephant. The spectators weren't surprised since Li Qie had used it before. Dracoform stared intensely at this opposing move and became perplexed. He didn't know if this move was real or not, whether it was created by another merit law or actually trained by Li Qie. He felt that Li Qie couldn't have learned it because he wasn't a disciple of their system. The majority of their disciples weren't qualified to start learning it. But if this was a copy, it would be an unbelievably real one. He didn't think that there were methods in this world resulting in such a great duplication. After all, this was one of the 12 variations created by Martial Ancestor. It should be virtually impossible to duplicate. Most importantly, Li Qie's strike wasn't weaker than his at all. Though Vermilion only had 5 variations left, Dracoform spent his entire life on them. How could someone else use these techniques to the same level as him? Where did you learn Vermilion secrets? Dracoform asked with a serious tone. Sounds like you're accusing me of stealing your quartz arts. Very well, let me show you something you don't have then. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. Having said that, he instantly recalled the powerful technique without any problem, possessing full mastery. Splash! He casually waved his hand and a carp jumped to the sky. This carp landed on the ocean from the previous technique and swam without any difficulty, seemingly unrestrained. It wasn't large, especially when compared to the gigantic elephant. It looked pitifully small, more like the size of a dot. However, when it leaped, it gave the illusion that it could sway the entire world. The outlines of this carp were perfect and powerful, especially near the tail area, brimming with pure power. Wave-riding carp. Dracoform's expression shifted. Meanwhile, the spectators didn't react too much because when compared to the massive elephant, this carp was rather inconspicuous. They didn't notice anything special. This wasn't the case for Dracoform since he recognized it right away. Another ancestor gasped after hearing him, that's another variation of Martial Ancestor. It wasn't just another variation, it was one that Vermilion had lost. This was the reason for Dracoform's astonishment. Even though Mu Xiaochen had researched their lost legacy, he couldn't come up with a particular one, only able to derive some of the transformations. Nevertheless, the court gained confidence in his extraordinary talents. But now, everything changed the moment Li Qie unleashed this carp. It was the real thing. Li Qie's river-crossing elephant could have been an imitation using another method, but Dracoform knew that he couldn't do so for wave-riding carp. Their court didn't even have this move, so how could an outsider copy it? He began thinking about what Wu Bingning had told him, that Li Qie was versed in the 12 variations, but he didn't believe her. This was understandable because no one outside of their progenitor should know about it, especially an outsider. Boom! Dracoform didn't like wasting time speaking once he decided to do something. The elephant raised its hooves and aimed for Wuxia. Just imagine the sheer size of this beast. Stars were being destroyed in the process. It had enough weight to crush everything. Even a powerful Dao system might not be able to defend itself. Splash! The carp retaliated by waving its tail, igniting a great wave with enough force to extinguish the scorching fire of the sun. This rather small carp could actually create a wave capable of flipping over the world. Its lower body seemed to contain the strongest power once erupted. Boom! This wave had enough force to contest with the elephant. This was destruction at an astronomical level. The elephant only made it through the wave, unable to crush it completely. However, it was met swiftly with a second wave, one that was even higher than the previous and double the power. Calling it a wave was an understatement. This carp was the harbinger of the apocalypse. Each wave could crush an entire world. More importantly, each successive one would be stronger than the first. Boom! The elephant stomped down again, causing the heaven and earth to howl. It became serious, so its hooves started emitting divine light and Tao affinities. A new dimension was open behind its back. The countless inhabitants there offered the elephant their worship. This power of fate gave the elephant a surge in power. The two forces finally collided. Myriad was living in fear since everyone could feel the quakes. People became afraid that another stomp could result in everything collapsing. Splash! The carp sent out another tsunami in response. This third one was of an entirely different magnitude versus the previous two. It drowned out the stars in the sky and extinguished the bright galaxy above. Boom! The elephant finally lost and got swept away with the current and slammed into the stars. Everything in its path became its victims since they were so tiny compared to its massive body. Chapter 2391. The spectators deeply inhaled after seeing the defeat of Dracoform's river-crossing elephant. They both used the same style, but Dracoform had lost. One must note that Dracoform was the strongest ancestor of Vermilion while Wuxia was only an outsider. Dracoform had all the advantages. This was completely unexpected. Their lost legacy was used to defeat their own ancestor. Numerous disciples from Vermilion turned pale right away. Oh! A dragon materialized and roared before leaping into the sky and coiled with the stars. It separated the yin and yang and sealed everything else in the world while acting as the strongest defense. Because of this, the third wave smashed the dragon, but it was completely fine. This powerful move was finally stopped. Abyss-dwelling dragon. This majestic and immovable creature made an ancestor shout, "This is the strongest defensive technique of Vermilion, virtually impregnable." This was one of the 5 remaining variations of Vermilion. Dracoform is amazing indeed. His 5 variations are perfectly connected, so he could change to a different one without any negative effect. Perfect mastery. A few ancestors praised. They could see how the elephant turned into a dragon without any delay in time nor stagnation in energy. One of the problems with their 5 variations was that they weren't next to each other. Thus, using them one after another would have adverse results. For example, when Wu Bingning used her 3 variations in a row, she couldn't withstand the ripples in energy and vitality. This wasn't the case for Dracoform. He used and changed them at will, so effortlessly as well, showing off his mastery of these 5 variations. Splash! A 4th wave came, ravaging the space above. The most terrorizing thing was that just like the 3rd wave, this one was more powerful than the previous 3 combined. Boom! It slammed into the dragon's barrier and made the entire upper sphere tremble. The dragon separating the yin and yang was also shaking. Dracoform was under the danger of being blown away at any moment. Splash! Then came the 5th wave without any delay. Words couldn't describe it since the carp this time sent an entire ocean forward. Just imagine, this ocean had drowned all of Myriad. Thus, it came with enough force to annihilate the entire world. It smashed the sky vault and buried numerous stars. Boom! This ultimate defensive dragon couldn't stop the entire ocean. It crumbled like a broken shield. Dracoform went flying while vomiting blood, having suffered a grievous injury. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. No one else would believe what had unraveled here today. Someone actually used martial ancestors' variations to defeat Dracoform martial god. Others would take this as a joke. So many unexpected things in the world. Despite his injuries, Dracoform's spirit remained high. He stood up, his eyes had shock and fear deep inside from being defeated by their progenitors' variations. I want to see everything you have up your sleeves. He didn't give up and remained competitive and stubborn, wishing to fight with Wuxia to the very end. A while ago, this fight was only out of necessity to him, a promise of sorts. But now, he truly wanted to partake in this duel in order to see what Wuxia could do. It is unlimited, a level unreachable by you. Wuxia chuckled. Very well, I'll give it a shot. Dracoform roared. Boom! The deepest area of Vermilion poured out a pure beam of light in an endless manner, wielding the strongest power available. He stood there proudly with a Tao source beneath. It was resplendent, seemingly gestating an entire world. This pure power instantly gathered on his body. Everyone felt the power of the system and its inhabitants empowering him. Boom! He took another step into the sky, covered with a radiant glow. There seemed to be 3,000 worlds appearing behind him, dependent on him to shoulder them. More and more worlds were appearing, the number of living beings gradually increased. He resembled a progenitor with an aura engulfing the myriad realms. The power of the Tao source. Everyone understood that Dracoform had taken control of Vermilion system, but his actual efficiency remained unknown for now. Even if he couldn't grasp the entire thing, he had become quite terrifying with this power of the progenitor. Splash! The sixth wave came, no longer bearing the immensity of the ocean. However, myriads seemed to be flipped over. This wave contained a power dozens of times greater than the previous 5 combined, an insane surge of power. Dracoform chose river-crossing elephant again. However, no great ocean or gigantic elephant appeared. Only a normal-sized elephant came about, yet it had a holy glow that was untouchable, seemingly coming from the sacred land of Buddhism. Boom! The myriad laws screamed and lamented after the beast stomped down with enough power to suppress an eternity. Numerous existences in myriad felt suffocated, no matter how strong they might be. It was as if the beast was stomping on their chest. The physical aspect was certainly worrying, yet not the crucial part. People became hopeless under this suppression. One wouldn't be able to struggle, all they could do was lay there, completely immobilized. There were rumors of him suppressing Chillwater True Emperor before. This seemed to be true now since everyone was experiencing the same feeling. They could also imagine how the Emperor became victim to this. A true Emperor becoming helpless? Such despair. The target of the stomp was the tail of the carp. Though this fish could uplift the entire world, it couldn't move right now. It suppressed. People gasped in response. Dracoform stood there like an untouchable supreme, akin to an awe-inspiring progenitor. Great ancestor, you are invincible. The experts from his system prostrated. Dracoform martial god is really strong enough to suppress a true emperor, the rumors are true. The other spectators shuddered. Prior to this, some would question the legitimacy of his tales. They would certainly stop after today. Chapter 2392, True Emperor themselves would find trouble dealing with this type of direct suppression. The crowd was absolutely horrified by this scene. Dracoform's might was no exaggeration. His fame as the number one expert is not empty at all. Some were lost in admiration. They felt that he wasn't that strong a while ago. Well, not that he was weak, but Wuxia was just too strong. The latter had the upper hand numerous times in this battle, so Dracoform didn't look like the number one expert at all. Thus, people started becoming disappointed and thought that he wasn't as strong as they have imagined. Since the carp's tail was being pushed down by the elephant, it couldn't create any more wave. It became no more than an ordinary fish. Please give me pointers. Dracoform stood there with a heightened presence, seemingly invincible. His progenitor aura caused people to shudder, regardless of who they may be. True gods could only kneel, unable to resist this type of aura. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his strands of power right now could crush them. No need. Wuxia smiled, just Wavebringer Carp is enough. You're not the only one who can control the power of the Tao source. With that, a buzzing noise came about. Wuxia suddenly radiated strings of light, resembling the formation of a cocoon. They drilled into the ground. Boom! The system poured out endless light. This place was massive with countless living beings. In this blink of an eye, Tao runes densely packed on every inch of the land. Clank! They wove together to create Tao laws that surged to the sky. These Tao laws then formed a heavenly symbol, an order of the Grand Tao. This runic order instantly imprinted itself onto Wuxia. Rumble! The entire system quaked once. Every inch of the land was pouring out pure, true energy. Everything accumulated in the system was coming out. This endless power gathered on a maelstrom formed by the previous runic order. Boom! 2 Tao wings appeared behind him. Just one flap of them would send down enough wind and lightning to eradicate everything. Though his physical shape remained the same, he seemed a lot bigger than before, with his head wearing the sky and feet stomping on the earth. The power of a progenitor presided within him. Impossible. Dracoform became aghast with his eyes wide open in astonishment, unbecoming of being the number one expert. How can this be? He couldn't believe his own eyes, thinking that he was only seeing things. The rest of the world became afraid too. The members of Vermilion were slack-jawed, standing there frozen like wooden chicken. They couldn't regain their wits at all. Eventually, one ancestor was the first. He confirmed that it wasn't an illusion and gasped, "No, no way, how can he control the power of Vermilion? He's just an outsider, and this force isn't any weaker than Dracoform martial god either." Indeed. Wuxia's grasp on this Tao system's power right now was not inferior to Dracoform's. People wouldn't find it strange that Dracoform would be able to do this. As its strongest ancestor, he had researched and studied the entire place. On the other hand, Wuxia was just an outsider who has never been to Vermilion before this. The whole thing was too frightening. Only those who studied the laws of their progenitor and the Tao source could control its power. As for how much? That's dependent on their own abilities. It seemed as if Fiercest could casually grasp any system's power. This meant that he would be untouchable wherever he went, capable of crushing all the other members of these systems. How are you wielding our system's power? Dracoform has finally lost his cool and stuttered. Mu Xiaochen had also controlled their system's power before, but that was because he had time to research their system on top of having permission from the martial court. Moreover, his control was quite limited, far less than what Dracoform could do. This wasn't the case for Wuxia at all. It meant that Wuxia could use their own power to crush them without using an ounce of strength, quite a frightening thought. No wonder why someone of Dracoform's stature would still be shocked. Wuxia leisurely answered, "It's only returning to the origin. Whatever your martial ancestor did, I replicated the same thing, that's all, so what's difficult about controlling your Tao system?" The nonchalant comment frightened Dracoform because he himself didn't know how his progenitor did it. No one in Vermilion in history has been able to answer this question, let alone an outsider. The members of Vermilion didn't know, not their wise sages either. Wuxia possessed this knowledge, allowing him to use the 12 variations and control Vermilion's power. It was indeed the truth when people said that martial ancestor had found a section of a heavenly scripture, physique. Of course, it might not be named the physique scripture back in that era. Because of these pages, he was able to create his own grand Tao along with the 12 variations. Thus, he used the words of this scripture as the guiding principle for the Tao land refinement process during the foundation of Vermilion. It didn't matter whether the scripture was named physique or finality, it still had the same essence, created from one of the 9 words. Coincidentally enough, Wuxia had this scripture and even opened a new page completely, naming it finality. He possessed the real thing on top of mastering its profundities, so it wasn't hard for him to trace all the way back to martial ancestors' original source. Chapter 2393, Everyone became stupefied, especially the members of Vermilion. Some started to wonder whether Wuxia was an ancestor from their martial court despite knowing that it couldn't be true. My turn. Wuxia smiled and casually pointed forward. Boom! It was the same move again, Wavebringer Carp. The fish with its tail stepped on began to flip again, causing Myriad to seemingly topple over the elephant. This move became incredible without using any wave, for the world itself served as the greatest medium. Boom! The elephant couldn't stop it at all and got struck by the tail. Its head turned into a mist of blood after a loud cry. "Oh, Dracoform shouted in this key moment, abyss-dwelling dragon. A true dragon leaped to the sky and sealed the myriad realms, capable of stopping the strongest blow. This was his second time using this variation. It was far stronger than the previous, capable of separating everything. Someone wielding the momentum of the ages still wouldn't be able to break through. Nevertheless, after a loud blast, Myriad fell into darkness. Dracoform's position was annihilated back to the starting point. Stars became dust, space above also fell into the same darkness. The dragon was destroyed as well and Dracoform went flying once more. He himself nearly got turned into a mist of blood. His flesh battered into a pulp and left in a horrendous state. The spectators fell into a hush. The number 1 expert of Myriad nearly got killed in one hit. They only found Wuxia's true strength to be even more unfathomable. Buzz. Dracoform's beaten body quickly came together again. Nevertheless, he turned pale from wasting so much energy and vitality to do so. The wound was grievous, healing it instantly was impossible. Well done. I'm no match for you. Dracoform said sentimentally. Spewing words of anger was useless now, so he simply stated the truth. It is not too late to hand him over. Wuxia said. If I have agreed to something, I will not go back on it. Dracoform assumed a stern expression while declaring, you will have to walk over my corpse if you want young Lord Mu. Wuxia smiled, I don't mind walking over your corpse. That's no big deal, I would even walk over your progenitor's corpse. Dracoform's expression changed for the worse, but he didn't bother expressing his fury. Wuxia was more than qualified to say so without being haughty. This guy's power level was virtually peerless. I will still fight to the end even if I'm no match for you. Dracoform took out a weapon and solemnly said, dying to you in battle will leave me without regrets. Buzz. His weapon exuded a massive divine light, full of different colors. It illuminated the entire world. A truncheon not in one piece but crafted from 12 stars connecting together. Because of this, it possessed a starry light, not only possessing the power of the 12 stars but also of space itself. Most importantly, these stars were awakening and acting as perfect sealing totems, allowing the weapon to be quite terrifying. Martial Tao Truncheon. Wuxia's eyes narrowed after seeing it. Dracoform was surprised to hear this. You know of it? Wuxia chuckled and said, more than that. If I'm not mistaken, that brat Mu helped you find and create it. Precisely. Dracoform nodded. Young Lord Mu helped our martial court find the truncheon, so we have reached an agreement with him. Wuxia sneered, a bunch of fools. If your martial ancestor were to find out, he would stomp all of you unfilial children to death. Incorrigible stupidity, idiotic beyond words. Such greediness. You. Dracoform didn't take this harsh scolding in stride. People didn't recognize the name of this weapon despite knowing that it should be quite formidable. I remember now. One knowledgeable ancestor shouted, according to the legend, after creating Vermilion, martial ancestor used suns and moons to create a weapon. Upon its inception, visual phenomena raged everywhere. Martial ancestor went to great lengths to craft it, but no one saw him using it later on. He gave it the name, Martial Dao Truncheon. People glanced at each other. A weapon created by a progenitor on top of having visual phenomena? It should possess outstanding destructive potential. How come he never used it before? What was the reasoning behind this? The ancestor went on while looking at the weapon. When I read the text, I thought that the future generations fabricated this story. Who would have thought that he did create one and that the martial court would be able to find it? Dracoform didn't comment and continued to glare at Wuxia. His system had writings about the truncheon. It even stated that the progenitor had left it here, but no one could find it in the past. Moreover, the ancestors across many generations believed that the power of this truncheon was far more than an ordinary ancestral weapon. Because of this, they have always been searching for it despite a lack of success. Now, Mu Xiaochen had found it for them, so they gave him a promise. Because they owed him this great favor, Dracoform also fully supported the youth. Alright, time to end this. He shouted while pointing the truncheon at Wuxia. Wuxia shook his head. Fool, even if it doesn't end today, it is still over for your martial court since you have ignorantly invited a wolf into your own home. Don't try to scare us. Elaborate then. Dracoform became serious at this moment, also thinking that something was wrong, but he couldn't exactly pinpoint it. Don't worry, you'll see it soon. Wuxia said while staring at the horizon. Rumble. The entire martial court suddenly quaked with increasing intensity, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. What's going on? People fell to the ground while mountains and rivers crumbled. This scared the hell out of the experts from Vermilion nearby. Chapter 2394. Chapter 2394. Unbelievable. The world quaked like it was the end of days for Vermilion. Darkness engulfed the area with black strings digging out of the ground. They gathered in the sky, seemingly weaving a great net. What is going on? The members of Vermilion were frightened, both cultivators and mortals alike. Instinct told them that danger was coming, and a truly terrifying one at that, and they should run now. What's happening? Dracoform martial god was also confused. He looked around with a lamp-like gaze illuming the world. Crack. The Tao land of the system suddenly had great chasms, perhaps on the verge of collapsing. Rumble. Loud explosions came with more fissures. The mountains and rivers of the systems also went down. What the hell? Living beings ran away from their home. When they turned back, they saw that their home was gone, replaced by large pits. No one knew the source of this calamity. Even Dracoform couldn't pinpoint it in such a short time. It seemed that something was trying to get out from underground. Though it has yet to show up, this dark energy resembled a surging vitality, an awakening of sorts. The ground below the court suddenly rose into the shape of a mound, then one of a mountain of mud. With a loud bang, a pagoda finally flew out with an explosion of debris. This pagoda was carved from a single piece of rock. The original one must have been massive. It had an ancient style. Though buried underground, it clearly looked time-worn. More importantly, numerous runes were carved on the surface. Each was majestic with its own dimension. Just one alone could seal an entire domain. It could be said that this pagoda could imprison all evils in this world, devil kings or whatever. Who knows how long it has been buried down there? Though the runes were still glowing, their light was feeble. Time has weathered down the runes' power. It was obvious that during the early period, these runes must have been flashing brilliantly with a golden glow, more than enough to suppress the firmaments. The runes of the progenitor, meant for suppression. An ancestor recognized the rune's type. An entire chapter meant for imprisonment. People shuddered after hearing this. A progenitor actually carved these runes? What did he want to imprison? Everyone watched the pagoda gradually leaving the ground with bated breath. There are people below the pagoda. An eagle-eyed watcher noticed two people struggling to push the pagoda from the ground, mustering all of their strength and finally got it out. It's Mu Xiaochen and Heavenrend Viper. The crowd became startled. A while ago, everyone was preoccupied with observing Wuxia and Dracoform. No one noticed Mu Xiaochen and Heavenrend Viper sneaking away. Wuxia was the only calm one and spoke while looking at the pagoda. One might be able to survive an act of God, but not a self-brought calamity. He didn't find this surprising at all. All was within his expectation. Virtuous nephew, why are you doing this? Dracoform felt something ominous while staring at the pagoda but didn't know what was actually inside. Martial God, forgot to tell you, this is a big present for you and your system. Xiaochen laughed boisterously and said, oh, it's a present for myriad lineage too. Today is really a joyous day for me, 2 celebrations in once. Not only will I marry a beautiful wife but more importantly, I will become the ruler that unites myriad. After stating this, he and Heavenrend Viper instantly retreated away from Vermilion. Dracoform was shocked, knowing that this wasn't a good development. The rest of the listeners also took a deep breath. Unifying myriad was a frightening ambition. Buzz. The pagoda sent out rays of light, not the same ones from the carved runes. This time around, this was a light of the dark affinity. They seemed to be materializing and seeping out of the pagoda, washing the runes on the surface. As the darkness grew stronger, the light of the runes grew increasingly fainter before disappearing altogether. The runes began to scatter down to the ground like specks of sand, issuing rustles. With them gone, the pagoda had cracks all over the place, on the verge of collapsing as if an evil creature was about to break out. Not good. Dracoform shouted, but it was too late once he understood what was going on. Boom! Debris went flying after the collapse of the pagoda. Everyone felt the rising tides of darkness engulfing the world. Vermilion was completely devoid of light to the astonishment of the crowd. However, this darkness came quickly and left also quickly. It rescinded and the bright sky returned to Vermilion. Once people calmed down, they saw a man standing where the pagoda used to be. This being was completely black, seemingly fusing with the darkness. No one could see his face. His cloak fluttered with the wind, looking as if it was made from the condensation of darkness. The dark tides could return at any moment as people stared at this man. Regardless of how strong one was, they couldn't see through this dark being to see his face. He was one with the darkness, an omnipresent feeling pervaded. People instinctively shuddered even though he didn't emit any frightening aura. Dracoform felt the same way. Intuition told them that this was the ruler of darkness, possessing the power of this affinity. Strangely enough, Dracoform found this person to be especially familiar as if he had seen the guy before. What, no, can it be? He became startled after a bold conjecture emerged in his mind, telling him why this person was so familiar. You're right. Wuxia answered him, that's your progenitor, martial ancestor. What? The crowd blew up in a furor. Even the power ancestors were astounded. Impossible. Don't besmirch my progenitor's reputation. Dracoform vehemently denied despite having the same thought. Chapter 2395, This is absurd, that can't be martial ancestor, didn't he ascend a long time ago? One ancestor questioned. Dracoform refuted Li Qia's assertion, but he wasn't sure. This person was truly too familiar despite his face being shrouded in darkness. However, the figure was exactly like a painting of their progenitor. To be exact, this is a part of your progenitor. Li Qia leisurely said, he used martial arts as his path, resulting in violent tendencies. As he reached for the supreme, his heart and mind give birth to mental weakness, or a devil. Reaching for the top required expelling this heart devil, so he used a great method to do so after becoming a progenitor. Unfortunately, the violent tendencies have taken deep roots, becoming part of your progenitor. Expelling this thing was akin to cutting off his own arm, severing part of his grand Tao. Because of this close connection, your progenitor can't actually kill him, or his own grand Tao would shatter. Because of this, he came up with sealing it beneath the martial court, using the entire power of this place to suppress it. At the same time, he refined a suppressive weapon with the name, Martial Tao Truncheon. This weapon holds his 12 variations. He wanted to use the faith and worship of the descendants along with the power of time to destroy this imprisoned heart devil. Unfortunately, his descendants are too greedy, desiring this powerful artifact without knowing the real stories. Li Qia shook his head and laughed at this point. He told this story from start to finish as if he saw it with his own eyes back then. Dracoform turned pale and gripped the truncheon tighter. The previous ancestors all knew that their progenitor had buried a wondrous weapon but didn't know the reason why. This was understandable because it wasn't written down. Martial ancestor himself chose against divulging it. His direct disciples knew about it but couldn't actually record it for the future generation because it would be a stain on his reputation. Thus, the information behind this buried weapon remained a secret. Ha ha ha, Li, you are something else, knowing so much about this. Mu Xiaochen, who was far away from the martial court, laughed. I have perused numerous scrolls and visited so many systems and only got a little hint, yet you know it like the palm of your hand. So extraordinary, worthy of being my greatest rival. So it turned out Mu Xiaochen was aware of this secret and took advantage of Dracoform and the others' greed. With the martial court help, he was able to dig out the truncheon and find the pagoda. The ancestors and Dracoform were ecstatic after finding the truncheon, the so-called strongest weapon left behind by their progenitor. They didn't expect to be used by Xiaochen in this manner. Dracoform had an ugly grimace, his hard-earned reputation was ruined just like that, tricked by a junior. You're not qualified to be my rival. Li Qia didn't bat an eye and nonchalantly said. Ha ha ha, Li, keep on being arrogant. Xiaochen said, wait until this heart devil restores its vitality and power, he will sweep through the world. Myriad will be under my control. I will not only unify it but will kill my way back to Imperial, I will make it tremble, same for that bitch who dared to oppose me. As for you, Li, you will only be a skeleton beneath my feet, sounds like you got beaten like a dog without a master and had to run with tail tucked between your legs. Nowhere else to hide up there so had to go down to Imperial. Li Qia smirked, noticing the details. You. Xiaochen turned red right away. I was only hiding my skills, I know, just a homeless dog. Li Qia interrupted his justification. People exchanged glances. Mu Xiaochen, an esteemed guest by so many, was chased out of Imperial. The crowd felt as if they had just swallowed a fly and became as uncomfortable as can be. Nevertheless, they couldn't exactly voice their frustration at the moment. At this time, the black figure seemed to have returned after a moment of relaxation. It landed and touched the ground, seemingly enamored with this feeling, being back here with his beloved land. Buzz. Unfortunately, the ground and the foliage touched by this hand immediately turned to black ashes. It stood up and opened its mouth, wishing to devour the entire martial court. It inhaled, and the power of the land, the endless light, the true energy around, all were sucked into its mouth. 1,000 miles turned into a lifeless wasteland. The wondrous landscapes and vegetation, birds and fish, mortals and cultivators, all got devoured and became dust. Clank. When this devouring force reached the area of a powerful clan, the imperial formations left behind instantly activated. Divine swords rushed to the sky while all of its experts roared, fueling their vitality into the formation in order to stop the Heart Devil. Boom! This was useless since the imperial formation instantly crumbled before its might. Ah! The clan was annihilated. All of the living beings there were devoured. The clan's territory also turned into a land of death. As it continued to inhale, more land suffered this fate. Although these territories only made up a very portion of the system, this was only the beginning. With its extraordinary devouring speed, it wouldn't be long before this creature takes everything. Ha ha ha, once he devours Vermilion, he'll be a living martial ancestor. Who will be able to stop his madness? Mu Xiaochen laughed. Everyone gasped. This devil heart was truly frightening and would bring doom to all of Myriad. No one will be lucky enough to escape. Die! Dracoform martial ancestor roared before crossing through space, instantly appearing above the Heart Devil. Boom! The truncheon came crashing down and smashed the Myriad laws. Nothing could stop its momentum. However, the Heart Devil simply raised its hand to meet the blow directly. Crack! The creature's hand shattered. The weapon even left behind a mark on its arm. The mark then moved onto its chest and made the creature tremble. This strike from Dracoform was undoubtedly mighty. After all, he was powerful himself and the truncheon was made to suppress this Heart Devil. People heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, they saw hopes of stopping it. This Heart Devil wasn't weak, but the long duration and suppressive power have nearly destroyed it. Destruction was inevitable if Mu Xiaochen didn't let it out. It inhaled again and devoured 100,000 miles of land this time. Its power surged as the dark glow around it intensified. Chapter 2396, The Devourer naturally frightened the spectators. The scariest part was how after absorbing 100,000 miles of land and life, the Heart Devil clearly became stronger. The broken hand turned back to normal without a single wound. The more grievous injury, the seal on his chest, couldn't stay on. It was shaken and dropped on the ground. Like Mu Xiaochen said earlier, the more it absorbed, the stronger it would become. Eventually, perhaps it could be a match for Martial Ancestor. Vermilion is personally crafted by Martial Ancestor while he is a part of the Ancestor. Thus, the entire system is greatly nutritious to it. Who can match him after he finishes devouring? An Ancestor trembled in fear. Everyone else felt the same dread. A Heart Devil on the same level as a progenitor would be able to sweep through Myriad without any resistance. Without another progenitor in action, many systems would fall down. It would be easy for Mu Xiaochen to unite Myriad at that point. Boom! The second blow came, wielding all of Dracoform's true energy. The truncheon became as bright and hot as the sun, showing zero mercy. With the power of the system and the matchless truncheon, this blow possessed an unrivaled power. Before even hitting the devil's head, the space and Dao nearby exploded with a loud bang. The devil still chose to block it again with its hand. The same bone-cracking sound came just like before. However, its arms only bent down this time, not completely shattering like the past. This devil has become several times stronger versus the last attempt. Dracoform was shocked. If this continued, this devil would become invincible. Boom! Dracoform's body became resplendent with a pulsing beam surging to the sky, full of divinity. His truncheon became hotter and radiant as well. He looked like a large sun illuminating the world. Spectators found it hard to keep their eyes open. Bang! Bang! Lightning bolts danced in the sky as he threw out the truncheon. Lightning Leo. Following his battle cry, the truncheon released one of the 12 variations. The weapon has always contained the mysteries of these techniques, so when a terrifying flood of lightning bolts immediately drowned the world, one could hear a sharp howl among the lightning currents. A Leo rushed out and crushed the void. Its claws could tear anything to pieces. Boom! 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 The lightning current struck the heart devil while the large Leo also dug its claws deep inside. Blood gushed out since the creature was being ravaged by the two separate offenses. Its chest was virtually torn open. Ra! The devil roared furiously and opened its mouth to suck in 300,000 miles of territory now. It only took the blink of an eye before this land became barren. So many lives turned to ashes to the horror of the crowd. Bang! The devil raised its hand and the laws obeyed. A gigantic elephant came stomping. River-crossing elephant, one of the 12 variations. The devil, who used to be a part of martial ancestor, naturally knew how to use the 12 variations. Furthermore, this particular move carried an ancient style, seemingly purer, more accurate, and in tune with the Grand Tao compared to Dracoform's. The elephant kicked the Leo flying with one hoof and aimed for Dracoform with the other. The truncheon flew out of Dracoform's hand again as he roared, abyss-dwelling dragon. A dragon leaped and coiled in the sky, sealing all directions to stop the incoming stomp. Boom! The stars and planets died as the hoof landed on the shielding dragon. Martial ancestor thumpingly staggered backward, but it was still a successful defense. Ra! The devil opened its mouth again in order to feast on the essences of the world and longevity of all things. Shit! Cultivators and even ancestors from Vermilions began to run, wanting nothing more than to get the hell away from this place. Alas, there was no escaping. This next devourer turned another 300,000 miles worth of land into nothingness along with all the living beings there. Their vitality and power turned into the purest energy flowing into the devil's mouth. Boom! An endless shadow shrouded out the celestials above before gathering together to create a large serpent. This large serpent absorbed and spewed out the yin and yang. It had a strong yin affinity with a chilling breath capable of extinguishing the sun. Death Serpent! Dracoform shouted in astonishment. This was another lost technique from the 12 variations being performed by this devil. Senior, aren't you all trying to find these variations? Here, I'm showing them to you right now, no need to thank me, it's something I should do. Xiaofan laughed and said. Dracoform was in a terrible mood. They have brought a wolf home, wanting to use his supreme talents to find the lost arts. Who would have thought that it only brought a calamity to their court? Despite his fury, he had no time to deal with Xiaofan right now. The serpent seemingly hardened and leaped forward like a drill, instantly piercing through the sky with an unstoppable sharpness. Boom! Though Dracoform had gathered all of his power onto the dragon, it still couldn't stop this particular move. The shield crumbled and he was blown flying while vomiting blood. Activate! He had no choice but to roar. His chest became bright, seemingly forming a maelstrom. The rest of his body ignited into flame while sending out bloody rays. One could even hear a sizzling sound of something burning. When he opened his eyes, they looked like a pair of rubies, 2 worlds of red. Everyone else could feel his tyrannical power dominating the area. He seemed to be going insane. He's burning his true blood and lifespan. An ancestor murmured, he wants to take that thing down at all cost. Even if he can kill it, he'll lose a lot of his lifespan. Dracoform used the truncheon again while shouting, Jade-severing White Tiger. This technique contained an incredible belonging to the Yang affinity. Ra! A white tiger appeared with claws sharp enough to slay gods and devils, severing everything in the world. The devil retaliated with the abyss-dwelling dragon. It coiled around and acted as a shield. Boom! The tiger's claws ruthlessly slashed the shield. Chapter 2397, Crack. The draconic shield started to crack and could collapse at any moment. Everyone watched with bated breath. If Dracoform could successfully break through the devil's defense, the young affinity of this white tiger might be able to restrain the darkness and decapitate the monster. Victory and defeat relied on this move since Dracoform was burning his own lifespan and blood. It looked like he wanted to go down together with the monster. This move could be considered his strongest. If it wasn't enough, then his defeat was assured. Not only would he die, but the rest of the martial court would falter as well. Boo! The devil roared and widened its jaws, wanting to devour all of Vermilion in order to grow stronger. Rumble! The court spewed out brilliant laws all around the land. These laws wove together to form divine iron chains, wanting to seal the area while issuing loud cranking sounds. All of the ancestors from Vermilion were activating the power of the system in order to create laws from the Tao source and prevent the devil from absorbing more energy. Loud explosions ensued in this struggle. On one side were the sealing chains and on the other, the devil continued to swallow everything it could. However, the devil used to be a part of martial ancestor. In the end, these chains failed and broke down to pieces. Worldly essence and numerous creatures got devoured. This time, a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The crowd was horrified. As this devil grew stronger, its appetite increased as well. Just one inhale was enough to consume such a great distance now. Boom! With a more radiating black glow, its dragon blew away the white tiger. The creature was so much stronger than before. The thing then created a fat monster with a mouth large enough to eat everything. Moon-devouring glutton. Dracoform was stunned again by one of their lost variations. Boom! This monster swallowed the white tiger so Dracoform suffered a backlash. His body exploded with fleshy bits flying everywhere. His true fate fell to the ground like a shooting star and penetrated the ground. The spectators didn't want to see this development at all. Mu Xiaochen was gloating, it doesn't look like your court won't be able to enjoy my gift of bringing these variations back. The crowd was silent. Vermilion brought this upon themselves. Bam! Dracoform's true fate flew out of the pit. It only had a faint glow now. Buzz! He created his body again. Alas, his aura was numerous times weaker than earlier. The paled martial artist's hands were trembling while holding the truncheon. He felt fear because he didn't have the power to fight anymore. He burned his lifespan in true blood earlier yet still failed to match that heart devil, losing his body in the process. His weakened vitality lowered his battle potential. Even if he could reach his peak state again, the heart devil had grown so much stronger now. Of course, he didn't care about his own life, but he couldn't watch the destruction of his Vermilion, especially when he was the main contributor. How could he have the gall to meet his ancestors in the afterlife? It's over, Dracoform martial god can't fight anymore. The ancestors glanced at each other after seeing this terrible development for both Vermilion and Myriad. Vermilion was about to be destroyed, and the same fate might happen to Myriad lineage. They felt that once this heart devil reached the same power as martial ancestor, who could actually stop this calamity? Alas, no one could help Dracoform right now because doing so was the same as suiciding, completely pointless. Even the number one expert couldn't do anything. Others would just come and die instantly. The gap here couldn't be made up by pure number alone. Only Li Qie was relaxed while watching this whole thing. Young noble, please save our Vermilion martial court. Wu Bingning quietly begged while standing beside him. Due to the disaster, the ancestors have released her. He only smiled back in response. She held his hand tightly and continued, "Young noble, only you can help us, please save our system." "Silly girl." He gently stroked her soft hair and said, "How can I refuse you?" He let go of her hand and started walking towards the heart devil. "Fiercest, he's gonna give it a shot." The crowd was shocked. Some had a strange and complex expression on their face. Prior to this, Fiercest was fighting against Dracoform to the death. But now, he wanted to save Vermilion? They didn't expect this sudden development at all. Nevertheless, people did heave a sigh of relief. Perhaps Fiercest was the only person in Myriad who can defeat this heart devil since he was so unfathomable. Of course, they didn't view him as a fierce and unreasonable man anymore, more of a potential savior at this point. He has to do it, or it's over for Myriad. A few placed their palms together and started to pray. They couldn't find anyone else stronger than him right now. If he were to lose, then no one would be able to stop this heart devil from wreaking havoc across Myriad lineage. So many systems would fall as a result. The heart devil immediately turned around with a serious glare. Though one couldn't quite see its feature, this reaction was one of fear. It was still far inferior to martial ancestor, but as a part of this progenitor, he could be considered a being on the same level. His instinct and intuition exceeded everyone else. Because of this, though Wuxia looked rather harmless, the thing viewed him as a monstrous threat, its biggest one. That's more like it, otherwise, it would be embarrassing to have such an ignorant devil heart. Wuxia chuckled. The devil tried to see through Wuxia, but this was impossible. This guy had concealed everything, no one could read him. Wuxia. Mu Xiaochen gritted his teeth after seeing this interference. "You're trying to mess up my plan again. That's not all, I'll be taking your dog life too, but don't worry. You don't die that fast. I'll make sure your clan will be able to hear you scream. They, along with all my foes, will tremble soon, for I will be ascending to Imperial." Wuxia replied with enjoyment. Mu Xiaochen's expression became ugly after hearing this. Chapter 2398, Mu Xiaochen took a deep breath and sneered, "Li, this is your last day to act arrogant. So what if you are strong? You won't be able to kill that heart devil since it will grow stronger and stronger after devouring all of Vermilion. Your demise is soon, I'll be waiting for you to groan and beg." He laughed boisterously after stating this. Wuxia shook his head, "Just a frog under a well. One heart devil is enough for you to be this complacent? In my eyes, not to mention this thing, martial ancestor himself would make no difference being here. Arrogant fool, you don't know how terrorizing a progenitor can be." Mu Xiaochen's expression darkened. Wuxia quickly interrupted him, "Just a progenitor, not a true immortal. Only a true immortal is really invincible, the same can't be said about the former. You." Xiaochen was speechless because he has never seen someone making such a bold statement before. Who would dare to look down on progenitors, especially in such a nonchalant manner? "Senior, please save our Vermilion, we will do our best to repay you." Dracoform himself started beseeching. At this juncture between life and death, even the proud Dracoform had no choice but to lower his head and ask Wuxia for assistance. He no longer had the power to fight and couldn't come up with another plan outside of this in order to save his martial court. Personal reputation and honor were nothing if he could save his system. Everyone stared at Wuxia, not feeling surprised about Dracoform's request. After all, it looked like Fiercest was the only one who could take down the heart devil. Thus, it made sense for someone with certain priorities like Dracoform to ask his enemy for help. However, that brat Mu is right about one thing. Wuxia smiled, "Killing that heart devil won't be easy. More importantly, it has become a part of your Vermilion system. To kill it means that your system will fall into declination." Dracoform froze, aware of this implication. Many systems, once declined, never could rise back up again until total collapse. Perhaps Vermilion Martial Court will not exist in the future. Declination is still better than destruction, please help us, Senior. Dracoform gritted his teeth. He wanted to protect Vermilion at any price, even if it meant kneeling and begging Wuxia. It's not impossible. Come from one place, return to that place. I can indeed make it return to your system, but I am missing a catalyst to fuse it back to the land. Wuxia said. Dracoform stared at the broken land before him, nothing but silence and sadness. His heart ached, so he made up his mind, I will be that catalyst, go for it, Senior. He got on his knees with a solemn expression. He wanted to sacrifice himself. Plus, this disaster stemmed from him in the first place, so he needed to end it. He was already a sinner, so his life was worthless. At least he could contribute something to Vermilion now. Hand me the truncheon. Wuxia reached out. Dracoform threw the truncheon at Wuxia without any hesitation. Wuxia caught it and did a test swing. This is Martial Dao truncheon exists as a sealing tool, not just because it has the 12 variations. Wuxia said. The Heart Devil took one step back after seeing this. It didn't give a damn when Dracoform was using it and even used its bare hand to stop the blow. It was because Dracoform didn't understand the mysteries of the truncheon, unable to use its real power. This was no longer the case with Wuxia. The Heart Devil immediately felt a terrible potential, a murderous intent that could pierce through its heart. Keep in mind that Martial Ancestor crafted this truncheon specifically to suppress his Heart Devil. Only those who could use its real power could truly trap this Heart Devil. Otherwise, someone as powerful as Dracoform still couldn't do anything. Wuxia casually pointed the truncheon at the Heart Devil and smiled, be a good boy and give up, or do I have to make you? That's fiercest for you, daring to call this Heart Devil a good boy. The crowd thought. R.A. The Heart Devil roared. The darkness amplified and came together, causing it to grow in size. It stood there like a giant looking down on the world. Just its palm alone seemed enough to destroy the martial court. Pointless struggle, you're no longer as strong as before, but even if you were, it is meaningless before me. Wuxia shook his head, acting like it was no big deal. His relaxed attitude took the crowd by surprise. They were lost in admiration since only fiercest could act like this in the world. The devil began opening its mouth towards Vermilion for another devouring attempt. Watch out, he's absorbing. Many shouted in horror. Be careful. Dracoform was shocked as well. The monster had devoured 1,000,000 miles of land with the last gulp, so it became much more powerful. Perhaps it could easily do 10,000,000 miles this time around. Just several more attempts and their entire system would be done for. It's unfortunate that your opponent is me. Wuxia smiled and spread his palm in a natural manner. It seemed to be breaking the order of the world. His palm came from the ancient past before the inception of the world. It crossed through time and space, releasing endless chaos. This chaos derived supreme laws that wove together to form the first word. This grand Tao was unique and supreme. Boom! The word imprinted itself above the ground of Vermilion in a dazzling manner. Just like that, the Tao system seemed to be held down and stabilized. Whoosh! 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 Crazy gales swept past the place with enough force to cut mountains by the waist. Alas, a miracle had happened. The devil continued to suck in, but the system wasn't touched this time around. Earlier, worldly essences and lives would instantly be drained dry and devoured because the creature had the same origin as the system. Nothing could stop that process earlier, until now. Wuxia used the word of his finality sword, a supreme word from a heavenly scripture, the real origin of martial ancestor. It was older than his grand Tao, older than the Tao source of Vermilion, and certainly older than this devil heart. It was the true and strongest origin. Thus, its sealing prevented the heart devil from absorbing further worldly essences. What? Everyone became slack-jawed in disbelief as they watched the devil's ineffectiveness. Chapter 2399, Li Qia's successful attempt shocked the entire crowd. Fiercest, he should change his title to number 1 expert from now on. One ancestor praised. At this moment, everyone realized just how much stronger he was compared to Dracoform martial god. He was the only one qualified to have this title in Myriad. What sorcery is this? Mu Xiaochen was shocked just like the rest. He was hoping for the devil to consume all of Vermilion because it wasn't strong enough right now. It could certainly sweep through the current Myriad but not Imperial. Only by returning to the peak would it be unstoppable there too. Now, Li Qia had destroyed his hope. He would never accept this. No such sorcery exists in this world, fool. Li Qia shook his head, great talents but no knowledge. No different from an idiot. You. Xiaochen turned red but couldn't do anything outside of angrily glaring at Li Qia. R.A. The heart devil screamed with indignation. It tried its best to absorb but Vermilion remained standing, completely sealed. Li Qia started floating up above the airspace of the heart devil and pointed with his truncheon, time to end this. Boom! The creature screamed again and lost its figure, turning into a dark expanse that soars straight for Li Qia. It had turned into a world of darkness, deciding to assault Li Qia with this affinity. The crowd was astonished because Li Qia disappeared into this darkness, devoid of light. No one could ever run from this eternal darkness. The creature chose against using techniques, even ones as strong as the 12 variations. It chose darkness to take him down. This affinity pervaded the entire area in an omnipresent manner. It would last for one generation after another, one reincarnation cycle and the next. It had sealed him completely, not allowing for an escape path. Despite only being a mental weakness, this devil still came from martial ancestor. It knew the existence it was facing, so it chose the best retaliation method. The 12 variations would have been useless, but using darkness to infiltrate the guy's Tao heart might be possible. After all, even the strongest would have openings in their Tao heart. A successful infiltration would allow it to take root in his Tao heart. At that point, not only would victory be in its grasp, it could also grow stronger using Li Qia's Tao heart. Darkness into the heart. Dracoform realized the creature's intention and knew just how dangerous this was. The devil could grow so much stronger, causing Dracoform to shudder. Not only would Vermilion go down, but the rest of Myriad also wouldn't fare any better. Will Fiercest be able to protect his Tao heart? The crowd palpitated. For many people, they could normally fight against a stronger opponent, but defending the Tao heart was much more difficult. Ha ha ha, you're done, Li, you will only be a puppet to the darkness, you alone won't be able to protect your Tao heart. Mu Xiaochen let out a burst of crazed laughter. In his eyes, someone as arrogant and prideful as Li Qia wouldn't have a strong mental fortitude. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but no one has a firmer Tao heart than me. Li Qia's leisure voice came from the darkness. Buzz. Rays of light spread from his Tao heart, piercing through the darkness. Li Qia stood in the center, completely unaffected to the astonishment of the crowd. Ancestors began taking a deep breath. One of them said, "Such an unyielding Tao heart. Few could reach this level, not just in Myriad but all of 3 immortals. Let's go." Li Qia raised the truncheon. Boom! It exuded the brightest radiance. One could hear the roar of tigers, phoenixes, and dragons. Visual phenomena of these beasts soaring around in the air appeared. These massive divine creatures fused together to form an ancient totem. Myriad form totem. Dracoform shouted. He had only heard of this move, never having seen it before since no one could use it outside of their progenitor. Rumor has it that this was the legendary combination of all the laws within the 12 variations, the final evolution into a supreme totem. The totem came down in an untouchable and resolute manner. The darkness was smashed back to its original form and fell down from the sky. Buzz. The totem was also burning this black expanse. No! The devil roared furiously. This was its first word. It's refinement time. Wuxia shouted. The totem released even more light, akin to oil burning on a lake amidst the night. However, this wasn't just a scorching process. The darkness was being refined into worldly essences, back to its original form. This was the energy that the creature had devoured earlier from Vermilion. The crowd couldn't believe it. A great existence like this heart devil couldn't resist at all and was being refined alive. Wuxia's totem completely overwhelmed it. This thing easily defeated Dracoform earlier, but it seemed so helpless before Wuxia. One could easily imagine how mighty he was after seeing this. Pop! Finally, all the darkness was refined. An endless amount of worldly essences surged to the sky like a tsunami. Boom! The truncheon empowered by the totem pierced through the entire ocean of energy and started falling down. It is time for the catalyst. Wuxia shouted. I'm going. Dracoform leaped into the sky with his chest arched forward straight for the descending truncheon. He closed his eyes and was at peace with himself, knowing what was about to happen and had zero regrets. He created this disaster, so he needed to give his system an appropriate answer, wanting to heal the wounds of the land. Sacrificing himself for the system was the only thing he could do to forgive himself. Otherwise, he would live in a shadow, always stricken with guilt. Pluff! The truncheon instantly pierced through his chest completely. It carried the worldly energy of millions of miles, so its destructive power was as clear as day. Chapter 2400, Poof! The moment the truncheon pierced Dracoform's chest, he turned into a mist of blood while his true fate in the shape of a starry night sky instantly melted into the sanguine liquid. The martial artist suffered a true death right now with the destruction of his fate. There was no chance of recreating his body like the last time. A body could be reconstructed but not utterly destroyed true fate. In this blink of an eye, the blood with the scintillating pieces of his true fate fused with the worldly essence. His blood stained the entire ocean of essence into a red color as if roses were blossoming. The light of his true fate continued to illuminate this new expanse with silver rays just like a net. Clank! The silver net gathered all of the blood. Their combination turned into red strings of laws, seemingly refined from true blood. Just like that, it sealed the ocean of worldly essences, not just fusing with it. It could lead this massive energy without leaking the tiniest sliver. This all happened so fast even before the truncheon made it to the ground. Boom! Not only did the truncheon pierce through the ocean of essence, it directly pinned to the ground. With buzzing noises, the laws made from blood began leading the essence into the system. The net made this process possible without leaking any energy. A short while ago, something began to change about the land that had been devoured by the heart devil. It was devoid of life and full of death energy for about 1,000,000 miles. But at this moment, a touch of green was appearing on this canvas of red. Moreover, it was spreading at a rapid rate as if a master painter was adding more green strokes. It didn't take long before it took over the entire painting in a magnificent manner. Of course, this was just the shade of the worldly essence. Dracoform's sacrifice was not in vain. He served as a catalyst and a guide so that the worldly essence and life force could return to this land. Without doing so, the barren land would have deteriorated into death zones in the future. After finishing the heart devil and changing it back to the source, he needed someone to lead the leftovers back into the land. Dracoform volunteered to be the sacrifice. The green energy continued to circle and fill the land. The dried-up soil had trees and leaves springing up. The mountains and rivers began to take shape once more. Mountains came back from the debris while the water ran down the streams. This land became filled with life and vitality once more. The only things that couldn't come back were the dead. They have turned to smoke, no returning from that. This was merely certain affinities returning to the source, not a temporal reversal. Mountains and rivers could be rebuilt, but the dead mortals and cultivators no longer existed. Nevertheless, this was the best result Vermilion could hope for. As long as the land was still around, there were still endless possibilities. Life would multiply once more in this fertile place, resulting in flourishing areas. The experts in Vermilion were overwhelmed with emotions while watching this. Some started tearing up, others took a deep breath, and more began to celebrate. So many have fallen, but at the very least, the fortunate survivors still found hope and optimism for the future. The true masters were sighing and reflecting on the transpired event. Just a little bit more and Vermilion would have turned to ashes. Next, Dracoform Martial God was also dead, the end of the #1 expert in Myriad. Nevertheless, his story was one of redemption and honor. Ultimately, many members of Vermilion still viewed him as a great ancestor. All will return to the origin, including the Heart Devil, since it was a part of this place as well. Li Qie said flatly while staring at the rejuvenated land. Since the Heart Devil was a part of Martial Ancestor and how closely connected he was to Vermilion, the Devil also became a part of Vermilion after the suppression process. The two, to a certain extent, couldn't be separated. Thus, Li Qie didn't only return the worldly essence and life force, but also this Heart Devil. Its power eventually returned to this land, fusing with the system. It was a silent moment of reflection. Some wondered about Li Qie's invincibility. Others were still sad about Dracoform's sacrifice. Even under his strongest state, Dracoform still wasn't a match for the Heart Devil. However, Li Qie only needed one move to refine the devil back to the origin before reconstructing the land. This was such a frightening level, truly untouchable in this world. Everyone realized something: Fiercest was beyond their imagination. Eternals and true emperors were not his match. Only progenitors were qualified to be uttered in the same breath as him. At the same time, the death of Dracoform struck a resounding chord. Though he wasn't the first Eternal to die since Cloud-Crossing Falcon God fell to Li Qie a bit ago, the impact wasn't on the same level. Dracoform was far stronger and his sacrifice has certainly stirred the crowd. The martial god might have made a mistake, but he courageously shouldered his responsibility. Still as respectable as before. An ancestor gently sighed and said with respect. Dracoform might have been blinded by treasures, but he used his own life to make up for his mistake. This was worthy of respect. Leaving so fast? While people were busy dealing with the shock, Li Qie's leisure voice woke them up. Mu Xiaochen and Heavenrend Viper were trying to escape. They knew that this battle was over. Unfortunately, their enemy was Li Qie. Though their evasion was quite stealthy, it couldn't evade Li Qie's eyes. If Li Qie wanted them to die by nightfall, they would not live to see the next day. Chapter 2401. Both Mu Xiaochen and Heavenrend Viper were scared of Li Qie and quickly retreated backward. Heavenrend Viper was someone who had fought against a true emperor before, but this didn't stop him from being afraid of Li Qie. He was aware of the great disparity between them, something that couldn't be shortened with treasures and merit laws. Xiaochen turned pale. Ever since coming to Myriad, he got everything he ever wanted and won every battle. Ancestors and systems all showed him respect and consideration. Alas, he was running away like a homeless dog right now on top of being scared out of his mind. He never got in such a bad position before, not even up in Imperial. Though he had messed with someone above his station in Imperial, his brothers and ancestors still protected him, allowing him to escape unscathed to Myriad. This was no longer the case. He was truly scared this time, left in this sorry mess. He was at his wits' end. No one in Myriad would dare to protect him, nor did they have the power to stop someone like Wuxia. The only one he could rely on right now was Heavenrend Viper. Unfortunately, this guy had lost to Wuxia as well. Wuxia, his legs trembled. He no longer possessed the same haughtiness and fearlessness after finally learning the word fear. Why leave so soon? Wuxia smiled at them. His tone could confuse some who didn't know about the situation. They might have thought that he was speaking to friends, wanting them to stay a while longer. Despite Xiaofan's great talents, he was still just a pampered youth, yet to be sharpened with arduous experiences. Because of this, his Tao heart could crumble at any moment. He no longer had the courage to stand up against Wuxia and instantly hid behind Heavenrend Viper. The Viper knew his limitations, but he had no choice other than to face Wuxia directly. He looked like a hen protecting its chick. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist. Honorable Senior, we were ignorant and foolish to have offended you. A person of your status is surely benevolent, please show mere dash. Incorrect. Wuxia shook his head, I am still very young, just a handsome and hot-blooded youth. Thus, I'm naturally arrogant and petty as well, benevolence and mercy are nowhere to be found. If someone chooses to oppose me, I will destroy them. Heavenrend Viper took a while before gritting his teeth and responding, young nobly, you are the greatest genius right now. You surely know that killing us won't accomplish or change anything. May I ask what we must do in order for you to spare us? Please, state your demands. Begging was useless, so Heavenrend Viper could only rely on negotiation, using benefits to persuade the guy. After all, Mu Xiaochen's life was very precious. As long as it was within an acceptable margin, the Mu would still agree to an unreasonable request from Wuxia. That's right, just say what you want. Mu Xiaochen immediately added, our clan can satisfy any of your demands. Treasures? Training scrolls? Immortal artifacts? We got it all as long as you drop this feud. Xiaochen was eager to buy his own life, afraid that Wuxia would really kill him for real. Thus, he started off high, convinced that real treasures might tempt Wuxia. He was willing to let go of any treasure in order to stay alive. Quite tempting. Wuxia smiled and rubbed his chin, so, your clan will give me whatever I want. The crowd also took full interest in this because they were curious. How high would this Mu clan go in order to save Mu Xiaochen? That's right. Mu Xiaochen nodded as fast as a chicken eating grain, just say the words. Our clan can handle anything. Wuxia smirked in response, I don't ask for much. I'm not interested in training scrolls and treasures, just your life. Will your clan give that up? Xiaochen was shocked. He thought that it was going rather well, but it seemed like Wuxia had no intention of sparing him. He ran back behind Heavenrend Viper, feeling helpless and overwhelmed with rage. Young nobly, perhaps you should reconsider. The Mu is wealthy, all of the ancestors there are eternal. The eldest young noble is also a peerless true emperor. We can actually satisfy your demands, really. Heavenrend Viper didn't give up and decided to go all out. People took a deep breath, all of their ancestors were eternals. Mu Xiaochen's eldest brother was a true emperor? Is that a threat? Wuxia's smile became more sinister. Of course not, young noble. But what's the harm in having more friends? The eldest young noble is supreme, he'll definitely become a progenitor in the future. That can be very that's in the future. Wuxia waved his sleeve, plus, so what if he is one now? There is no lack of them in Three Immortals history, so why should I give a damn about him? No one in the crowd critiqued this comment. Wuxia had earned his right to be pompous without sounding forceful and unnatural at this time. He had the ability to challenge a progenitor. A true emperor was rather trivial in comparison. Heaven-Rend Viper couldn't respond since Wuxia made it too clear. Only progenitors could speak on the same level as him. True emperors and everything below couldn't negotiate with him. Though he wasn't a peak eternal, he was still an influential expert in Imperial. Alas, Wuxia viewed him like an ant. The guy became frozen and desperate, knowing that death was knocking on his door. I won't make it difficult for you since your life is inconsequential to me. Leave now and I shall spare you. Wuxia looked at him and said. Upon hearing this, he looked back at Mu Xiaochen. This stare scared the youth. He immediately pulled on the Viper's sleeve and shouted, Elder Wang, you can't leave me. You promised my father about taking good care of me. The imperious Xiaochen was no different from a scared brat. There was no one else he could rely on but the Viper. All eyes were on Heaven-Rend Viper, awaiting his decision. Of course, no one would laugh at him for leaving. Fiercest was simply too strong, so conceding was not embarrassing at all. Anyone else would do the same. Thank you for your goodwill, young noble. The Viper took a deep breath and said slowly, one must uphold their responsibility. I have agreed to take care of the young lord, so if you want his life, you will have to kill me first. Regardless of whether he was a bad person or not, the Viper was still a great character who can stay true to his promises. This was the resolution of a master. But then again, remember that in Chinese, people use roles and status to indicate respect and subservience, especially during begging. It doesn't have to be literal. The main issue is that this can be interpreted in multiple ways, but there is no word in English that has the same effect. Any substitution would be jarring. Chapter 2402, The spectators couldn't help feeling respect for Heaven-Rend Viper since he could leave whenever he wanted but he chose to stay. This was admirable, proving that he was a real man regardless of his morality. Nothing was more precious than life for many people. They would be willing to abandon all else just to survive. However, Heaven-Rend Viper was going to throw his life away just to keep a promise despite knowing the futility of it all. Anyone who wanted to touch Mu Xiaochen must walk over his corpse first. It seemed that keeping his promise was more important to him than his own life. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish and even give you a chance to attack first. Wuxia smiled. Heaven-Rend Viper took a deep breath. He summoned his strongest weapon and looked back at Mu Xiaochen. Young lord, I'll be going first. Take care. Elder Wang. Xiaochen was shocked, but there was nothing he could do now. Let's go. Heaven-Rend Viper roared and his weapon exuded a golden light in the shape of a serpent with the intensity of a sun. At the same time, his vitality erupted with fire, serving as the fuel. When this weapon attacked, space melted itself. The world was turning into a golden liquid. Heaven-Rend Viper knew that this strongest attack in his entire life wouldn't accomplish anything, yet he still did it to struggle for just a little bit. At the very least, he tried his best to keep his promise. This attack required burning his vitality and lifespan, doubling its power and more, truly a shocking blow. In the past, when an Eternal released such a mighty move, people would audibly gasp and become lost in awe. They would feel that it was unstoppable. This was no longer the case. Everyone stayed calm because they knew that regardless of its ferocious potential, it wouldn't change the outcome. He was facing Fiercest, who could decide everything with his own move. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia had a golden sword in his hand. It flashed at an unbelievable speed. No one could even see the sword at first, let alone the slash. They only saw a flashing golden brilliance, not where it came from. Heaven-Rend Viper stood still as if nothing has happened. The world became silent, just like the beginning of time, as if the Viper didn't attack at all. Pluff! His head rolled off his body and fell thumpingly to the ground. His eyes were still open to see his body falling to the ground. Li Qia's speed was virtually imperceptible. Even the ancestors couldn't truly see the move. His golden sword disappeared after the viper's body fell to the ground. Golden of the Finality Sword series, it represented the limits of speed. Just one slash was enough to deliver the fatal blow. His opponents wouldn't have the chance to attack at all when he chose this move since they would already be dead. Even an Eternal like the Viper who was certainly strong became so helpless. Most wouldn't even realize how they have died. Of course, dying to this slash could also be considered lucky. At the very least, death came and left in the blink of an eye, painlessly and without any fear. Elder Wang. Xiaofan shouted again. Naturally, he wasn't sad about the death of the old man, only that his only backing was gone. He was truly alone now. Your turn. Li Qia smiled while staring at the youth. Don't come over here. Xiaofan was scared out of his mind and continued walking backward. He wanted nothing more than to get out of here, but that wasn't possible. Don't worry, I won't kill you right now. Your death will be at the Mu. Li Qia said. What are you trying to do? Xiaofan wasn't an idiot and knew that something bad was about to come, so his legs grew weak. Don't worry, I'm just merciful enough to let you die at your own home. It'll be more comforting and gentle that way. Li Qia chuckled. That's impossible since I can't return to Imperial. There's no way. The youth replied. If he could return to the Mu right now, he would have already done so. However, he alone couldn't ascend to Imperial. He had other methods, but his clan wouldn't accept him back under ordinary circumstances. It's not impossible. Li Qia smiled. Your clan won't just sit back and watch you die in myriad, so when you are on the verge of death, for example, when your true fate is burning, your ancestors will let you die here? I'm sure they have done something to your body in preparation for this. Xiaofan finally knew what Li Qia wanted to do, so he screamed, Don't be crazy. Killing me will make your incoming days terrible. In Imperial, my elder brother is an invincible true emperor, we're the strongest clan as well, everyone obeys us. Kill me and you will have nowhere to go once you ascend. Xiaofan was scared out of his wits because the most horrifying thing was about to happen to him. That's just fine, a good chance for me to destroy your Mu clan. Since you are returning, give them a message for me, will you? I will be ascending soon. If your clan is smart, then start being obedient. Otherwise, I shall destroy them. You are declaring war against the Mu. Xiaofan trembled with fear as he shouted. Correct, this is a declaration of war. Don't forget now, give them my message. I, fiercest, am declaring war on the Mu. Li Qia revealed a gentle smile. Everyone was shocked. In Myriad, the Mu was an impressive name, the strongest clan in Imperial and one of the 3 behemoths there. Not many other systems in Imperial could afford to mess with them. But now, Fiercest had just declared war against them. Such a domineering showing. Xiaofan couldn't say anything now since he was overwhelmed with fear. He knew death was very close. Time to go now. Li Qia chuckled and raised his finger. Pop! A fiery spark fell on Mu Xiaofan, tiny and weak, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Chapter 2403. It wasn't like Xiaofan didn't try to resist. He retreated with his fastest speed, utilizing several dozens of different movement techniques. One must admit that the youth was an erudite scholar, performing these famous techniques from different systems in succession within the blink of an eye. Alas, his amazing speeds and these prominent movements were useless. The power disparity was too great. There was nothing he could do if Li Qia truly wanted his life. The spark still fell on him. After making contact, he didn't combust right away. The fire looked small enough to be patted away, but in reality, this was akin to lighting up a piece of paper, not very flashy at the start. There was no smoke just yet, but the burning process was indeed there. The paper would start to become ashes while still maintaining its overall shape. A lack of visual indicators aside, Xiaofan was indeed burning up, with his skin gradually turning gray. More importantly, his flesh, muscles, and vitality were burning away with the skin. It meant that everything touched by this gray shade was being destroyed by the fire, including true energy. Ah! The youth in pain couldn't help but pat the area touched by the fire. Alas, the area turned to ashes and scattered, just like a piece of burnt paper would. The pain was too much to take, but the youth didn't dare to pat the fire again. This was different from a body being destroyed. If it was shattered via a conventional and physical means, it could always be reconstructed with his power and his clan resources. This wouldn't do for Li Qia's method. This flame would truly destroy something. There was no way to recover the burnt areas. Ah! His miserable screams echoed and made others shudder and gasp. They thought about how imperious and arrogant he used to be until now, no way of escaping death. No, at this moment, his entire lower body has turned to ashes, so the fire was now heading for his forehead where his true fate resided, fully aware of the serious implications. Ah! The shrill scream turned worse, sad enough to tug at heartstrings. Buzz! As it was being burned, his true fate suddenly released a brilliant light pinning across the sky. The light created a door made of thick and flowing runes. It creaked and began to open just like an extremely heavy gate. Everyone saw a magnificent scene with rolling mountains and beautiful rivers. It was filled with massive power, just like a land of the immortals. The Mu clan. Most realized the place instantly. What is that? The weaker cultivators remained confused. That clan has prepared something for Mu Xiaofan when he's near death. It'll bring him back to the clan. An ancestor explained. Bringing something from Myriad back to Imperial was costly even for this clan, so it had to be a fatal moment for them to bring Xiaofan back. Buzz! The door shot down a pulsing ray as illuminating as the sun straight for Mu Xiaofan. These rays came together and pulled him inside the portal. Next, with a pop, it disappeared from sight as if nothing had happened. Did he die? Everyone didn't know whether Xiaofan was still alive or not and if the Mu could save him. Ah! His scream echoed across the clan back in Imperial. Chener! A sorrowful voice answered him. No! Xiaofan continued to scream since his true fate was about to be done for. It was too late for the ancestors to help. In fact, even if they had ample time, they couldn't come up with a way to stop Li Qia's method. This is not good. These ancestors were shocked because Xiaofan's remnant soul hidden in the clan was being infected with this fire as well. Remember, the clan was afraid of the youth being killed outside for causing trouble, so they used their art of immortality to take out one soul of his and stored it in the clan. With this, even if someone else were to destroy his true aid outside, he would have a chance to live again with this last soul. Unfortunately, this final strand of soul hidden in the safest area of the clan was being burned as well. No, Xiaofan realized that death was coming. He's coming to destroy our clan. He didn't forget to state this final line. It wasn't for retribution, only to warn his clan. Who? One ancestor yellowed. Fiercely Xiaofan let out his last word before his last soul turned into a crisp. He himself became a pile of ashes. The entire clan became silent. Both the upper and lower echelons had no idea what was going on, only that it was something bad, judging by Xiaofan's warning. They let him down to Myriad in the past to take refuge, but also to sharpen him as well. Though it was training, they still sent Heavenrend Viper, an Eternal, to protect him. The Viper was still a big shot in Imperial, let alone Myriad. Plus, given the reputation of their clan, no one in Myriad should dare to provoke Mu Xiaofan. But now, the Viper has yet to return. Everyone could put two and two together. More importantly, this enemy could use such a heaven-defying method to defeat their art of immortality. They initially believed that as long as Xiaochen's final sliver of soul was in their clan, he would never die. Who in this world could defeat this art so easily? They couldn't come up with an answer. These ancestors naturally realized that a powerful foe was coming for them. Go send a message to our true emperor, let him down that an enemy wishes to harm our clan. One ancestor regained his wits and sent a messenger for their eldest young noble. He was Xiaochen's oldest brother, currently a famous true emperor. Shinner, Xiaochen's senior gritted his teeth while holding the youth's ashes. I will avenge you, I will rip the flesh out of whoever did this to you. The Mu will not rest until this is done. Though they didn't know who fiercest was, they would never let his death goes unpunished. If this person dared to come to attack their clan, they would not let him leave alive. It was also a matter of defending their clan's prestige as one of the three behemoths in Imperial. They have swept through the world before. Everyone was afraid of them, their enemies never had a good outcome. I don't care who this fiercest person is, but if he dares to kill a member of the Mu, show him no mercy. Another ancestor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 2404, The end of the battle settled the overall outcome. Dracoform martial god's sacrifice saved Vermilion while Heavenrend Viper lost his life. The haughty Mu Xiaochen also disappeared from the eyes of Myriad's members henceforth. Everyone remained fixated on Wuxia with their mouth shut tightly, speechless. The title of number 1 expert belongs to someone else now. One ancestor murmured. It became apparent that after the death of Dracoform, Wuxia was the only one qualified to hold this title. However, for some strange reasons, everyone felt that fiercest rolls off the tongue much better when describing Wuxia. Number 1 expert was awkward in comparison. The title fiercest sounded more domineering, so a title change didn't matter as much. Gentlemen, unfortunately, today is not a joyous occasion, no joyous news either. Everyone has come for nothing. Wuxia clapped and interrupted the frozen atmosphere, still a smile on his face. After regaining their wits, most either shook their head or quietly sighed. They didn't come to Vermilion to participate in this advertised wedding, only to see the fight between fiercest and number 1. So, their wish was satisfied in this manner. Alas, Dracoform's sacrifice was regrettable. Only his legends would remain in Myriad from now on. The result of this did make people breathe easier. Only a bit more, and not just Vermilion but all of Myriad would have gone up in flames. No wedding ceremony and party, but the majority of people still happily left. Vermilion Martial Court nearly became ashes, but it rose again once more, a reason for celebration. Wu Bingning gazed dejectedly at the land and sighed. One single mistake could have ruined everything. She grieved for Dracoform. The ancestor was just mistaken once. She lamented. Though Dracoform almost forced her to marry Xiaochen, she didn't hate him at all. She considered him a brilliant ancestor among the many generations of Vermilion. Gain something, lose something. Wuxia chuckled, his wish is fulfilled, the 12 variations shall return to your court. Wuxia handed the truncheon to Wu Bingning, completely untempted by this incredible weapon. She sighed again and accepted the truncheon before respectfully bowing towards him. Without his help, their court would have fallen into damnation. He could have just watched the whole thing instead of helping. Thus, this was a great act of kindness and benevolence in her eyes. News spread not long afterward, Wu Bingning had taken over Vermilion Court. The sects and clans in the system unanimously supported her. This came to no one's surprise. The court needed a powerful and capable leadership after this disaster and the death of Dracoform. She was definitely the best choice. In the past, she was already coined as the successor and groomed as a future leader. Furthermore, the current leadership suffered a great setback, their authority questioned. Dracoform and the other higher-ups in the martial court caused a terrible disaster. The thousands of clans and sects stopped trusting and supporting them. In fact, it was up for debate whether the martial court would retain control of Vermilion system or not. This was quickly dispelled the moment Wu Bingning became the court's new sect master. No one else disagreed with this choice. She had a good reputation and was a vocal dissenter of this marriage alliance. Most importantly, she was on Li Qia's side, having him as a backer. Since he was their savior, his influence here was undoubtedly great. The other powers in the system unanimously agreed with Bingning, so the martial court kept their position as the leader of the system. The news of her ascension would herald a new era for the martial court. However, Li Qia didn't linger around, wanting to leave Vermilion. "Young noble, will I be able to see you again?" Bingning felt quite sad. Her eyes reddened despite her tough and unyielding personality. She knew that he was too unreachable. One day, he would leave Vermilion and Myriad for Imperial and somewhere even further. She wouldn't be able to keep up with her best effort. The difference between them was too great. He gently fixed her hair and smiled, "We'll meet again if fate permits. No one can predict the future. Perhaps in Myriad, or in Immortal, or someplace else." She answered instead by jumping straight into his chest and gave him a tight embrace. He hugged her back and kissed her on the forehead. "Goodbye, little girl. I'm sure you will soar above the 9 firmaments one day." With that, he turned and left as she continued to watch his departing figure on the horizon for a long while. Li Qia didn't leave for Imperial right away. His destination was Longevity Valley. It was still as beautiful as ever, fragrant flowers and singing birds. Spring lasted 4 seasons here, pleasing all of the inhabitants. People found peace and serenity as they walked through the valley, so a smile appeared on Li Qia's face. Regardless of the time, Longevity Valley always maintained this reclusiveness away from the rowdy world. That's why others tended to forget about its existence. "First brother." An excited greeting came with 3 beautiful figures coming over, Fan Miaozhen, Mu Yalan, and Qin Xiaoyao. A touch of red was found on their cheeks. "First brother." The distant and quiet Mu Yalan was actually the first to give him a hug. He smiled and gave her an enthusiastic hug back. "Wow, our second sister moves so fast, stealing first brother from us." Miaozhen acted as always with a charming smile. Yalan's thin skin blushed with heat and immediately let go of Li Qia. She lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. She resembled a bashful young lady right now, a striking contrast from her usual demeanors. "You can keep going, we won't watch." Miaozhen continued. "Sister." Yalan angrily glared. Miaozhen didn't relent and told Li Qia, "First brother, I'll have you know that ever since you left, our second sister couldn't eat and sleep. Look at how thin she is now, you're making this up." Yalan wished for a pit so she could jump in to hide her embarrassment. Chapter 2405. The gorgeous scene was beyond words, thanks to the 3 ladies. "Venerable first brother, looks like you're not only good at alchemy, medicine, and pill-making." Miaozhen blinked and smiled. "Your cultivation is also number 1, the strongest in history. My admiration for you is endless like the surging current of a great river." She spewed a barrage of praises at him. He playfully patted her head in response. "Venerable this, venerable that, I'm at my prime, don't treat me like I'm old." "Yes, of course." She flared her nose and continued, "First brother is still so young, so handsome and gallant, the number 1 bachelor under heaven. How are you not nauseous?" Yalan was speechless. Miaozhen ignored this and blinked cutely with a mischievous smirk. "Why should I? We're family, just playing around. As long as first brother teaches me 1 or 2 invincible arts, I'll say even more nauseating stuff." So that's her goal. The obedient Xiaoyao smiled. Li Qia pinched Miaozhen's nose and shook his head. "There are no invincible arts, only invincible people. Once you reach that level, all of your techniques will be invincible. Even simple ones like Black Tiger Strike can destroy the gods. Wow, you are so cool, first brother. Everyone, look, he can say such domineering comments so effortlessly. Miaozhen smiled cutely. Are you itchy for a beating? Think I won't teach you a lesson? Li Qiye slapped her butts and scolded. She looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on and instantly jumped back, completely blushed while glaring at him. First brother, you're teasing me on top of not teaching us the ultimate arts. You deserve it. Yalan chuckled in a kingdom-toppling manner. Only first brother can deal with a demoness like you. Miaozhen glared at Yalan in response, siding with your man against your family already? At least wait until after marriage. Yalan lost in this verbal contest and became embarrassed again. Looks like I'm missing out on the fun. A leisure voice came from the sky. Longevity Sage was floating over. The three sisters immediately corrected their manners after seeing their master. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained festive. The sage wasn't old-fashioned, so she waved her whisker, gesturing for them carry on. I heard you all talking about marriage. Which one is marrying first brother? Or all three? That would be best since we shouldn't let our fertile water flow into others' field. I don't want to marry my three cute disciples to outsiders. Master, you're teasing us too. The three sisters coquettishly pouted and ran away like the wind. This left only Li Qiye and Longevity Sage. She stared at them leaving and smiled. Who do you pick, or all three of my disciples? Li Qiye stretched and casually placed his hand around her shoulder. How about packing up all four? I'll take everything. She gave him the side eye in response. Only in your dream. Never mind then. He smiled and shrugged. She gently shook her head. Of course, she was kidding too. All right, let's go in. We have prepared everything, but it is up to you whether you can take it or not. There's nothing else we can do. Her expression became serious. Don't worry, I always get everything I want. Plus, I'm perfectly confident in this endeavor. He remained carefree. She smiled back and flicked her whisker, leading the way for Li Qiye. The two of them walked side by side deeper into the valley. As they infiltrated farther, the place became more desolate with no one else in sight. This was a forbidden ground. Not to mention outsiders, even the important members of the valley might not have entry permission. You want to go up to Imperial? She eventually asked. Want me to hang around? He chuckled. Our little ladies don't want you to. They'll miss you, and our valley welcomes you here. The sage answered with a smile. And you? He teased. This again? It's not like you're actually staying. She glared back. Freedom with being single. The world is large, no need to shackle yourself. When you have too many things you care about, you will lose the courage to move forward, the guts to abandon everything else. Emotionlessness is an answer to having too many emotions, the best choice. She sighed, aware that a dragon like Li Qiye wouldn't hang around. He would definitely soar above the 9 firmaments with his name going down in history. How could someone like him be willing to stay at one sect? He would cease to be Li Qiye at that point, no longer possessing the same charisma and charm. Right. She smiled wryly, but this is my limit, I don't have the same insight and vision as you. You have done an amazing job. Isn't Longevity Valley flourishing and passing on? He said. Only okay at best, completely insignificant compared to the work of the progenitor. I've simply contributed a little bit despite trying the hardest. She gently shook his head. Progenitors have their own sky, and you have your own world. He said, no need to envy or think about it, just continue on the path of self-improvement. For many people, progenitors are unreachable, but to them, this is only a beginning. They have a long way to go, far from reaching the desired level of perfection. That's the future of progenitors. She murmured. Wuxia fixed her fluttering, beautiful hair. It's better not to envy others. Doing so will make you happier, and also, ignorance is bliss. Pursuing a few things might take you to a higher level, but at that point, you might find that it's not the place you want to be. Only darkness and death await. She stared at him seriously and asked, then what is your pursuit? Simply becoming a progenitor? Don't say yes because I don't buy it. Then what do you think I'm pursuing? He couldn't help but smile. It took a while before she answered, I don't know, but at least it's not becoming a progenitor. In my mind, you're already at that level. Your pursuit must be unimaginable. So far, Myriad is only a place you're passing by, you weren't born here and didn't grow up here. So no one, no system, is worthy of remembrance. She knew that he was only a visitor to this world, a matter unbeknown to others. He didn't care about this world, so he could destroy any lineage and system. Intelligent women are so attractive and likable. You're a rare breed. Wuxia stroked her hair. It's not enough to seduce you. No one in this world can place a shackle on you beside yourself. She smiled beautifully. You make it sound like I'm an insane egomaniac. Wuxia was amused. Isn't that the case? She revealed a slightly flirty smile. Keep in mind that she had a transcending aura, so this addition was truly captivating, enough to make people drunk and bewildered with infatuation. Only Wuxia could enjoy this beautiful scene. I'll take that as a compliment, he said. She smiled and extended her delicate hand. The two then walked deeper into the valley with their hands clasped. 1. Using venerable as a noun for an old, respected person in this case. Chapter 2406. The far location in the valley was shrouded in fog all year long, thick enough to never dissipate. In fact, upon closer inspection, one would find that this so-called fog was actually worldly energy. This contained the purest energy in the entire system. Just one inhale could make someone comfortable, feeling as if they were floating, on the verge of ascending. Most importantly, it also carried a hint of medicine. This fragrance seemed to be omnipresent, a part of this energy. Because of this, breathing this air also served as a physical purification, an opening of all the veins and meridians. They came from the divine trees and vegetation in the valley, as incredible as can be. Each one was precious enough to shock someone to death. Along the crevices were redroot gromwell swaying to the gentle wind and issued pleasant, metallic noises. Next to the creek was its friend, a bamboo tree that looked like jade. When the dew dripped down from its leaves to the creek, it would turn into a beautiful jade. These little round pieces were taken away by the current. Beneath a cliff was a rasher mushroom made out of stone with a golden bird as its companion. The mushroom had pulsing Tao runes while the bird exuded its aura. The two supported each other, gradually turning these Tao runes into an immortal diagram. Divine steel gromwell, chill jade bamboo, heaven Tao phoenix lingji. These materials were exceedingly rare. Just a random one would fetch an incalculable price in Imperial, let alone Myriad. They were different from those growing outside in Longevity Valley. The latter was cultivated in specific farm mounds and gardens. The majority here was growing out in the wild, outside of a special few. They have lived for several million years. Shockingly enough, some even exceeded 100 million years. Needless to say, this was the valley's greatest resource. They relied on their pill Tao to earn the name of longevity. How would they be able to make imperial and progenitorial longevity pills without the materials found here? That's the only way to replenish the lifespan of these great existences. Moreover, this place couldn't be cultivated in 1 or 2 days. It took generations of accumulation with a long-term plan. Wuxia enjoyed treating the place as a garden and leisurely strolled through the place with longevity sage. The atmosphere was serene and beautiful, only the gurgling creaks could be heard or petals scattering down. He took his time looking at each alchemy material as if they were gorgeous flowers. His nonchalant attitude actually moved the sage. Anyone would be shocked to see this place, true emperors included. This valley here was beyond the grasp of a Tao system. The items here tempted these emperors. This wasn't the case for Wuxia. These precious materials and divine plants meant nothing more than pleasant decoration to him. From this, she could imagine his own resources, something far beyond a true emperor's cache. The two finally made it to the most important area of longevity area, also the most heavily guarded. Taking another half step was difficult without permission. The prestigious ancestors weren't allowed entry, let alone outsiders. The members that could go here could be counted with one's fingers. Wuxia erred on the line between a member and an outsider, yet he could still come in. The valley indeed had made an exception. The area was formed naturally. The ravines and streams, even the sky and the stars, all natural and pristine from the inception. It is said that our progenitor hasn't touched a single thing here. He only embedded this area to the valley without changing or excavating it. The sage said. This is an amazing treasure ground, no need to change it. Even in the hands of a progenitor, trying to improve it is akin to drawing legs on a snake. Wuxia said flatly. The two stood before an old tree, rather pitiful in size, only 3 inches tall. Its age was too old to be determined. On a second look, the tree looked to be incomplete, as if it had fallen down from a different tree, then started to take root by itself. The few leaves were actually green, not withering from the long period of existence. It was difficult to find clues about its origin since it looked just like a common tree, albeit tiny in size. Of course, if one was meticulous enough or possessed a keen insight, they would find that the tree had a majestic life force. The trunk contained a similar amount to the life force of an entire world, virtually endless. Furthermore, as one kept going, they could see that due to the age of the tree, it had also contained the temporal affinity. Here is the longevity root that you want. The sage said, or we can call it the longevity tree. It doesn't really have a name. Perhaps this is our sex foundation, existing since the inception. I know, it's what I'm searching for. Wuxia chuckled. This wasn't the longevity grass, one of the 9 heavenly treasures. It had no relation to the other item. It is yours if you can take it away. The sage said, we're not trying to make this difficult, but it is a fact that no one has been able to do it. When our progenitor met it for the first time, it was already growing in this land. He himself couldn't take it away, so he had no choice but to implant the entire valley here. I understand. A progenitor still can't take it away without its permission. The power encompassed within is beyond your imagination, beyond everyone else's imagination. However, it is not impossible if I will it so. Wuxia reached out and touched the tree. A rustle from the swaying leaves was heard the moment contact was made. The tree seemed to be slightly shaking. The sage was shocked with her eyes wide open. No one has ever excited the tree like this, not true emperors or a progenitor. But she thought about it again, there's no impossible when it comes to this guy. Even miracles seemed common when he was around. Time to fix you up. Wuxia smiled and took out an old tree, one that was far bigger compared to this one. It was the longevity tree found in Insane Court. Once he took it out, the tree started to shine with excitement, its green leaves rustled as if a breeze had just blown by. He then placed it on the ground. When the two trees touched, they began to fuse together. It was clear that both trees were incomplete. Wuxia's was the main body and the other one had fallen off of it. Chapter 2407, XSH, the two longevity trees fused together, the parts matched perfectly. So it was only an incomplete part, the sage was shocked to see this scene. Back in the olden days, their progenitor also came up with this conjecture. Unfortunately, the progenitor never got the chance to see the main tree, so it ended at the hypothetical stage. Today, the sage realized that their progenitor was right. What a shame that the progenitor couldn't be here to see this. After the complete fusion, a perfect longevity tree finally appeared before them. Buzz. It released both immortal rays and Tao laws. These strands of Tao laws were as thin as a silk string. However, upon closer inspection, there were faint blobs of light everywhere. The laws consisted of unbelievably tiny worlds stringed together in a line. A totem emerged, the opening of a majestic world with countless creatures living in boundless land for eternity. The tree didn't need to try, just its image alone was enough to shock the heart. No other trees could compare to it. Is this the real longevity tree? The sage eventually asked after calming down. Its name is Three Immortals Tree. Wuxia said with a smile. Wuxia used to call it Longevity Tree, but after entering the final level of Bewildering Palace, he understood the mysteries of the tree's origin and found out its real name. Three Immortals Tree? She repeated this name before looking at the emerged totems on the tree, seemingly opening a great world. That's Three Immortals' world? She became startled. Correct. Wuxia's eyes became profound. Even a frog under the well can see all of Three Immortals through it. So it is deeply related to our worlds? The sage asked again. Not just related. Wuxia smiled. The tree doesn't only pertain to longevity. In fact, longevity is but one aspect of it. It has the same origin as Three Immortals' world, that's why it is supreme, unique, and eternal. I see, though this tree has been here in her sect all this time, they, including their progenitor, have never been able to figure out its true mysteries. To a certain extent, the biggest use of this tree was its leaves for pill making. Of course, these few leaves contained a massive amount of power. Wuxia raised his hand and the tree started leaving the ground and floated onto his palm. Even an idiot could tell that this was an incredible tree. Where will you plant it? She asked. It's very hard to find a suitable field for it in all of Three Immortals. Wuxia focused across time and space, his mind seemed to be wandering in the void. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and started leaving. The sage followed right behind him. The two took their time enjoying this rare moment. After a while, she looked at him and said, I know someone who has a method to reach Imperial. Ascension wasn't simple for the inhabitants of Myriad. One needed to be an eternal or a true emperor before thinking about it. Only those strong enough could force their way up. Of course, it was much easier if there were people up in Imperial to help. For example, the Mu clan was ready to accept Mu Xiaochen, so it wasn't especially hard to get him back up there. There was another way. A few powerful systems have methods left behind by their progenitors who have traveled across all three worlds before. Because of these methods, those weaker than Eternals and true Emperors have reached Imperial. Of course, the necessary resources for this task were insane. They wouldn't do so unless there was no other way. Given Wuxia's strength, forcing his way up was no problem, only a matter of wasted time. If there was an available method, then he could go up there even faster. Let's have a look then. Wuxia smiled and didn't mind too much. Forcefully go up or using the back entrance didn't affect him. I'll go ask then. She hesitated for a moment before grabbing his hand for a long while before slowly letting go. Time went by slowly as if a century had passed. Wuxia was going to leave Longevity Valley. The girls didn't want him to leave at all. Their eyes turned red while saying goodbye to him. Even the wily Miaozhen lost her cool and wouldn't let go of Wuxia. I'll remember you. She hugged him tightly and started to sob. Silly girl. Wuxia hugged her back and used his gentle voice, as long as the world is still around, we'll have a chance to meet again. Like it or not, separations were inevitable. Li Qiye waved at the three girls and left with Longevity Sage. The girls kept on waving at the two until they disappeared completely in the horizon. The method mentioned by Longevity Sage was located at Yang Radiant Sect, the strongest system in Myriad. Contrary to the public rivalry between the Sage and the Untethered, the Valley and Yang Radiance had a great relationship. Outsiders weren't aware of this. Li Qiye kept a low profile after entering Yang Radiance. Nevertheless, the Untethered herself still came to greet him. They had some minor conflicts in the past, but she still gave him enough face by personally preparing a meticulous reception. Of course, given Li Qiye's current status, it was natural for him to enjoy such treatment. Untethered, we are visiting today to propose. The sage calmly said, "This disciple of mine is interested in you, thinking that you are very beautiful and charming. So, our Longevity Valley is officially requesting a marriage alliance with your Yang Radiant sect." The sage was very similar to Fan Miaozhen in this regards. They had the personality of a demoness, always wanting to cause trouble. No wonder why the sage picked Miaozhen to be her first disciple, one that would inherit her legacies. This playfulness was one of the most attractive things about her. "Are you still half asleep?" The Untethered glared at her, cold and imperious as always. The truth was that both the sage and the Untethered were great beauties that could outshine the rest. However, due to their status and position, most didn't notice their looks as much. "Is that a no?" The sage continued, "Are you saying that my disciple is reaching high? He's the #1 expert of Myriad, more than enough to be your match. And you are marrying into Longevity Valley, not below you either. Of course, I will take advantage of you since you'll have to call me master. Well, actually, you'll be the rude one calling me master because I'm younger and prettier than you." Chapter 2408, The Untethered remained cool against the sage's repeated teasing. She looked just as transcending as ever with a mind-swaying beauty. Of course, no one would dare to have any idea and could only watch from the distant. Li Qiye was unaffected and took his time enjoying her beauty. His unrestrained eyes aimed to see everything of hers, inside and out. "Look at how much my disciple likes you," staring the entire time, completely enamored. "I'm almost jealous." The sage smiled and blinked during the stare down. The Untethered was affected by the invasive stare and glared explosively at him. The contrast between hot and cold was strangely mesmerizing. Li Qiye smiled and said, "I never say no to beauties. If you want to stay by my side as a maid, I can consider it." The frustrated lady continued to glare at him. The slight vexation in her eyes only increased her beauty. Of course, this feeling was also justified. She was the leader of Yang Radiance, the strongest system in Myriad. How could someone in her prestigious and authoritative position become Li Qiye's maid? "Don't be mad." Li Qiye smiled and said, "Follow me during your youth and you will have a chance to see the dawn of immortal lineage. It's not a bad idea. I'll feel much better when there's someone to take care of my disciple." The sage chimed in. The Untethered clearly disagreed and stared at the sage to say, "Mind your dignity. Your kingdom-toppling beauty sways so many souls, it would be a waste if you were to do nothing with it. Just follow my disciple." The sage wrapped her hand around the Untethered's shoulders and acted sincerely. "We're just messing around, but indeed, if you have a chance, do go to immortal lineage. Your progenitor came from Radiance Institution. After learning the main arts there, he decided to create your sect, so you might benefit from visiting that place. You know quite a bit." The Untethered's eyes narrowed. Their progenitor's name was Wang Yangming. He had many accomplishments and battle records. Rumors stated that he eventually jumped out of the institution's Grand Dao and opened a Dao source to become a progenitor. He used the Bright Heart scripture to refine the Dao land here for Yang Radiance. What do I not know? Just come visit Radiance Institution, it is worth a trip. Their progenitor is very interesting too. Li Qia chuckled. Far Wild Saint. Even the sage felt great respect. Radiance Institution, the untethered murmured, seemingly musing the idea. She had heard of this place before, one of the most prestigious systems in Immortal. It was as deep as the ocean and had produced numerous geniuses. Many of them went on to become true emperors and progenitors. The most discussed character there was its progenitor, Far Wild Saint, whose light could grant salvation to the myriad worlds, leaving no place for darkness to hide. Yep, that's his title. Li Qia smirked, truly amused by the hidden stories of this matter. Far Wild Saint, may his light and flame illuminate and save the world. The untethered chanted with respect. Wang Yangming learned the arts of Far Wild Saint, so Yang Radiance would naturally respect the progenitor of their progenitor. May his light and flame illuminate and save the world. Li Qia also found this line very amusing, wearing a grin on his face. Why not? Far Wild Saint is a renowned progenitor, and his light did illuminate 3 immortals for a long period. The untethered wasn't happy with his attitude and glared at him again. Li Qia said, light and darkness, whatever, just polar affinities. A heart with light can illuminate the myriad ages, a thought of darkness could massacre an epoch. How can there be darkness without light? How can light exist bereft of darkness? Plus, who can actually define these affinities? Perhaps you don't know this, but light is the greatest nutrient for a heart of darkness. Far Wild Saint is a very interesting title, truly worth pondering. Of course, the person behind this title was even more interesting. Nonsense. The untethered was unhappy due to her great reverence for Far Wild Saint. I'm just casually speaking. Li Qia didn't contest since the girls weren't at the level where they could touch this issue lost in the fog on the river of time. I want to hear more. The sage said, maybe Far Wild Saint has more stories that we don't know about. The legends are too distant from our time, who knows what is true or otherwise. So noisy. The untethered scolded. The sage didn't mind at all and continued hugging her. She spoke with an implicative stare, if you really want to know, then just follow my disciple and warm his bed. Those late-night chats might teach you something. The untethered gave her a look of disdain before turning over at Li Qia. Is Imperial just a short stop or do you have other plans? She had absolute confidence in his power and that it wouldn't take long before he reaches immortal lineage. After all, those talented enough in history would all ascend there. Nevertheless, going from myriad to immortal was difficult even for the strongest beings. Normally, true emperors would treat Imperial as a stopping point and waited until they were strong enough to reach immortal. In her mind, Li Qia was certainly talented enough, not inferior to any sage in history, so reaching immortal was only a matter of time. Oh? You want to follow me, my earlier comment still applies. I will take you in. Li Qia smiled. In your dream. She gritted her teeth, this pair of master and disciple really got on her nerves. Are you really just passing by? The sage knew more about Li Qia, that he wasn't from 3 immortals. For example, he came to Myriad most likely for the 3 immortals tree. He probably had other goals in Imperial, not just using it as a stopping point before immortal. I'll do some other things since I'll be there anyway, but they can't be forced. Li Qia chuckled. Despite his nonchalant answer, the sage knew that his trip would not be that simple. She held his hand and said, I wish for your success. Li Qia smiled and turned towards the horizon. The Mu clan, naturally, wasn't his only goal in coming to Imperial. It wouldn't be worth his time. While watching these two, the untethered knew that these two didn't have a master-disciple relationship at all. She and the sage could be considered friends despite their previous quarrels, so they knew each other quite well. Their conversation was interrupted by a disciple who came in to report, Sect Master, the elders wish to let you know that they are ready. The untethered looked at Wuxia after hearing this. Let's go then. He withdrew his gaze and smiled. All right. The sage quietly murmured, feeling a little sentimental. 1. Yangming means yang radiance. Yang had many meanings, so I left it as yang. That might not be a bad choice now that we know it is named after a real name too. Far wild as in far, distant, plus wild, wasteland, desolate area. 3. I think this progenitor might be some Sara wild ancestor or saint, that's why I purposely left the word wild in the title instead of finding a better word. Not a spoiler, just a conjecture of mine from the text so far in this chapter. If it wasn't for the potential wild connection for the readers, would have probably named him Desolate Saint or Outland Saint. Chapter 2409, The Ancestors Gathered at a Particular Valley in Yang Radiance. Though this sect was a paradise with beautiful scenery everywhere, this valley was rather desolate. The stones and pebbles varied in size, some stuck out of the ground to feast on the wind and sun. After so many years of polishment, they still looked the same. Bigger boulders scattered randomly as well among the wild foliage. Upon closer inspection, one would think that this used to be a large mine, now abandoned. There was a great formation of stones in a corner of the valley, erected with an ancient style. It looked disorderly, seemingly put together in a hurry. Moreover, the rocks and stones were all taken from this valley. Its messy appearance would indicate a lack of use. No one took the time to maintain or rearrange it. Nevertheless, what else could last longer than stones and rocks in this world? A lack of maintenance didn't deter it from lasting for so long. The entire formation was still in the right shape. Inside the formation itself were tiny pits filled with muddy water. They were cleaned nicely now with true stones pushed in, starting at the ascender level. Yang Radiant sect did go all out for Wuxia. They didn't mind spending this extravagant amount while not demanding payment from him. After it was filled with shiny stones, the formation came to life and also exuded its own glow. When Wuxia's group made it here, the ancestors in charge of the formation nodded, signaling that it was ready to go at any moment. We haven't used it in a long time, so the only thing guaranteed is your passage to Imperial, not an exact location. We have lost the coordinates. The untethered said seriously to him. This wasn't out of generosity. Wuxia did deal with some external threats for them, but they also wished to test this particular passage left behind by the wise sages. If Wuxia could go through it, they could send more people later on as well in the future. Just getting there is fine. He didn't mind at all. The sage instinctively held his hand tightly without letting go. Start it. The untethered got her confirmation and ordered. The sage looked at him and he returned the favor while touching her soft hair. He coolly said, "We'll meet again. Goodbye." The sage became emotional and took a deep breath before letting go of his hand. He smiled and nodded at the untethered before walking towards the center of the formation. Right when the formation was about to start, the sage lost her composure and jumped inside to give him a deep hug. He sighed and returned the gesture. A final goodbye, she said softly before slowly walking out of the formation. The sudden hug was because she knew that this might be a forever departure. Unlike her disciples, she didn't think that they would meet again because she knew that he was only a passerby in 3 immortals and might never return after leaving. Thus, this hug was their final goodbye. While standing in the center, Wuxia nodded at the untethered. She, in turn, nodded at the ancestors. Start now. With that, a buzz could be heard. The carved true stones all lit up. Their light seemed to be manifesting into physical form. When these rays illuminated the formation, Dao runes and symbols appeared. They wove together to slowly form a gigantic door. Boom! The door came like a tsunami and drowned Wuxia, making him disappear. Pop! After he was gone, the door popped like a bubble and the formation deactivated. The true stones became dark in color. This transportation method clearly required a massive amount of true stones. Only a sect like Yang Radiance could afford it. Any other sect would starve for a long time after one attempt. This is a final goodbye. The untethered became slightly emotional and told the sage, "He doesn't belong to our world." She was discerning enough to read between the lines. This Wuxia person would never return to Myriad, leaving only his legends behind. The Grand Tao is endless, not many can meet again. The sage replied wistfully. The two of them left the valley together, aware that peace would come to Myriad. Alas, this peace to them would be quite boring. Imperial was larger and more majestic than Myriad. Its exact scale remained unknown. Tao systems and different races existed in great numbers, too many to count. This prosperous world had produced many powerful beings, emperors and progenitors. Nine's secret system was undoubtedly one of the strongest in Imperial. People referred to it as one of the three behemoths. Another was the Mu clan. The present generation was led by Lucidity King, who had done a great job. The system prospered and seemed to be overpowering its two peers. Today was another beautiful and sunny day in the system. Buzz. Wuxia fell down from the sky. At the very last moment, the formation failed to support the connecting channel and shattered, causing Wuxia to go flying. Boom! He fell butt first into the ground, leaving a sizable hole. Clank! Clank! Swords and sabers left their sheath. Wuxia was still on the ground when oppressive auras surrounded him, the cold blades inched before his neck. If he dared to move in the slightest, his head would drop to the ground. He looked around and saw the experts sealing all potential escape paths. They treated him like a powerful enemy. This was a plain with sentry towers in all four directions. An important person must be taking camp here, hence the numerous guards. Now, a stranger had appeared out of nowhere. These guards were justifiably alarmed. "Who are you? Where are you from?" The captain, a 6th-level ascender, asked seriously. A 6th-level ascender was only a captain guard? That's quite shocking. Just got here by accident. Wuxia remained sitting with a smile. Watch your words, this is a forbidden area. No one dares to come within 1,000-mile radius. Speak. Who sent you here? The captain's eyes turned fierce. Is this how you treat a guest? Wuxia was still nonchalant. Looks like you won't cry before seeing the coffin. Men, prepare the torture tools, he'll talk. The captain threatened with a murderous gaze. Torture tools? Wuxia's smile only grew wider. Cough. A cough interrupted the tense atmosphere. A person appeared, completely undetected as if he was a specter. The sound made everyone look back to see an old man. They became frightened and quickly dropped to their knees. I can't come up with an equivalent for what she's trying to express here, so I'm just replicating the emotion and intent too. 9 here could be 9 literally, or 9 is just used an adjective for greatness, because 9 is a special number in Chinese. Either way, I have to go literal here. The author usually does literal number. Chapter 24:10, The guards nearby prostrated, resulting in a momentum akin to a collapsing mountain or pillars breaking down. Waves of troops showing their respect resulted in a fascinating scene. My lord! They shouted in unison, regardless of their cultivation and rank. Even the captain, an ascender, had fear in his voice. The guards stole glances at this man. They did so very discreetly and just once before lowering their head again. No one dared to breathe loudly. It became clear that fear was a greater motivator than reverence. This old man wore a gray robe and looked quite thin. He lacked an intimidating presence or a suppressive divinity, more like an ordinary elderly man. Alas, the flash in his eyes could cause the sky to explode. An ascender could be killed in an instant. He was undoubtedly a terrible eternal, capable of killing ascenders like ants. Outsiders would feel the same horror as the guards right now if they were here and knew who he was. Sun Lengying. A name that can terrorize 9 secrets and all of imperial lineage. People would shudder upon hearing his name. Lengying wasn't his real name. He used to be called Sun Lijiang, but few knew this in the present. Even those who did wouldn't dare to say his real name, only addressing him as Lord Sunday. He resembled a shadow looming everywhere, cold and emotionless. He usually accompanied behind Lucidity King. Please excuse our pitiful reception, esteemed guest. Lengying said, not living up to his notorious legends. His tone was gentle, courteous, and refined. Only those who truly knew him would advise one to not be fooled by his demeanor. His hands were stained with the blood of countless victims. The guard who had his saber next to Li Qiye's neck immediately pulled it back and dropped to the ground, overwhelmed with fear. This lowly one deserves death. This guard was also a powerful true god, definitely a big shot anywhere else, but he was frightened by Lengying. Lengying continued standing there to observe Li Qiye without exerting any pressure. He gently nodded and said, "Our Majesty wishes to see you, esteemed guest." The guards took a deep breath and stared at Li Qiye in confusion, unaware of who he was. In their mind, their king was a supreme and unreachable existence. He lorded over many living beings. Earning an audience with him was prohibitively difficult, but now he wanted to see this unknown person. In fact, the members of 9 Secrets shared the same view as these guards. Their king could sentence death upon anyone without any resistance. Very well, I just got here and am unfamiliar with the place. A meeting will be fine. Li Qiye smiled and patted his clothes, completely cool and collected. He stood up and followed Sun Lengying. This was a large encampment for a great army on the move, only stopping for one night or so. The area didn't allow any trespasser. Death was the punishment. The guards took their responsibility seriously. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that not even a mosquito could get through, it would be crushed to dust instantly. Murderous intent and danger lingered everywhere. Who knows how many true gods were hiding? The truth was that no one would try anyway. Not to mention 9 Secrets, everyone in Imperial would quickly retreat after seeing the banner with the word "Secret" embroidered with silver threads. Silver Secret Legion. Their banners alone could scare people out of their mind and make them flee. It was the strongest legion of 9 Secrets and ranked among the top 5 in all of Imperial. It made sense for them to be alarmed at an uninvited guest coming out of the sky and entering their fortified encampment. If traveling with a divine carriage or a palanquin was considered impressive and awe-inspiring, then how would one describe someone traveling with a palace? Prior ago, Mu Xiaochen had great fanfare with his entourage. Alas, his was nothing compared to this particular group. Approximately 1 million troops were at the ready. The master wasn't riding in a carriage or a palanquin. There was a massive and magnificent palace befitting of a king, carried by 8 golden warriors. It was truly a shocking display, traveling with so many troops. Few in Imperial could match this scene. Chapter 24:11. The unique palace was splendorous and majestic, full of nobility. Just filling the place with items and decoration couldn't have the same effect. Just a few paintings and portraits here could overshadow other palaces made from divine metals. These works of art portrayed their master's conquests and achievements. Li Qiye walked through the hall, unperturbed, and enjoyed looking around as if it was his own garden. Sun Lengying eventually brought him into a royal chamber with many servants. Just one piece of wood on the furniture here could sell at a sky-high price. one could smell a medicinal fragrance as well. An expert in this field would be shocked, the smell must be coming from an incredible pill. An old man was lying on a bed made of expensive divine wood. The cushioning blanket consisted of 9 colored feathers from Ulwan. He wore a robe with the shade of flowing auspicious clouds, making it look as if he was lying among them just like an immortal. His statue was lofty and powerful. If he were to stand up, most people would only be around his waist. His white hair draped over his shoulder just like silver threads. Big eyes and big mouth, no different from a silver lion. A glare from him could destroy everything, changing the day into night and vice versa with a single blink. The world trembled before his whims. Alas, he looked weak and dispirited, akin to a lamp running out of oil. "Your Highness, the guest is here." Leng Ying bowed before disappearing into the shadows. Leng Ying was notorious around these parts. Some even called him the king of the night, grasping people's lives within his palm. Just a single wave of his could annihilate a powerful clan or sect. Numerous masters would lower their head before him, but only one could make him bow with respect, Lucidity King. Lucidity, the ruler of 9 secret system and War Saint dynasty, an unfathomable eternal. But most importantly, he had what many considered to be the greatest daughter in the world. One could tell how frightening he was after seeing Leng Ying's near-subservient attitude. Lucidity has ruled for 3 generations, the longest reign in the history of his dynasty. This could probably apply to the rest of Imperial as well. Though many old masters still maintain their influence and authority, they usually withdrew to the background and stopped caring about mundane matters. This wasn't the case for Lucidity. He ruled with an iron fist and maintained control over various matters of the system, never losing an ounce of control. Much of this was due to his unfathomable cultivation. 9 secret system prospered greatly under his rule. It was even rising above the Mu clan. Many attributed this success to his leadership during the 3 generations. Lucidity opened his eyes to look at Wuxia. "I can't stand up to greet you, esteemed guest. Please excuse the lack of manners." His face turned red as if just uttering these words required immense effort, similar to a man on his deathbed uttering his last words. "No need to be so polite, I'm only a lost traveler." Wuxia chuckled and casually sat down. The servants took a deep breath after seeing this. Few in Imperial were qualified to sit before their king. This made Lucidity stare at Wuxia again. The light in his eyes flickered and wavered, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. "My name is Hao Tai-Ching, what is yours?" The king closed his eyes again, seemingly needing rest after speaking so much. Virtually everyone in Imperial has heard of this name and knew who he was due to his peerless reputation. Even an ascender would find their soul leaving in fear upon finding out. Only Wuxia would treat this name as just another name, no different from the name of a random stranger on the street. Wuxia. He casually stated his own name. "It's a good name indeed." Lucidity opened his eyes and praised, seemingly very excited after hearing the pleasant name. Wuxia had no reaction to the king's excitement. "Your Majesty, you are unwell, please rest more." Leng Ying bowed and respectfully suggested. "Yes." Lucidity nodded before turning towards Wuxia with an invitation. "A meeting is fate, how about becoming a guest at my dynasty?" Others would be honored to hear this, but Wuxia nonchalantly said, "That's fine, I have free time anyway." "Good." The king nodded satisfyingly and told a servant, "Take good care of my young friend, do not make any mistakes." The servant prostrated before respectfully turning towards Wuxia. "Young noble, please follow me." Wuxia nodded and followed. After he left, time seemed to stop in the chamber. "Your Majesty," Leng Ying eventually broke the silence. The sleeping king opened his eyes and said weakly, "I don't have much time left, it is time to appoint a successor." Leng Ying had no response. "I know what you want to say, Leng Ying." The king smiled, accidentally coming across a few things is the work of fate, wouldn't you say? Leng Ying didn't reply, standing there as if he was part of the shadows. No one could spot him. Start early tomorrow, it's time for me to go back. If I were to die, I want to be at the court. Lucidity finished with this before entering a deep slumber. Leng Ying continued to stand there, not as a shadow of himself but rather Lucidity's shadow. He was the only one who could stand next to the sleeping king. Leng Ying was the only one the king trusts during his most vulnerable moment. Since he reigned for 3 generations, he had experienced numerous trouble. So many wished for his death. Assassins scattered hid around him, so he only trusted a few confidants. The only person in the entire system to have earned his absolute confidence was Leng Ying. Everyone knew that he acted as Lucidity's shadow and bodyguard. He would always be next to the king wherever he went with absolute loyalty, the only person to never betray the king. Rumor has it that this relationship between them dated back to their youth. Being loyal to Lucidity was Leng Ying's purpose for living. Thus, he also acted as an enforcer of sorts. If anyone were to disobey or betray Lucidity, Leng Ying would carry out a disciplinary punishment while showing zero mercy. Obviously, a king that had ruled for so long had plenty of enemies. They saw him as an annoying nail and would want nothing more than to get rid of him. Many sects have betrayed Lucidity in the past, and that would be the time for Leng Ying to shine, eliminating these traitors with brutality. This played a large part in his present notoriety. Numerous people and great powers have fallen to his cruel and bloody methods. All in all, Sun Leng Ying was Lucidity's executioner and sharpest sword. 1. Another mythical bird, would say lower level than a phoenix and can eventually evolve into one. 2. Looks like his title is the same as his name, Tai Ching means extreme pureness/clearness, or lucidity. Chapter 24:12. His servants would follow Lucidity's orders to the teeth without uttering a single word of displeasure. This showed his absolute authority and power. Thus, Wuxia enjoyed the highest treatments in this palace, luxurious clothes and expensive delicacies straight to him. He could call for rain and winds at his whim. To put it bluntly, if Wuxia wanted to eat steamed dragon meat and boiled phoenix bladder, these servants would rack their brains in order to come up with the meals. In 9 secrets, his orders were absolute. No one would dare to carry them out half-heartedly or with delay. Wuxia was no different from a crown prince in this place. Many became envious of his current privilege. Cultivators didn't quite chase after pleasures and benefits, but at this level, it became an issue of power and freedom to do whatever they wanted. The esteemed guest of Lucidity naturally had authority, a feeling of being below just one person and above everyone else. More than enough influence to shake imperial lineage. Wuxia didn't have anything to do outside of meditating in his room. At this moment, the primordial tree's second Dao fruit almost ripened. Once this happened, a new experience would come for Wuxia. This Dao fruit would be different from the first. Each successful Dao fruit was different for this tree. Each fruit had its own mysteries and abilities. Because of this, he was about to open a new world of Dao and epic. The abilities granted by them were unreachable too. Others would find it virtually impossible to gain them through other means. He didn't go to see Lucidity during his stay. Strangely enough, this king never asked for his identity or tried to pry for information. Nevertheless, he still treated Wuxia so well. Wuxia didn't care too much about the king's attitude towards him, as if this was a trivial matter. Meanwhile, the king wasn't doing well, completely bedridden. Leng Ying remained by his side the entire time. Wuxia's attitude was strange as well, not asking about the king's condition at all, completely oblivious to the matter, or so it seemed. Since Lucidity wanted to go back to the court, Silver Secret Legion mobilized on the second day. Despite carrying a large palace and traveling in great numbers, the Legion's speed was incredible, as fast as the wind. Just one day and they had traveled across half the system. Their thunderous march naturally attracted everyone's attention. In fact, whether it be lucidity alone or with an army, he would always garner curious gazes. After all, he was the most powerful figure in Imperial right now. In recent years, his health deteriorated, yet he still hasn't appointed a successor. This made people watch his every move even more. Remember, 9 Secrets was one of the 3 behemoths and lucidity had complete control over it. The moment he passed away, so many people would go crazy in a power struggle. Thus, whoever inherited this spot would change the fate of War Saint Dynasty, 9 Secret system, and the current political climate of Imperial. A storm would come on that day, one strong enough to shake the entire world. In 9 Secrets, the thousands and thousands of sects and clans quietly watched the march of this legion, including great powers such as Waterfront Pavilion, Bingqi Clan, Calm Lotus Monastery, Myriad Formation Kingdom, and Godstep Sect. Everyone backed off or even prepared the path before the legion has arrived. Lucidity didn't need to give the order. The sects within 9 Secrets knew to do so beforehand while maintaining orders. Furthermore, none dared to come seeking an audience or offering a tribute either without his permission. The great powers didn't dare to do so as well. Once again, as long as lucidity was alive, he had absolute power, completely untouchable by anyone else in the system. Of course, he couldn't stop people from quietly talking among themselves. I wonder if His Majesty has found a longevity medicine. One true god murmured. The juniors didn't dare to comment about lucidity. Only the ancestors of the Ascender level and up would dare to talk about him. I don't think so. One Eternal was quite insightful. If they had found it, the Legion wouldn't be marching in such a hurry. Look at them rushing back to the court. That day is near. The Ascenders and Eternals in this party became shaken. The death of lucidity would herald an earth-shattering event. It's close, he can't hold on no matter how heaven-defying he is. An ancestor from a clan whispered. Lucidity had reigned for 3 generations now, utilizing incredible methods and longevity medicine to stay alive. Alas, no one could live forever by escaping the flow of time, unless they were to seal themselves. This was the reason why so many emperors and eternals would leave for immortal or some unknown dimensions. All aimed to live longer. It was already a miracle for lucidity to live this long. Everyone knew that his lifespan had depleted since several years ago. Powerful ancestors calculated that he didn't have much time left. The purpose of his trip was to search for more medicine, but it looked like a failure. Was Imperial ready for the aftermath of this supreme existence's death? Not to mention the various great powers, none in his own dynasty could infringe on his sovereignty. The entire system was firmly under his grasp. The throne of tyranny would be empty overnight. Most importantly, he didn't have a son or an appointed successor. The void left behind by him would start a bloody struggle from both internal and external sources. Nevertheless, even when he had one breath remaining, these parties remained patient. They knew that he had no qualm against genocide, not to mention his Silver Secret Legion and Sun Lengying. Too many lessons of failure have been taught during his long reign. No one was successful in trying to usurp him. All they got was a terrible ending. These powers have already mobilized their troops. The only thing missing was the news of lucidity's death. A storm is coming. One ancestor said. The great powers in this system were even stronger than some systems. If it wasn't for lucidity's abilities, they would have rebelled long ago. Who knows if Wuxia was sensing this fierce and murderous atmosphere? He wouldn't give a damn either way. Chapter 24:13 Silver Secret Legion marched with the speed of lightning and made it back to the court within one day. Wuxia stepped into War Saint Dynasty. Its majestic appearance earned a smile from him. War Saint Dynasty was in charge of 9 secrets. It had forts everywhere in the system. Its main court was located in Skyrap Mountain. Skyrap was both the name of a mountain and the mountain range around it. There were plenty of tall peaks in this area, some towered to the clouds. However, these peaks were insignificant compared to the main mountain with the name Skyrap. Even the clouds only made it to the base of Skyrap, the stars only hovered near the ridge. The peak of Skyrap was up in the galaxy. Quite a shocking scene. Any random stream pouring down looked like a river with roaring currents in the form of a massive dragon. Any tiny portion of the mountain encompassed rich thickets. Just a random boulder here could be carved into a city. On top of the peak were numerous palaces. On the ridges were cities with millions of citizens. Skyrap Mountain alone seemed like its own world. Numerous bridges crossed through the air from one mountain to another. Some spanned for more than 10,000 miles. The smaller mountains and peaks at the base also had their own cities. The entire place must have tens of millions of people, maybe even more. With Skyrap Mountain at the center, all of the cities nearby were considered part of Skyrap City. Of course, this was more like a kingdom than a city. Nevertheless, this was only one part of War Saint Dynasty. Just looking at this place alone gave a good idea about the dynasty's incredible scale, same with Nine Secret System. After all, one of the three behemoths of Imperial naturally possessed numerous territories. The progenitor of this system was obviously Nine Secrets. The system was conveniently named after this person. No one knew the progenitor's true name and identity. People only knew that Nine Secrets' master was Bao Pu, nothing else. Bao Pu was the first progenitor in the written history of three immortals. As one of Bao Pu's disciples, Nine Secrets started the system a very long time ago. Because of this, few records about Nine Secrets existed, only a few words here and there in the ancient scrolls. Despite a lack of information, no one should question Nine Secret System's power and resources. After numerous eras, the system had its ups and downs, but it still stood strong till the present. Under the leadership of Lucidity, it once again reached the top of Imperial. Though no one knew the golden age of Nine Secrets, they thought that its current state couldn't be much inferior. Outside of numerous clans and sects, it also had monsters like Waterfront Pavilion, Bingqi Clan, Calm Lotus Monastery, Myriad Formation Kingdom, and Godstep Sect. These five great powers were stronger than numerous other systems in Imperial. As for War Saint, this dynasty was enjoying its prime. This was why whenever people stepped into Skyrap, they could sense the prosperity and confidence in the air. Wuxia didn't see Lucidity after reaching the Imperial City. The servants have already made preparation for him without needing to be told. He was actually placed in the Eastern Palace of the Imperial City. In other words, the location traditionally presided by the Crown Prince, very prestigious. Lucidity only had one daughter. However, after becoming a true emperor last generation, she left for Immortal and hasn't returned. It meant that he no longer had a successor available, so Wuxia's current placement truly shocked others. No one would dare to make this arrangement without permission from Lucidity. Doing so could result in a clan extermination. At the same time, people didn't gossip about it either due to Lucidity's perfect grasp over the dynasty. Wuxia didn't react at all, just like before, as if this place was just another inn. He remained nonchalant, unaware of the significance behind the Eastern Palace. All eyes were on Skyrap Mountain after the return of the king. They wanted to know about his health, but none dared to visit without permission. On this night, Lucidity sent a messenger to summon Wuxia. The guy walked over in a carefree manner as if this was his own place. When they met again, Lucidity was in a worse state, needing far more energy to open his eyes. "Do you like your place, little friend?" Lucidity revealed a gentle smile, quite rare for him. He was certainly not a nice person, more of a ruthless and imperious tyrant, bloodthirsty, even. A kind smile was the last thing to be shown on his face. Not bad. Li Qiye smiled back, treating Lucidity like just another person. I hope you will find the accommodation acceptable. Lucidity acted like a doting senior. One would be scared out of their mind if they were to see this. Lucidity never showed such care for anyone outside of his daughter. But Li Qiye was only a stranger without any relation to him. I don't have much time, and no children either. Lucidity wasn't one to waste words and got straight to the point. The dynasty needs a ruler, so I have made up my mind. Will you be the crown prince? His servants were astounded after hearing this. Appointing a stranger that he had only met for one day as the crown prince? How illogical. They wondered to themselves, was the illness getting to the king? The only person unmoved by this development was Sun Lengying, who stood unnoticed in the shadows. Crown prince? That would make you my dad then. Li Qiye laughed in response, still rather indifferent to anything thrown at him ever since his arrival. Our meeting is fate, no need to worry about worldly customs. Lucidity weakly waved his sleeve. Li Qiye smiled, perhaps. Is it fun being the crown prince? I can do whatever I want. Indeed, you can do whatever you want. Lucidity seemed insane, foregoing his authority in order to make Li Qiye the crown prince. Once again, he had only met this guy yesterday. A bit interesting, could be fun. Very well, I'll be a crown prince. Li Qiye revealed a wide smile. Good, go rest then. Lucidity was running out of breath and needing to close his eyes. All right. Li Qiye casually responded and left, not bothering to bow or perform any ceremonial gesture towards the king. The servants were slack-jawed by the lack of formality. This was the first time they've met someone so bizarre. Becoming the crown prince of War Saint dynasty? This meant gaining unlimited power and authority, yet this guy didn't react at all. Could it be that this brat doesn't know the significance behind the role in War Saint? Does he not know how much power he had just gotten? They thought. Chapter 24:14, Crown Prince, huh? Should be amusing. Li Qiye returned to the Eastern Palace and smiled, unaffected by his new role. It was an unbelievable matter. Lucidity King appointed a stranger like him to be the crown prince. Meanwhile, this stranger didn't give a damn at all, as if it was no big deal. This was bizarre and unexplainable. No one would believe this story. Lucidity, a calculating and imperious person that leaves nothing to chance, acted like a senile old man. Remember, not to mention the great powers and other sects in the system, War Saint dynasty had plenty of geniuses. Many of them came from Lucidity's main branch. Though they weren't related to him by blood, they were still considered his clan members and part of the royal institution. But now, he skipped all of them and the powerful ancestors just to choose a stranger. This was excessively unreasonable, borderline insanity. He knew nothing about Li Qiye outside of his name. If Lucidity were to pass it on to his most trusted confidant, Sun Lengying, most would be able to take it. After all, Lengying has always been in charge of killing. No one could rationalize the king's choice. Li Qiye's nonchalant attitude was just as strange. Even if he didn't care about a system, he should be thinking about Lucidity's intent. Or, perhaps he has seen through everything and that this development was within expectations. All in all, no one knew what he was thinking, since all he did was smile after being appointed. Someone else came to visit Li Qiye on the same day. Your Highness. This person bowed respectfully and said, I am here to report for duty under the order of His Majesty. This middle-aged man had a proper and righteous appearance, both in stature and facial features. His features were stalwart, resembling an artistic statue. His eyes were bright and serious like gems. He wore a green robe, looking quite experienced and fierce like a soldier. He looked indifferent yet respectful. There was no powerful and domineering aura, but as he was standing there, the orders nearby bent to his whims. Any insightful person could tell that he was an eternal. Ever since his ascension, Wuxia has met one eternal after another. This wasn't strange at all. In Myriad, an eternal was considered a mighty and rare existence. They were also strong in Imperial but far from being uncommon. Moreover, War Saint Dynasty was the strongest kingdom in Imperial, standing at the apex. It wouldn't be strange for it to have plenty of Eternals. How could they maintain their position without sufficient fighting forces? What is your name? Wuxia gave a quick glance. Your Highness, this servant's name is Zhang Jiadi. My previous position was the captain of the Imperial Guards. Now, I am here to be your guard captain, ready for your orders. The man solemnly said while standing straight. If someone else in the system were to hear his name, their first reaction would be astonishment. He was a powerful and famous Eternal. Of course, far inferior compared to lucidity and not comparable to Lengying. An ordinary true god wasn't qualified to be the captain of the Imperial Guards for lucidity. A strong Eternal was more suitable. Plus, who could actually assassinate someone as strong as lucidity? Being his guard captain was quite an easy job. So you will obey all of my orders? Wuxia chuckled. Rest assured, Your Highness, His Majesty has given me an order to obey you, so your orders are his orders. I will not refuse. Jiadi said seriously. An Eternal was a big shot anywhere, including 9 Secrets and War Saint Dynasty. However, surprisingly enough, Jiadi didn't think highly of himself, preferring to assume the role of a disciplined soldier. Sounds like you are utterly devoted to the king. Wuxia smiled. Your Highness, His Majesty has given me a second life while my parents gave me the first. I am here today thanks to him. Jiadi didn't hide this. Zhang Jiadi used to be an ordinary soldier, a nobody in the mortal world. During a particular march, lucidity actually noticed this mortal soldier. The next part was even more unbelievable. Lucidity handed him the 4 divine transformations from the lucidity pill scripture. This was a big deal. Keep in mind that this scripture came from Emperor Zheng, the most amazing true emperor of the system. 9 Secrets was on a downward trend during his youth. After becoming emperor, he revitalized the system and made War Saint Dynasty the untouchable leader. Later on, the future generations also added him into the Radiant Decemvirate. Emperor Zheng's lucidity pill scripture was rumored to be on the same level as 9 Secrets, the laws left behind by their progenitor. 9 Secrets belonged to the entire system, but lucidity pill scripture was possessed only by War Saint Dynasty. Thus, one could imagine how important it was to the dynasty. Normally, they would never give it out to an outsider, not even just one part. However, no one could stop the imperious lucidity king. Not a single soul said anything after this act, including the ancestors of War Saint Dynasty. Zhang Jiadi didn't let him down and proved that he was right. After receiving the 4 transformations, he embarked on the path of cultivation. The ordinary mortal displayed an amazing gift for cultivation to the point of being devilish. He sped through the levels and eventually became an Eternal, not quite as strong as Lengying but more than enough to sweep through the realms. Moreover, his dedication and loyalty remained, always acting as just another soldier. The unhappy ancestors no longer commented about this matter among themselves after seeing his success. Loyalty is a virtue indeed. Wuxia smiled. His Majesty will let Your Highness pick several treasures for protection. Do you mind following me to the treasury? Jiadi said respectfully. Jiadi knew nothing about this fameless stranger who is clearly weak at cultivation. One could easily find so many youths like him in 9 systems. Someone like this shouldn't be able to order an Eternal. However, Jiadi has always followed his orders and wouldn't look down on Wuxia just because the guy was weak. Doing it half-heartedly was out of the question as well. The moment lucidity sent him here, Wuxia became his master. This was the reason why Jiadi was amazing and why lucidity chose him for this task. Chapter 24:15, Li Qiye smiled and said, "How many treasures can I pick?" His Majesty didn't specify an exact amount, so your Highness can have as many as you wish. Jiadi instantly replied. Li Qiye nodded, "All right, I don't have anything else to do. Let's go see if there is something good." Jiadi immediately led the way towards the treasury of War Saint Dynasty. Normally, opening a treasury was a big deal in any sect and kingdom. The majority of sects would have a conference between ancestors or big shots to decide. After all, this was the resource and wealth of the sect, not the property of a sect master or king. One couldn't make arbitrary decisions. This didn't apply to lucidity. Everything in War Saint Dynasty, whether it be resources or authority, was firmly within lucidity's grasp. This didn't used to be the case. The king's authority was limited in War Saint in the past. The real power was within the sacred cabinet, consisting of ancestors from the royal clan. They decided the direction of the dynasty and made important decisions. During his reign, lucidity built up one generation after the next. After 3, he had enough to authority and influence, not to mention his personal strength. Finally, he began to crack down on the sacred cabinet since he had all the advantages. From then on, this group lost influence and eventually disappeared from the court. This established lucidity's monocracy and allowed him to stand at the top. Perhaps there were stronger beings in Imperial compared to lucidity in the present, but no one had more authority than him. That's why no one dared to stop him from appointing a stranger as the crown prince or opening the treasury for the guy to pick treasures. This wouldn't have passed in any other system. Lucidity was the only one in the world who possesses so much freedom and authority, truly enviable. Not long from now, this absolute power would belong to a fameless brat named Li Qiye. He would become a fat piece of meat to everyone else. Your Highness, what treasures are you looking for? The treasury is massive, so just give me a summary or description so that I can lead the way. Jiadi sincerely said. Let's have a look and take whatever then. Li Qiye freely said. Jiadi really wondered about Li Qiye. He naturally trusted the king, but Li Qiye's relaxed attitude perplexed him. Anyone else would have been jumping with joy. He recalled back when he was chosen by His Majesty, he became too excited to even sleep that night. He found his lack of composure embarrassing compared to Li Qiye right now. If I were chosen as the crown prince, will my heart be able to contain the excitement? Have you cultivated before, Your Highness? Jiadi took a good look and could tell that Li Qiye had trained before. However, the guy's cultivation was shallow and he couldn't see the implemented merit law. It must be a weak one anyway. Just casually. Li Qiye chuckled. Jiadi quickly said, May I ask which merit law you used? What's your level right now? How about I find you a suitable weapon? As an eternal, he would be a respected ancestor at any system, more than qualified to teach even the geniuses there. However, he never became arrogant about his status. A 13th level true apprentice. As for merit laws, just random ones. Li Qiye smiled and said. Oh, Jiadi was surprised before gently speaking, Your Highness, the realm of true apprentice doesn't have 13 levels, the highest is the 9th level. Even a weak cultivator would be mocking Li Qiye for not knowing the basic fundamentals and ignorantly boasting about having trained before. Jiadi didn't do so and only politely reminded the guy. I see. Then the 3rd level then, but 13th level sounds much better and cooler, no? Li Qiye said with a smile. Jiadi had no words. This was his first time seeing someone so carefree, not knowing his own cultivation level. Did he even try it all? Your Highness, if you are interested, you can try other merit laws. There are many that you can choose in the dynasty. I can help you find some, with your permission. Jiadi said with good intention. Any other disciple would be begging for an eternal to teach them, but now, Jiadi was virtually begging Li Qiye to train. Of course, as the crown prince under the rule of lucidity, Li Qiye could pick any merit law in the system without facing any opposition. Why bother cultivating when I have you, an eternal, as a personal guard? I rather just enjoy my life. Li Qiye said. Jiadi smiled wryly and insisted, Your Highness, please don't say that. I might not be able to protect you forever, plus, there are as many experts in the world as there are stars, with no lack of people stronger than me. It's better if you know a strong ability or two. If there's an opponent that you can't beat, then there's nothing my crappy arts can do. They can't scare the enemy away, completely useless, so why bother learning? Are you going to turn me into an immortal in 1 or 2 days? Li Qiye retorted. Though his response was improper, it was certainly reasonable. Even if Li Qiye started training in some supreme arts, when real danger came that he couldn't deal with, the guy wouldn't be able to do anything either. I don't have a way to make you into an eternal in such a short time, Your Highness. Jiadi conceded. Of course. Li Qiye smiled. If that's the case, then I should just worry about my business as a crown prince, to enjoy a life of luxury and extravagance. As for my safety, that's your responsibility. Otherwise, what's the point of having you as my guard? Jiadi agreed completely. If he couldn't do this much, then what was the point of his post? A general leads the troops while a guard protects. Everyone has their own affair. Li Qiye went on, if I could sweep through the world and become invincible, then what's the point of having generals and guards? I would only be wasting money to feed them. So, I just need to have authority and power as the crown prince, then enjoy some more. Jiadi couldn't come up with a response right away. Li Qiye's comments all made perfect sense, outside of the last part about enjoyment. If the crown prince could do everything himself, then why would he need other people like Jiadi? Chapter 24:16. Nevertheless, Jiadi didn't give up and spoke with a soft tone, Your Highness, it is still better if you train just a little bit. Maybe not a merit law, just a movement technique. We have several movement techniques that are virtually peerless, not inferior to the ones from Godstep sect. It would be good if you know how to move quickly. He tried his best to persuade Li Qiye despite being a mighty eternal. What's the point? Li Qiye looked just like a spoiled young master and smiled, Our dynasty is unbeatable and you are my guard, who would dare to touch me in this world, however vast it might be? Li Qiye seemed to be without ambition, more than content at being a useless crown prince that only seeks pleasure. Jiadi felt helpless. Anyone else would want to learn the movement steps from the dynasty, something they could only dream about. On the other hand, begging didn't even work for this guy. Jiadi sighed and kept on trying, Well, yes, Your Highness, you might have the supreme authority right now, but many people are salivating for it. Not to mention external enemies, just great powers like Godstep and the Bingqi clan have been coveting the throne of 9 secrets. If you aren't capable of suppressing them, it's only a matter of time before they rebel. Lucidity was like a second father to Jiadi. He knew that the king didn't have much time left and at that time, these mighty sects would lose their patience. He didn't wish to see the collapse of War Saint dynasty, hoping from the bottom of his heart that this new crown prince could help Lucidity protect his legacy. Therefore, he earnestly tried to convince Li Qiye to learn a few arts. Only with strength could he be able to stabilize the future. Otherwise, 9 secrets would definitely fall into chaos and war. We'll talk about this later. Li Qiye didn't seem to care while fixing his hair. What more could Jiadi say? He tried his best but failed. All he could do now was protecting Li Qiye. Did the king send you to be my guard or my imperial teacher? Li Qiye said with a smile. Jiadi hurriedly said, His Majesty sent me to ensure your safety. I came from humble roots with no education, not qualified to take the role of an imperial teacher. If your Highness finds displeasure in me talking too much, then I'll stop. It's fine. Li Qiye waved his sleeve. Talking is fun. It would be worse if you're a statue that just follows me all day. Jiadi lamented in his mind, not knowing what lies in the future for War Saint Dynasty with this guy in charge. When will the king die? Li Qiye suddenly asked. Jiadi became startled. He shuddered before quietly answering, His Majesty has boundless longevity and will forever be invincible. He was frightened because this question was no different than cursing the king, a crime punishable by death. He knew that lucidity was a ruthless person and wouldn't spare anyone that had crossed the line. No need to speak such self-comforting words. Li Qiye dismissed the reply and smiled. Even an idiot could tell that it is only a matter of time before the king dies. Maybe not today, but not far. He can't hold on any longer. Jiadi widened his eyes, unable to tell whether this guy was insane or just reckless. Worst of all, the guy was telling it straight to his face. Everyone knew that he was Lucidity's loyal confidant and he might tell Lucidity of this transgression. Was this guy tired of living? Li Qiye might be the crown prince right now, but he shouldn't be wishing for Lucidity's death so that he could take over. Or, even if he harbored such thoughts, he should just keep it to himself. The blatant comment made it sound like he just wants it to happen as soon as possible. Your Highness, please mind your words, you don't know who might be listening. Jiadi cautiously reminded. Anyone else would have reported such insolence to Lucidity so that he would get decapitated. Nevertheless, Jiadi pitied that the guy was still young and rash. It's fine, growing old and dying are a part of life, no one can live forever. I'll go ask him later when he's going to die. Li Qiye smiled and said. Jiadi truly didn't know what to do. What is this guy's goal? Who else would dare to attempt such a thing? Not even an idiot would do so. Jiadi stopped talking and didn't want to cause any more trouble. This made the trip quieter, but Li Qiye didn't mind. He continued to enjoy the scenery along the way. The two finally made it to the treasury guarded by numerous experts. Entry required permission. After passing through multiple layers of verification, they entered the place. It was massive, just like another world with treasure chests everywhere. Powerful artifacts were also floating in the air. Li Qiye looked around and said, Is there another secret trove? There is a lot of treasures here, but they are rather mediocre. I do not know. Jiadi forced a smile. He didn't understand his new master at all. It was understandable for a youth to speak without thinking, but this guy was on a whole different level. This treasury contained the wealth of the entire dynasty. Not to mention a youth, he was shaken the first time he saw this accumulation of treasures. However, Li Qiye didn't react at all and even criticized it. An eternal like him wouldn't dare to act so pompous or easily be fooled by someone putting up an act. Alas, he didn't have a single clue about Li Qiye. The treasures here included weapons, immortal metals, strange artifacts, divine woods. Not just usable items but also materials and resources. Each of them exuded wondrous light of all colors, more than enough to dazzle the spectators. Jiadi carefully watched Li Qiye to see his reaction. Normally, a youth wouldn't be able to contain their excitement knowing that they could take these treasures. Even the strong-minded ones would show signs of happiness. Unfortunately, Li Qiye remained calm as if this was no big deal during their trip. He seemed to be going to the market to buy some vegetables. These amazing treasures were no different than cabbages in his mind. He would only occasionally stop to look at something that had caught his attention. Jiadi's observation was meticulous. He found that Li Qiye wasn't pretending or controlling his emotions. The guy was truly leisure and relaxed, completely in his element. An eternal like him would definitely be able to tell if someone was acting. This wasn't the case for Wuxia. Chapter 24:17, Jiadi only grew increasingly confused during his time with Wuxia. When he came with lucidity to this treasury for the first time, he was no longer a brat but rather a world-famous expert. He had plenty of experience under his belt and has seen some incredible spectacles. Nevertheless, he still gasped in astonishment the first time he saw these treasures, unlike the calm Wuxia. Moreover, Wuxia could even pick any of them. Jiadi didn't know how to describe his emotions right now. Was his new master just slow to react, or has he seen too many and got tired of them? To be this composed meant that he was either a complete idiot or that he has seen too many great things before. Jiadi naturally didn't know that the latter was right. This treasury was nothing compared to Samsara wild ancestors' own. Another treasure made Wuxia stop, a glowing bell seemingly made from gold but with a purple glow. The entire bell was one piece, not made by men but rather created by nature in this shape. This surging purple energy was lifting the entire bell up. That's an amazing treasure. I heard His Majesty used it extensively during his youth. Jiadi was shocked once again after seeing Wuxia stopping here. Though he strolled and treated this place like a food market, he actually stopped before several items including this bell. It showed that his vision was keen. Just one glance was enough to discern the good from bad. Not bad. Wuxia casually nodded before moving on. Jiadi had no comment as this new master kept on surprising him. Wuxia stopped again in one corner of the treasury with cannons in full display, made out of unknown material and completely black, seemingly capable of knocking down the sky. These cannons are very powerful, but after its creator passed away, no one can create the required materials and ammunition. Once the remainder is used up, it'll be scrap metals. Jiadi introduced. This is quite fun, not requiring true energy to control. Yes, a good toy. Shoot whichever pest is annoying me wherever and whenever. Wuxia smiled. Jiadi smiled wryly. These cannons were very precious and not much ammunition was left. Who could bear to use them normally? Treating it as a tool to deal with annoying people? Far too wasteful. After a full round, Wuxia didn't pick a single treasure and decided to leave. Your Highness, you're not picking any? Jiadi asked with confusion. Am I not in charge later? Wuxia answered with a question. Yes, Your Highness. Jiadi had to answer. This was obvious. He was the crown prince and would be the next king in the future. Then it doesn't matter, since after the king dies, not to mention this treasury, all of 9 secrets and the world will be in my grasp. No need to pick a few when they'll all be mine soon. We'll return later for them. Wuxia looked at Jiadi and said. My goodness, Jiadi groaned in his mind, thinking that this guy was insane, already boasting about possessing everything even before Lucidity's death. Yes, he must be insane, doesn't give a damn about anyone. Jiadi decided to keep his mouth shut, not wanting to be involved in this mess. One wrong move could invoke the rage of Lucidity and heads will start rolling on the ground. The two finally left the treasury. Once they got outside, Wuxia seemed as if he was missing a few nerves and started waving at the guarding ancestors. All of you need to watch over my treasures carefully. Don't be lazy now. Once I take over, I'll reward you all handsomely. These guards started looking at each other in confusion, speechless. They felt that he was crazy. Lucidity was alive, yet he thought about taking over already? Of course, these frightened souls didn't dare to run their mouth. If Lucidity were to think that they were on Wuxia's side, all would be dead before the next day. Right now, they wondered about Lucidity's mental state. Perhaps being senile was why he appointed a guy like this as the crown prince. Jiadi immediately led Wuxia towards the eastern palace. He was nervous the entire way back, thinking that Wuxia would ask someone else about Lucidity's inevitable death. He didn't wish for the stench of blood to stain the palaces. Once they were back, he heaved a sigh of relief as if a huge weight has been lifted his shoulders. At this moment, he preferred to have assassins come for Wuxia's life. He wouldn't be afraid no matter how strong they were, but this guy's mouth terrified him to the core. It goes without saying that Wuxia's power warranted his going-with-the-flow attitude. Lucidity King and 9 Secrets system weren't enough to get into his sight. This only served to confuse everyone else around him. Lucidity's decision was a mystery as well. Attributing it to senility from old age would be silly. After all, an invincible eternal wouldn't suffer from this. But how else could one explain this lapse of logic? No one understood what lucidity was trying to accomplish. Wuxia spent his days enjoying life. The servants around couldn't be more respectful to him, nearly on the verge of licking his boots. After all, he was the crown prince, the future leader of 9 Secrets with supreme authority. Who wouldn't want to curry favor right now? If he wanted something, anything, these servants would satisfy his demands, truly an enviable life of the future king. The gentle breeze blew by in a bamboo thicket belonging to the Eastern Palace. Their gentleness made people drowsy in a comfortable manner. Wuxia lay down on his large chair, seemingly asleep. The wind continued to caress him like a lover. Some time passed by later, his servants all disappeared, leaving him alone. No, there was someone else next to him, a girl sitting on a boulder nearby. She looked relaxed and natural, seemingly one with the world. She was unreasonably gorgeous. Longevity Sage and Young Radiance Untethered were pretty enough to topple kingdoms and sway the soul. However, they seemed to be missing a little something compared to her. Her beauty wasn't limited to her physical appearance but rather her aura. The other two were certainly transcending and pure like fairies, but that was in terms of appearance. This girl gave the impression that she was an immortal, not just in appearance. She wore a green dress with a faint, undulating glow around her like the currents in a lake. She had a gem on her forehead, as green and unfathomable as can be, seemingly connected to an ancient world. She sat there quietly, each of her moves resonated with the world, or rather, the world was moving to her actions. The orders and rhythm of nature followed her whims. One would never get tired of looking at an immortal like her. One glance would all it takes for her to etch her image into someone's mind for an eternity. Chapter 24:18 Only Wuxia and the girl seemed to be existing in this plane, seemingly separated from the rest of the world. He lazily opened his eyes to take a look at her in a brazen manner despite her supreme beauty and hallowed appearance. Perhaps, no one can make him change his unrestrained gaze. He took his time to the point of being invasive. Any other girl would feel as if they were naked but she remained calm, unaffected by the gaze. After a while, he stopped looking and didn't bother standing up out of laziness, nearly ignoring her presence. How does it feel, being the crown prince? She broke the silence with a fascinating voice filled with spirit energy, a feeling of transcendence. Words can't describe how good it feels, on the verge of melting with pleasure. Do you know this feeling? He teased. If being a crown prince is already that good, what will happen after you become the king? Going to start floating in the sky? She revealed a smile enough to topple the myriad ages. This smile eclipsed the gorgeous smile of the sage and the untethered. You don't get it. Being the king is completely different from being the crown prince. To be a king is to toil and struggle, to kill and bathe in blood. Basically, one would have to be at the right power level with ample abilities to sit on the throne. It's no longer a feeling of pleasure but one of success while being above all, capable of exercising great power. But this isn't the case for a crown prince. Becoming one overnight, the future ruler of the dynasty? How great is that? No need to work hard with ambition yet the world still falls onto your lap. This is a real dream come true situation. so many fantasize about rising overnight to reach the top. A man's nature is to want things without putting in the effort. This feeling of satisfaction far exceeded the toil of a king. That's why so many people use power-increasing pills. He shook his head and smiled before closing his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the heaven bestowed this fortune upon me, benefiting without doing anything, so amazing. The girl carefully listened to his pleasant voice. She chuckled in response, "You're very interesting. However, being a crown prince is nice, not necessarily the case once you're on the throne. People salivate for that authority and power. We'll discuss that when I'm king, but who knows, maybe Lucidity King won't die. The world is always unpredictable and unfathomable, life is just a play, who are the actors and who make up the audience? And, life is also too short, just enjoy it first and no need to worry about anything else." The immortal lady smiled charmingly at Wuxia. "Enjoy life, I see. Is that the type of person you are? At least for now." He replied, "As I said, life is just a play, who are the ones acting? And for whom? Maybe you and I are only spectators right now, the real actors have yet to come on stage. Then who do you think are the actors?" She seemed to be affected by Wuxia's demeanor and became more relaxed, straightening her long, perfect legs and started stretching lazily. This didn't deter her beauty at all. "Who knows?" Wuxia said, "Perhaps you, me, or Lucidity, or the entire world is just acting. As long as there is a stage in your heart, there are plays going on everywhere." "True." The girl nodded in agreement. "How long do you want to put up this act?" "Who knows, I'm not done being the crown prince yet. Maybe the heaven wants me to play the part of the king next. One play after another, the crown prince then king, then maybe the role of a dead man." "How do you want to play the part of the king?" she asked, amused. "How the hell am I going to play the king when Lucidity is still alive? It has to be after his death or I'll be forever stuck in the role of a crown prince," he said. "Just hypothetically then, how will you play the role?" She tilted her head ever so slightly, causing a few strands of black hair to drape down, beautiful beyond words. "A tyrant, of course." He smiled. "Why a tyrant?" She became curious. Her eyes were the prettiest gems in the world, capable of seeing through the ages. Once again, freedom and pleasure. Wuxia elaborated, "Taking wives, massacre, building a harem, mountains of meat and fountains of wine, the world bends to my whim, what's better than that? This freedom is beyond any single mind-blowing pleasure. A tyrant will invite numerous rebellions and resistance," she said. "That's fine, go ahead and try to rebel. Once I lose, I just need to wipe my butt and leave." He smiled. "With total authority, have you not thought about becoming a wise ruler so that your citizens can prosper and your dynasty to last forever?" she asked again. "What does that have to do with me? A pie simply fell onto my lap, I just need to eat my fill instead of caring about its future," he replied. "Don't you want to take roots here and wait for the flowers and fruits to bloom? So that your future descendants can multiply?" she said pensively. He smiled in response, "Why should I prepare an eternal kingdom for my future generations? Do you ever see an everlasting legacy? An undying kingdom?" The girl shook her head, still looking as charming as ever. He continued, "It's because an eternal kingdom will still be ruined by one's descendants. If that's an inevitable outcome, why shouldn't I be the one to ruin it? That would be much better instead of having it fall in someone else's hands. Plus, I wasn't the one who put in the effort to create the dynasty, so when I've had my fun, let the floods and rains of fire come." He laughed, awaiting her response with an amused glance. However, this glance changed into something profound and penetrating, impossible for anything to hide. The girl lifted her head and looked straight back at him without fear and awkwardness. He chuckled and raised the stake by slightly lifting her beautiful chin. "Would you follow me if I were to become a wise ruler?" We'll have plenty of children. The girl had a holy, inviolable aura, yet Wuxia was unaffected and maintained his lawless act. She gently pushed his hand away and chuckled, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Nothing is difficult about it, just one woman. If I truly wish so, I can have an immortal as my wife, and you're certainly not one. He smiled. You're quite confident in yourself. Her temper grew as she spoke with a provocative tone. He lay back down and leisurely said, It's not confidence, I'm merely speaking the truth. The girl continued to stare at Wuxia, wishing to find some clues. Meanwhile, he closed his eyes, seemingly asleep. A while later, the breeze returned as he awoke from a dream. The servants were back. One maid was fanning for him, another peeled some fruits and one more prepared tea. It was as if nothing has happened, only a dream. He smiled without being surprised. 1. I don't quite get this last sentence, so translating literally. 2. Completely omitting the next line without editing or rewording. If outsiders were to hear this, they would think that he was insane. Someone actually dared to wish for Lucidity's death. He must be tired of living. I think this particular line was repeated 2 or 3 times during the conversation with Judy already, and it doesn't add anything here for the readers. It's a common line throughout the novel for word count too. This is a good example of lines that I modify sometimes for readability. In this case, it was repeated enough recently to warrant an omission. Chapter 24:19. The maid continued to fan Wuxia while the indistinct sound of tea brewing went on in the background. The servants were unaware, everything was only a dream of his, or so it seemed. Alas, the meeting just now had indeed transpired. He didn't bother prying into it. The servants here couldn't notice anything due to their level. Zhang Jiadi hastily came in and bowed towards Wuxia. Your Highness, His Majesty wishes to see you right now. He's about to die. It's time to pass down the throne. Wuxia smiled. Jiadi had no comment. This disaster of a master could only be described as insane. The servants nearby turned pale. This was a crime of impudence, punishable by clan extermination via beheading. Jiadi looked down and replied, I don't know, please follow me, Your Highness. How boring. Wuxia shook his head, just make me king already instead of wasting time with convoluted and needless ceremonies, ruining my mood. Jiadi smiled wryly and could only pray for himself with a master like this around. All he could do was carry out his responsibilities to the fullest. Wuxia made it to Lucidity King's place after following Jiadi. Lucidity was still laying in bed, sickly as ever. He was a lamp running low on oil. Who knows which immortal medicine he had used to keep him around for this long. Sun Lengying was naturally there as well, lurking in the shadows just like a poisonous viper. No one would notice him as long as he didn't attack. 5 more old men were present, of varying height and aura. The only similarity was their obvious, shocking power, resembling 5 gods. The room was more than large enough, but their presence made it seem crowded and oppressive. Their strength, rather than their stature, gave off this impressive feeling. Not on the same level as Lucidity, but these 5 Eternals were far beyond Zhang Jiadi. Child, you're here. Meet the supremes of the 5 great powers. Lucidity waved at Wuxia in a kind manner. Wuxia smiled and glanced at the 5 old men before nodding. He sat down in a chair nearby without any hesitation. Wind God, this is the child I've told you about. His name is Wuxia. Lucidity began the introduction, speaking to the 5th old man, we are connected by fate. The way Lucidity looked at Wuxia couldn't be any more gentle and doting. People would actually mistake Wuxia for being his son. It didn't seem like they have only met several days ago. These 5 old men all stared at Wuxia, wishing to see through him. They were powerful Eternals, not just in 9 secrets but in all of Imperial existences that could blot out the sky. Wuxia was impervious to their stares and only sat there in a lazy manner, lacking a crown prince's manner, more like a hoodlum. This made the Eternals glance at each other. The truth was that they were shocked when Lucidity summoned them for the appointment of a crown prince. Of course, this wasn't surprising since Lucidity didn't have much time left. He needed to do so before his death. In the beginning, they assumed Lucidity would support a genius or an ancestor from War Saint dynasty to be the next successor. However, they have never seen or heard of this young fella before. The king's doting demeanor made them think that Wuxia was his illegitimate child. Lucidity has always been merciless and cruel. No one has seen this type of expression from him before. A comparable situation would be an old man finally having a son at his late age and overspoiling the kid. There was a problem. Everyone knew that Lucidity only had a daughter during the previous generation. However, she was brilliant and became a true emperor, eventually ascending to immortal, and wasn't heard from since. Right now, the 5 were convinced that Wuxia was his illegitimate son. The world had no way of disproving this. Moreover, the king had too many enemies. Assassinating him might be difficult, but what about aiming for his son? Perhaps Lucidity feared this and secretly hid his son from outsiders. The 5 continued to stare with torch-like eyes. Nothing could escape their gaze. Wuxia's cultivation was too shallow and his constitution was normal. Everyone could see that he had cultivated before, but judging by his aura, this little bit of training was negligible. He had no power to speak of. One even used their divine intents to sweep through him and found a minuscule amount of true energy. It meant that any new disciple could be stronger than him. They eventually stopped, realizing that Wuxia couldn't be a hidden son of his. If this was the case, Lucidity would have groomed him from an early age. The next step of logic was obvious. Lucidity's previous trip must have been to find a long-lost son, not to find longevity medicine. It seemed that he had a one-night stand with a woman, resulting in a son. Someone like him wouldn't accept a child born in this manner, but he was on the verge of death now and needed a successor. Thus, he recalled this useless child and brought him back for the throne. Child, these uncles are the supremes, or the ancestors of the great powers in our system. They will aid you in the future. Lucidity told Wuxia. The great powers included Waterfront Pavilion, Bingqi Clan, Calm Lotus Monastery, Myriad Formation Kingdom, and God Step Sect. They were the strongest and most influential ancestors from these sections. Their words were laws back there, capable of exerting their will. Normally, they were unreachable existences. Even ordinary ancestors couldn't meet them. However, they couldn't refuse this summoning from Lucidity, the absolute tyrant of 9 secrets. They needed to go in person as well, not just send a representative. There were plenty of powerful lineages in the system, but the ones truly in charge were these 5 behemoths after Lucidity's death. That's why the king summoned them here for help. He said weakly, "The future won't be easy. This child is still ignorant and will require your help. Your Majesty, we will do our best to take care of the young prince." One of the old men bowed and said. They were obviously excited, unable to resist the temptation of power. If Lucidity were to pass the throne to a powerful ancestor or a genius of War Saint, taking over would be exceedingly difficult. However, a nameless and weak junior like Wuxia? This was a godsend opportunity for them. Chapter 24-20. The 5 old men were secretly celebrating already after seeing Lucidity's pick for the crown prince. This was great news for their 5 great powers. Lucidity had terrorized 9 secrets for 3 straight generations. All the other lineages felt so feeble in comparison, including behemoths like them. They needed to tread carefully because if Lucidity wanted to destroy them, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Thus, appointing an idiot like Li Qia as the next ruler meant the decline of War Saint dynasty. The five were actually happy now regarding Lucidity's absolute authority. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't be able to appoint this fool as the crown prince. The other ancestors of War Saint dynasty would have disagreed. In reality, these unwilling ancestors wouldn't be able to stop Lucidity. Child, do your best to coexist along with the five ancestors and the great powers. Lucidity sincerely advised like a doting father. I know. Li Qia smiled nonchalantly, even look a bit impatient. The five ancestors were speechless. Lucidity used to be domineering and brutal. Anyone would tremble in fear before him. But now, an idiot was about to inherit his legacy. If this son was as peerless as his daughter, then the sects of 9 secrets would remain subjugated by War Saint dynasty. Fortunately for them, this was far from the case. I don't have much time left. I will be arranging the child's marriages before I'm gone. The king told the 5 ancestors. One of the ancestors quickly said, "Don't worry, your majesty, you can pick any daughter from our Bingqi clan. Our myriad formation has countless beauties, the crown prince may pick any to be the prince consort." The ancestor from this power hurriedly added. This was another godsend opportunity. If they could have their female disciple as the prince consort, it would be the best method at controlling this crown prince. Li Qia only chuckled while watching the 5 ancestors loudly compete with each other. It's not a selection. Lucidity said, I want the girls from your direct clans to be the consorts. This will create an alliance heading toward prosperity. The 5 ancestors didn't expect this at all. They were actually planning to pick suitable female disciples from their sect and send them to the palace. But now, Lucidity wanted direct descendants, the girls with precious bloodlines. His goal was to tie the 5 sects together with Li Qia, creating a guarantee for his future. Though everything could be sacrificed for the sake of power, some ancestors from their lineages might not agree to this. They didn't want their direct bloodline to marry a fool like Li Qia or be tied up with War Saint dynasty. After all, this fool would take over after Lucidity's death, so who knows how long War Saint could last. They didn't want to let their descendants be involved. Well, your majesty, you know that our Hanyu, the ancestor from the Bingqi clan, hesitated. Lucidity had never gotten no for an answer before. His eyes and voice turned cold. What? You think our crown prince's bloodline isn't as precious as the girls? I do not dare. The ancestor quickly bowed again while having cold chills. The imperial bloodline is as precious as a true dragon's, we're the one reaching here. Though Lucidity was dying, he was still one of the most terrifying beings in Imperial and could easily kill them. Few in this world could match him in power. Moreover, Sun Lengying was fixated on them like a serpent in the shadow. Anything else to say? Lucidity looked over at the rest. The 5 ancestors became suffocated and exchanged glances. None of them wanted to speak. They knew that resistance was futile as long as Lucidity was still alive. His darkness continued to shroud over them. Godstep sect agrees. The famous wind god was the first to concede. Godstep was closer to War Saint dynasty compared to the others. Lucidity once guided him before, so he chose to reveal his attitude to break the frozen atmosphere, agreeing to marry his sect's best to Li Qia. We agree as well. The other 4s had no choice but to follow along. The first to disagree would face the full brunt of Lucidity's wrath. He might even conquer their lineage before dying. In fact, Lucidity simply forced them to marry their successors to Li Qia, turning these girls into prince consorts. Their sects were now bound to War Saint dynasty. Good. Lucidity nodded and said, then make the oath. With that, Lengying left the shadows while holding a jade plate with 5 soul contracts. He walked to the front of the 5 ancestors and said, Gentlemen, please. The 5 ancestors were caught off guard. They thought just a verbal promise was enough, not expecting for lucidity to resort to soul contracts. The moment they signed this, then there was no changing it. Their reputation was at stake. They hesitated because signing this soul contract was a big deal. "I'll go first." Wind God took the initiative again and finished the signature like a breeze. Buzz. A mysterious seal appeared on the soul contract. Once signed, it would always be in effect. The other ancestors also conceded and left behind the seal from their clans and sects, albeit unwillingly. It was either this or face destruction. After everyone finished, Ling Ying took the plate over to Li Qia and bowed, "Your Highness, please take good care of the marriage contracts." Li Qia smiled at this interesting development. 5 seems too few. Maybe I'll have them bring along their pretty sisters too for the dowries. His debaucherous comment shocked the ancestors. An idiot like him normally would never be taken seriously by them, but now, he could even marry their successors. The guy even had the nerve to ask for more concubines. Give this guy an inch and he wants a mile. They would definitely kill this little bastard if lucidity wasn't before them. That's fine, pick whoever you want later. I'm sure the 5 gentlemen here have no objection. Lucidity dotingly agreed and smiled. It's fine, as long as you wish so, Your Highness. The ancestors forced a smile. They have lost their strongest bloodline already, so they didn't really care for the other female disciples. Good. I'll take my time visiting your sects to pick some beauties to be my bedwarmers. But, to tell you all the truth, I actually prefer married women. He revealed a devious grin. The 5 ancestors' expression became quite ugly after hearing this. Chapter 24-21, Lucidity didn't become angry at all and actually laughed instead, ha ha ha. Should give everything a try, right? The world is yours, you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Lucidity couldn't spoil someone more if he tried. There was no saving this king. The ancestors were stunned, the father was imperious and unreasonable while the son was a perverted scoundrel. This duo was something else. Sounds perfect, when are you dying? Li Qia clapped his hands and laughed, I'll be in charge to do whatever I want and the kingdom will be mine then. The ancestors became frightened. Who would dare to curse lucidity like this? It was so blatant as well. If someone else dared to say this, their head would be rolling on the ground, then the rest of their family members' heads. They thought that lucidity would finally become angry. After all, he was still alive, yet Li Qia showed such impatience. No king could take this sitting down. Alas, lucidity's reaction betrayed their expectations. He heartily laughed, I won't have much time left and should just let go. Don't worry, this kingdom isn't going anywhere. The ancestors were tongue-tied. Lucidity was imperious and had reigned for 3 generations. Even the other 2 overlords of Imperial were slightly afraid of him. Regardless of his cruelty and penchant for massacres, one must admit that he rarely made mistakes. He was both wise and powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have maintained his rule for so long in 9 secrets. Unfortunately, this great and wise king became a fool today from over-pampering his son. No one could imagine this sudden change. The 5 ancestors became sentimental as they recalled his past exploits. Just one sentence from him and the gods would tremble. The old proverb was right, everything has a weakness. He had met his nemesis in his own son. This could be considered karma. I heard you have a daughter too. Li Qia suddenly brought this up. The ancestors braced themselves, knowing that lucidity didn't like other people talking about his daughter in a negative manner. Once crossed, his fury could make blood runs like the river. At the same time, they shuddered because his daughter was an incredible character, even more terrifying than lucidity. That child, lucidity was lost in a daze with a gentle expression. Meanwhile, the 5 ancestors held their breath while staring at him. He seemed to be recalling a beautiful period in the past. His daughter was a big deal back in her generation. Though lucidity had reigned for 3, he only had 1 child. A tiger wouldn't birth a dog. His daughter displayed wondrous talents at cultivation and eventually became a high-level true emperor. Finally, she left for Immortal and wasn't heard from since. Jiao Ning is at Immortal and won't come back. Lucidity's wits returned. Jiao Ning was his daughter whose title was also Jiao Ning. Her Majesty has been up there for an entire generation now. I believe she might be a 12-palace true emperor. The wind god sentimentally said. His comment affected the other 4 ancestors. A 12-palace true emperor was the strongest level beneath a progenitor. Even an eternal like lucidity was no match for one. However, they were glad that she was no longer around, leaving without looking back. Otherwise, the father and daughter could sweep through all of Imperial. The other 2 behemoths wouldn't be able to stop War Saint. Lucidity couldn't help but smile, feeling quite proud of his daughter. This type of power struggle can't get into her sight. She wouldn't compete with you even if she was around, but she's not coming back anyway. This world will be yours, he said to Wuxia. Good. Wuxia chuckled, I'll be leaving if there's nothing else. The ancestors didn't know what to think about this father and son duo. Only Wuxia would dare to act so rudely before lucidity in the entire system. Have fun, Jiadi, make sure to protect the crown prince. Lucidity nodded and gave the order. Jiadi bowed his head in response, don't worry, Your Majesty. His Highness will not be harmed in the slightest as long as I am alive. Wuxia didn't say anything else and left the scene. He didn't return to the Eastern Palace, only smiling at Jiadi. Alright, I'm bored staying here, let's go outside. May I ask where to, Your Highness? Jiadi quickly asked. He was responsible for Wuxia's safety. This guy was the crown prince now, so he had an assassination target on his back. Jiadi needed to exercise caution. Just around the capital. Wuxia smiled, we'll walk around to see if there are beauties and married women. If I'm in the mood, we'll take them back to the palace. Jiadi had no response right away. He coughed and said, Your Highness, no need for that. You just need to say the words and many golden daughters in 9 secrets will come running. Jiadi wasn't lying. The crown prince of 9 secrets was noble and prestigious. Just one announcement from Wuxia and numerous sects would send their female descendants to the palace. Jiadi, you just don't get it. Wuxia shook his head, it is boring when it comes so easily. For example, just calling and people will bring you a feast, that's no fun at all. If you can go up the mountain and hunt for your own food, that's more interesting. You think I care for those easy girls? No, doing it by force and taking other people's wives is the way to go. Jiadi smiled wryly, it won't be good for your reputation, Your Highness. How much is one's reputation worth? Wuxia said, if I'm going to be a crown prince, I'm going to be a monstrous one, killing, pillaging, ravaging ladies and wives. As for being a benevolent and wise prince, only worrying about other people? That's not what I want. Wuxia pulled up his sleeves, seemingly wanting to go all out. Jiadi still didn't quite understand this master. He didn't exactly resemble a monstrous and lawless pervert. After all, a real evil bastard wouldn't have been able to express such insight like Wuxia did. This rhetoric belonged to a sage, not a scoundrel like Wuxia. Such words coming out of his mouth were so unexpected. Alright, I'll come along, Your Highness. Jiadi waved and told the guards to come. Bringing an entire group? Wuxia refused. How am I going to bring some women back like this? They will run away the moment they see the troops. No, get away, don't ruin my fun. But this is for your safety, Your Highness. Jiadi said. Bullshit. Wuxia rudely retorted, who can touch me with an eternal like you around? If we get into a situation where you can't protect me, bringing an entire army is useless. Jiadi had no choice but to tell the men to back off. Nevertheless, Li Qiya's statement made sense again. Also, hide your old face for me. If the girls see your face, they might run straight into my embrace and that will ruin the whole point of this trip. Don't you dare mess this up for me. Li Qiya added. Chapter 24-22, Sky Rap City was bustling right now with hundreds of millions of inhabitants, perhaps more. Though erected on the hills and mountains, the actual place was large enough to accommodate additional buildings. The city connected to the deepest part of the sky. Thus, climbing up here wasn't easy for mortals. People said that some of the mortals born here would never reach the base or the summit. Coiling stone stairs and connecting bridges were everywhere. One could walk or, when strong enough, fly, to travel even faster. Li Qiya sauntered around, looking quite arrogant and aggressive, almost like an aggressive crab. A girl caught his attention. She wore a dress that accentuated her hot curves, towering breasts, certainly heavy to the touch. Her figure was slender and sexy, almost like a snake demon. At the same time, her plump butt incited people into wrongdoings, wanting to rub and caress it or even slapping it. The dress was from a famous artisan in Sky Rap. The clan insignia embroidered at the front clearly showed her high status. Moreover, several youths crowded around her like the stars surrounding the moon. They had strong cultivation and must be from aristocratic families. Li Qiya smiled and approached close enough to slap her beautiful butt first before squeezing it. Ah! The girl jumped to the side after being groped by a stranger before glaring at him. The others on the street were startled because who would dare to act like this in Sky Rap City? Jiadi forced a smile. Fortunately for him, he had his face hidden or he wouldn't know what to do right now from embarrassment. He felt no pressure on the battlefield but to accompany this youth going around messing with women like a hound? It was an entirely new struggle. The girl had an extraordinary background. Her fury instantly ignited. Her group also turned around with an aggressive glare. They have been waiting for a chance to impress the girl as heroes, so this was a godsend opportunity. Hey girl, want to hang out with me? Li Qiya crossed his arms in front of his chest and eyes staring slightly upward, acting as if he was number one in the world, a pro at bullying ladies. Jiadi had no idea if this was the real Li Qiya or if the guy was only playing around. It was quite a quick switch in character. You're courting death. The youths around here became furious. It was time to play saving the damsel in distress. Normally, the villainous antagonist here would have a terrible end, completely beat up by the heroes and potentially losing his life. The only thing I'm courting is the lady. Brats, scram now or I'll stomp you all to death for interfering. Li Qiya looked at the boys with disdain. Sky Rap City has always been a place of orders, so this was a very rare event. No one dared to act like this before under the rule of lucidity. The youths had a murderous glint. Some wanted to teach this guy a good lesson. However, the girl with the sexy figure stopped them. She looked at Li Qiya with a frightening stare and uttered coldly, "Do you not know who I am?" No. Li Qiya remained haughty, "But Sky Rap City, nay, all of 9 secrets are under my jurisdiction. You can be the daughter of heaven and I must still have you today. Come and serve me well and I shall handsomely reward you." Meanwhile, the spectators were gossiping and pointing their finger at this show. The girl's eyes burned with fury and bloodthirst. "Ignorant fool, my name will not be Luo Qi if I don't break your bones today." "Is that so?" Li Qiya smiled. "I want to see what you can do then, in bed. Come here." Having said that, his hands reached for her breasts. Because of her trembling with anger, waves appeared on her breasts, quite a seductive scene. The girl unsheathed her sword and slashed at his hand. This was the only way for her anger to subside, so she ruthlessly attacked with the force of a crashing mountain. Everyone saw just how weak Li Qie was, but none felt bad, thinking that he deserved it. The youths sneered, confident that this slash would serve the guy's hands. Blood would certain gush out with screams of anguish. Unfortunately, Jiadi would never let anyone harm Li Qie regardless of the guy's characters, not even a single strand of hair. When the slash was close enough, Jiadi gently flicked his finger. Clank! The sword crumbled and the pieces of scrap metals dropped to the ground. Ah! Luo Qi shouted because Li Qie's hands have made contact and squeezed her breasts. Her mind became empty. This was her first time being treated in this manner, on top of it being in public. More than big enough, just the way I like it. Li Qie smiled and also embraced her. He played the role of a rotten youth perfectly, harassing girls in broad daylight. You have a death wish, animal. The youths rushed forward. Their blades flashed brightly as they attacked. Boom! Li Qie didn't bother looking because Jiadi swung his sleeve and crushed the weapons. The youths were blown flying. An eternal like Jiadi could kill these juniors with a single glance. The guys tried to be heroes, but they fell to the ground and were knocked out. Know who you're dealing with before acting cool. Li Qie laughed. Pop! His next target was another slap on her butt. Luo Qi panicked and jumped back. Her expression became one of fear. A prideful person like her was full of confidence, untouchable by idiotic perverts. She believed that she could kill these spoiled young masters with a single glance. Alas, being toyed with in this manner today immediately shattered her pride. You should come with me already, warming my bed is an honor. Li Qie smiled. Go! She shouted at her friends and turned to flee. These youths were frightened by Jiadi's power and didn't dare to linger around. Sai, why didn't you help me stop them? I wanted to bring her back for a session. Li Qie angrily scolded. My old bones have trouble walking and can't catch them. Jiadi answered. My ass. Li Qie laughed and didn't mind at all. Jiadi thought that a spoiled young master would have gotten angry. However, Li Qie didn't give a damn. This tolerance and carefree attitude weren't something a young master could have. Chapter 24-23, Hey sexy, want to have some fun with me? It didn't take long before Li Qie found another girl and immediately started his bossy act. Jiadi could only sigh up and down after seeing this. Rumble. Li Qie didn't have much time before being surrounded by riders. It lacked in numbers, but these armored combatants emitted a cold bloodthirst, indicative of their battle experiences. It's the army. The spectators immediately retreated, not wanting to make a mistake. Under the rule of lucidity, the army and cavalry of War Saint were unstoppable. Even though this particular group didn't belong to Silver Secret Legion, it was still intimidating enough. People gloated after seeing Li Qie being surrounded, thinking that this brat was dead for sure. No one dared to oppose War Saint dynasty in 9 secret system. This cavalry certainly represented the dynasty. Uncle Luo, that's him. A girl coquettishly said. People looked over and saw that it was Luo Qi who escaped earlier. There was a middle-aged soldier next to her, adorned in a full suit of armor with a stern aura. He clearly was either a general or had some other high position. It looked like after escaping, Luo Qi went to ask for help. After all, she was from a military clan and wouldn't be able to swallow the anger of being harassed in broad daylight. Thus, she cried and asked a city guard general for help. After hearing this, the uncle became angry and brought troops here. Oh, didn't you run away earlier? Li Qie was unaffected by the troops surrounding him and crossed his arms in front of his chest again. Miss me already? Unfortunately, I'm only interested in other people now, not in some girl that runs back crying. It was as if the words, "spoiled young master," was written on his forehead. Clank. The general raised his hand and the soldiers immediately pointed their spears at Wuxia, nearly touching his chest. "Who the hell are you, daring to stir trouble at the capital?" The general uttered coldly with bloodthirst. "Uncle Luo, kill him." Luo Qi stared contemptuously at Wuxia, feeling quite good about the inevitable revenge. The general said, "Brat, surrender now or we'll cut you to pieces." "To pieces my ass." Wuxia waved his hand dismissively, "Scram to the side or I'll make you retire and go back to your village." His spoiled rotten act was still perfect and aggressive, not giving a damn about anyone. "Ignorant fool, die." General Luo was a war-hardened soldier, so he ordered without any mercy. "Ahem, General Luo." Jiadi interrupted this. "Who are you? Show yourself, don't think you can cause trouble here." The general finally noticed Jiadi and shouted. "Humph." Jiadi snorted in response. The general looked thunderstruck and turned pale. Though Jiadi had his face hidden, the general could recognize this sound. My, Lord Dash. The general was scared out of his mind. Military Omni-God. Zhang Jiadi. Since General Luo was part of the army, he naturally knew who he was talking to. This was the guard captain of His Majesty, only below Sun Lengying in status. Keep in mind that lucidity wasn't a normal king. When he became unhappy, not to mention a single general, he could even decapitate an ancestor of the dynasty without any hesitation. The general was afraid the most, thinking about how this brat has the Omni-God as a bodyguard. I didn't know," he stammered. "All right, my young lord likes her." Jiadi didn't want to waste words. The general became startled and stared at Wuxia. How could the guard captain have a young lord? Thinking about this frightened him. Though the crown prince appointment has yet to be announced, everyone knew that lucidity didn't have much time left. The Omni-God who has always been next to the king was now guarding a youth and even calling him young lord? The general could put the pieces of information together for an answer. Wel. He didn't know what to do because this girl was the jewel of their Luo clan. "This is an honor for your clan." Jiadi uttered coldly. Your subordinate understands." With cold sweats running all over, he came next to Luo Qi and whispered. The general didn't dare to refuse because inciting the wrath of lucidity wouldn't only end in his dismissal. Even his clan would turn to ashes. Though his clan wasn't weak, it was nothing before lucidity. Moreover, Jiadi was right. Climbing up to the royal family was indeed their honor. This could boost their power and influence to the next level. Given the status of this youth, so many nobles would want to please him, more than willing to bring their daughters to the door. Luo Qi turned pale after hearing this. A girl still had her pride and naturally didn't want to. Earlier, she viewed Wuxia as trash, but now, this trash could change her fate instantly. She couldn't quite accept this. Alas, she had no other choice. Not to mention her uncle, her entire clan couldn't save her. She shuddered, completely absent-minded like a tiny bird lost in the winter, blown back and forth by the chilling gales. "Young lord," the general brought her before Wuxia. She kept her head lowered, no longer having the same air of arrogance like before. "My niece is still inexperienced, please, take care of her," the general added. The only thing he could do was offering his niece to Wuxia. This was the only way to save their clan and perhaps even bring prosperity to it. Not interested. Wuxia looked at Luo Qi and said, "I don't like playing this type of games. Bring her back." He turned and left. The general stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do for a long time. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. At the very least, their jewel had escaped the evil clutch of this youth. But their clan had also lost the chance to climb up the ladder of power, never being able to rise again. Luo Qi was frozen as well. In the beginning, having to follow this youth she considered to be trash had shattered her pride. Nevertheless, she still agreed to follow him. But now, his contemptuous refusal was too much for her to take. "Hey gorgeous, want to play with me?" This question could be heard in the capital in the next several days. Ah! And then the sounds of girls screaming inevitably came next. So many girls were frightened and fled with haste. Chaos Hellion is here again. Chaos invaded Skyrap. Girls no longer dared to come outside during the day while Wuxia earned the impressive title of Chaos Hellion. Sigh, these people are so bad at titles. I am fiercest, not Chaos Hellion. Wuxia shook his head and said. He continued strolling the street with hands clasped behind his neck while looking up and whistling, resembling an arrogant crab strutting on the street. Meanwhile, Jyoti has grown used to this scene recently. Jyoti, all the girls are running on sight, this won't do. Should we go into a noble's house and take their wives and daughters? Wuxia smiled. Chapter 24-24, Jyoti only smiled and shook his head. He obviously didn't take Wuxia to kidnap some noble's wives and daughters. Your Highness, why are you choosing to be a bad person? This isn't your nature. Jyoti asked after having a better understanding of Wuxia from the last several days. Who is a good person? And bad? Am I being a bad person right now? Wuxia smiled. Perhaps you aren't, but in others' eyes, you are a depraved prince, Your Highness. Jyoti honestly answered out of loyalty. He wanted Wuxia to be a good prince that could prosper this beautiful kingdom. Such a basic perspective. Wuxia answered, Jyoti, ever since your enlistment, have you ever thought about the number of victims you have claimed? Well, Jyoti pondered, I'm afraid I haven't, it'll have to be in the tens of thousands. No Eternal could get to this level without polishing themselves in vicious battles. As a soldier, killing on the battlefield could be considered as obeying orders. But after starting the path of cultivation? Cultivators are blood-stained murderers. As for true emperors and Eternals? Their roads are paved with bones. Have you ever exterminated a clan or a sect? Wuxia finished with a smile. Right. Jyoti nodded. This matter was very common since one needed to step on the bones of their enemies to move forward. Then you tell me, are you a good or a bad person? Wuxia asked. Jyoti didn't answer right away. In your mind, at least unconsciously, you still consider yourself a good person. At the very least, you don't bully men and women and are living a proper life, unlike me, imperious and unreasonable, blatantly harassing girls and taking wives. These actions of mine are considered evil beyond redemption. He said. Let me ask you again, what do you think about lucidity? Do you respect him? Wuxia said. His Majesty has incredible foresight and amazing abilities, a talent of the ages capable of sweeping through the world. I have nothing but reverence for him. Jyoti replied. This wasn't an empty praise because many in imperial lineage respected him. I'm sure plenty of people respect him, including his enemies. Wuxia casually replied. Yes, His Majesty is worthy of respect. Jyoti nodded. So that's the amusing part. Lucidity reigned for 3 generations and had destroyed numerous sects and clans, too many to count. With one order of his and blood will flow like rivers in 9 secrets. His hands are stained with blood and specters of the dead haunt his blade. Wuxia said with a smile. Jyoti didn't know what to do. Only this lawless prince in the entire system would dare to comment on the king in this manner. Look again, I've tried to be a spoiled youth in the last several days at Skyrap, but how many people and clans have I exterminated? Wuxia asked. None. Jiadi sighed, aware of Li Qiye's point. Lucidity, a mass murderer leaving behind broken homes yet is still considered a peerless king in the minds of many. Some are even willing to be his claws and certainly view him as a good person. Li Qiye paused for a moment before continuing, and here I am, only bullying a few people and harassing girls at best, yet I'm considered a heinous villain deserving death. I'm sure if I were to be beaten to death today, not a single soul will sympathize while the crowd applauded in celebration. On the other hand, Lucidity's death will invoke emotions and sadness, many will miss him, don't you think? Li Qiye looked at Jiadi and smiled. This world belongs to the strong. Jiadi understood the implications. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. Li Qiye shook his head. The world consists of ordinary people with rather basic views, using power to gauge morality. Thus, why should I give a damn about what these fools think of me? Good or bad? An unforgivable demon king or a respected savior? Who cares about these meaningless titles, can't reach the apex? Do whatever we want, that should be the pursuit of cultivators. That's why right now, I am playing the role of the so-called Chaos Hellion. Do whatever we want, Jiadi murmured after a mental sum-up of Li Qiye's statement. He became lost in thoughts. Cultivators have always searched for more power but not this type of freedom. Suddenly, Li Qiye seemed to be shrouded in fog. This logic wasn't something a spoiled youth could come up with. As they spent more time together, Jiadi felt inferior in certain aspects compared to this young lord. It was as if he was a shining star of a man yet chose to act like a spoiled prince that could bring ruin to a kingdom. The guy continued to be a mystery to Jiadi. The infamy of Chaos Hellion was well known in Skyrap. As long as he was out on the streets, the girls were all in hiding. Their clans closed their gate, not wanting to become victims of this monster. Thus, Li Qiye didn't see that many girls during his stroll. Even if he did, they were awfully ugly. Perhaps they were actually waiting for him to molest or even take them by force. On the main street, a rather chubby, older woman sent a seductive glance towards Li Qiye while shaking her enormous butt. She had heard of his groping hobby so she purposely arched out her butt. Li Qiye naturally saw this and laughed. I might be a pervert, but my taste isn't this heavy. Hey, handsome, she coquettishly called out. Handsome my ass. Li Qiye scolded, you think I won't throw you into a mine so the workers there can have some fun with you? I'm sure they will be very eager to satisfy you. This woman turned pale and ran for her life. This guy had no boundaries so he would actually throw her into an ore mine. She'll be finished then. Even Jiadi started laughing after seeing this spectacle. Sigh, life is so unpredictable. A spoiled brat looking for girls is one thing, but now, even those big sisters are gunning for me. What in the world is going on? Li Qiye was amused. You're very famous right now, Your Highness. Jiadi felt relaxed being around Li Qiye, unlike being around Lucidity in a nervous state. Because they couldn't meet any girls, Li Qiye's teasing abilities became useless so it became a regular stroll. If we really don't meet anyone, I'm going into a noble's house. Li Qiye threatened. As they turned into another alley, they heard a round of applause from little kids. Big Sister Ing is here. Li Qiye looked over and saw a group of children surrounding a girl. They varied in age and dressed shabbily, clearly destitute. Skinny and bony faces. When was the last time they had a good meal? The girl had a bag full of food and began distributing meals to the kids, glistening roast chicken, delicious dried meat, and braised pork shoulders. Chapter 24-25, the kids salivated repeatedly and had to use their dirty sleeves to wipe their mouth. They accepted the food and didn't waste time eating the delicious meals. The sound of their chewing filled the alley. The girl smiled after seeing the kids devouring their food, feeling quite satisfied. She wore a rather simple dress, not resembling the attire of a noble. However, it was quite clean. She had a well-kept ponytail hairstyle, very practical. The girl wasn't that beautiful, but she gave an honest and warm aura, especially when she smiled. Everyone would think of the word strong and persevering after seeing her. "Is it good?" the girl softly asked. "Yes." The children barely answered because they were still chewing. She was a decent cultivator, so she could sense someone watching. After turning around, she noticed Wuxia at the alleyway entrance. His hands were clasped behind his neck as he watched her with a smile. Jiadi stood behind him like a statue. The girl immediately thought about the recent news and took a good look at him. This looked like the rumored Chaos Hellion. She became startled because of his perverted glare and felt a cold chill running down her spine. "I'll come back tomorrow to see you guys." She spoke, wanting to leave. The children were still busy with the food and indistinctly said bye. She didn't dare to linger around and headed for the other direction. Wuxia chuckled and slowly followed her. Though she didn't turn back to look, she knew that Wuxia was coming. She quickened her pace and even used true energy to go faster. She was afraid that he would follow her back to her house, so she went on a long detour. Fortunately, she was familiar with this area and utilized the complex streets to lose him. This method was effective. She turned around to confirm and heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, she exited another alley and returned to her home ahead. There was a forge with a frontal plaque carved with the word, Jian. She stood in front and looked at this name before sighing sentimentally. The forge was small but had plenty of good weapons on display. They were meant for cultivators, not mortals. She put on a protective cloak before preparing the coals and fire. Clank! 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 The metallic clanking for metal shaping echoed across the street with a rhythmic fashion. The girl was busy, her entire focus fixated on crafting the sword in her hand. She seemed like an experienced master from the fire control, molten pouring, casting, and shaping. The techniques clearly were distinguished and excellent. Each action was concise without needless movements. Sweat moistened her hair and eventually streamed down her fair-skinned cheeks. She looked quite beautiful when focusing, a pretty treat for the eyes. Though fatigued, she still had great spirits. The metallic clanking continued. Listeners could never get tired of this sound. Sizzle. Eventually, molten liquid stopped running and a sword was formed. She took a look before lifting it up. Its glint shined the area with spirit strands. She was happy with this product, but if she had enough materials, she could even make it better. Unfortunately, she sighed again. Suddenly, a familiar figure was reflected on the blade. This made her turn back instantly towards the entrance. Two people were standing on the street, one youth and one man. The youth had a smile as he stared at her. The girl was alarmed. This was the famous Chaos Hellion. She thought she had left him behind, yet he still managed to come here. Uncle Tai. She called out to the inside room because she had heard of his unflattering tales. In fact, they have been spread around Skyrap, that this guy had no deeds too heinous for him. Wuxia entered the forge, ignoring the panicking girl. She took one step back, but there was nowhere else to go. This was already her home. "Young miss, I'm here." An elderly man came out. He had a hunchback, yet his eyes were still fierce, clearly an experienced man. After seeing her expression, the man turned towards Wuxia and Zhang Jiadi. He also recalled the stories recently and knew what was going on. "Miss, what weapons are suitable for me?" Wuxia blocked her path, not allowing her to go to the living quarters. She naturally staggered backward in fear because of his perverted reputation. "My lord, what weapon do you want? Allow me to pick for you." The man called Uncle Tai instantly tried to save her. "No need, let her pick one for me." Li Qie stared at the girl while holding his chin. This only made the girl panic even more, her expression turned sour. My lord, she doesn't understand, Uncle Tai tried again. Enough, old man. Just one word of mine and you won't have a place to stay in Skywrap. No, actually, you will serve a life sentence in prison. Li Qie revealed his spoiled and arrogant act. Both the girl and Uncle Tai were shocked. Nevertheless, she stepped forward. What weapon are you looking for? Li Qie didn't answer and continued staring with a smile. Meanwhile, she was nervous but had prepared herself. The moment he took action, she would run right away. Uncle Tai coughed and said, My lord, please let us know what weapon you use. Just going to look around. Li Qie started walking around. The other two had no choice but to play along. The girl purposely walked slower to keep a distance from Li Qie. He ignored them and looked around at the items for sale, sabers, swords, pagodas. He would occasionally knock on the blades, issuing a metallic clanking. The materials are too coarse, terrible craftsmanship as well. He said flatly. My lord, we're a tiny place, just getting by selling these scrap metals. These weapons can't get into your sight. In the corner on the next street has a store specializes in selling rare weapons, you should go take a look. Uncle Tai anxiously said. Li Qie ignored him and took one step closer towards the girl. She reacted by taking several paces backward. Li Qie smirked and said, Don't worry, though I, Chaos Hellion, like messing around with innocent girls, I'm also a picky eater. I only like big breasts and plump butt. His eyes moved towards her breasts. The girl was stunned. This smirk clearly criticized her flat breasts, causing her to turn red. She didn't know whether to be happy or mad. At the very least, Li Qie didn't like her. But, any woman would take offense to this. Chapter 24-26. The girl was unhappy to hear his comment and sharply glared at him once before lowering her head again. Everyone knew that this hellion was a pervert with no qualms against harassing girls in broad daylight. She began to feel better about not being liked by him. He touched another sword and said, But at the very least, the crafting techniques came from masters. Young lord, you're just playing with us now. We're only a broken-down shop. Our techniques are not exceptional at all. Uncle Tai's expression shifted before quickly replying. Is that so? Li Qie touched the blade and said, If I'm not mistaken, this is the techniques of the Bingqi clan, the orthodox style too. Both the girl and Uncle Tai were alarmed upon hearing this and glanced at each other. Li Qie didn't watch their reaction and continued, The techniques are authentic and traditional, but the execution lacks experience. Just more training and better materials will result in something decent, so the crafter has some talents. Jiadi himself was surprised, not expecting Li Qie to understand the blacksmithing arts of the Bingqi. Uncle Tai calmed down and said, This lowly one doesn't know what you are talking about, my lord. I've never heard of the Bingqi. Our young miss has only learned our ancestral arts to survive. So you're telling me that your young miss is a descendant of Weapon Break True Emperor? Li Qie smiled. The other two were shaken for the second time and had to take a deep breath. Jiadi also glanced at Li Qie. Just looking at the weapons hanging on the walls wasn't enough for him to discern the crafting technique. Keep in mind that as an eternal, his vision far exceeded ordinary men. Weapon Break was the Bingqi's best emperor, immortalized for his blacksmithing abilities. Few could match him in this field. Though he was only an emperor, the legends said that he could create weapons comparable to progenitors. Due to his existence, the Bingqi made something of themselves and became one of the 5 behemoths in 9 secrets. I have never heard of Weapon Break True Emperor or the Bingqi. The uncle denied again. Li Qie didn't bother to turn back to look at him, keep on speaking rubbish and I'll make her warm my bed. Uncle Tai didn't dare to speak any longer while Li Qiye continued to look at the weapons. Suddenly, footsteps came from the outside. A group appeared, wearing the same uniform with a golden sword insignia embroidered on the sleeve. They clearly came with unfriendly intention judging by their aggressiveness. The leader was a youth brimming with vitality. His fierce eyes indicated that he wasn't a pushover. The group instantly headed for the girl while kicking and shoving, resulting in weapons falling to the ground. She and Uncle Tai naturally didn't like this development. "Long time no see, cousin." The youth laughed and said to the girl. She pursed her lips before coldly uttering, "I didn't expect to see you here in Skyrap. I just have some business in the Imperial City, but the elders also gave me a task about the rent, so I have no choice but to come here." The girl sneered in response. "Cousin, the date is approaching, I'm sure you have prepared, time to pay up." He smiled. "This place has always been our ancestral business." The girl coldly responded. "Cousin, that's ancient history. After your family pawned it off, it belongs to the clan now. The fact that the clan is still willing to let you rent is already sentimental and considerable of your ancestors." The youth retorted, "Keep in mind that personal feelings aside, this is a business. After all, if the clan is nice to everyone instead of being professionals, we will lose all orders. Without orders, the great clan will be lost in chaos. Young Lord Chow, please wait for several more days, just a few more days, and the young miss will pay. We just don't have it right now, but we will get it to you as soon as possible." Uncle Tai tried to smooth things over. "Several more days?" The youth shook his head. "I don't have that much time since I'm returning to the clan tomorrow. If I don't get the payment, how am I going to answer to the seniors?" "What do you want then?" The girl angrily shouted. "Cousin, all I'm doing is carrying out the clan's official affairs. If you can't pay up, then gather your stuff and get the hell out. The clan will be taking back this property, so you can't stay here any longer. We will not rent it to you either since you are the one violating the agreement. Bing Chi Gao, don't be so unreasonable." The girl yelled again. The youth named Bing Chi Chao shook his head. "Cousin, I'm not being unreasonable and cold right now since I'm following the rules. You should be happy that I'm the one here for this thankless task, anyone else wouldn't be so nice to you right now." The girl turned pale. She naturally didn't want to leave their ancestral heritage because they would never be able to get it back. "Cousin, don't make me force you out." Gao smiled and said. The girl clenched her fists while her chest heaved from anger. In the end, she took a composing breath and said, "Give me 2 days, just 2 days, and I'll pay the rent to the clan." "No." Gao shook his head. "Cousin, I'm in a hurry and will leave tomorrow, so I can't give you the 2 days. In accordance with the clan's rules, if a disciple were to fail his mission, there will be consequences. My future would be ruined. I only need 2 days." The girl's voice grew weaker, on the verge of begging since she had no other choice. "No." He paused for a moment, "But, there is another way." "What is it?" the girl asked after hearing a glimmer of hope. "One senior in the clan said that out of respect for the old ancestors, there is something you can pawn for this property. It will forever be yours." Gao revealed. "Pawn? What do you want?" The girl was stirred with excitement and said. Gao rubbed his chin and said, "The ancestor said that there is a page with techniques written on it. As long as you hand it over, this property will be yours. Moreover, the clan will be nice enough to even give you another one in the Imperial City. You will never have to worry about money again." Uncle Tai and the girls took one step back. Her tone grew cold again. "I don't know what you're talking about, we don't have anything like that. The seniors have handed everything over back then without hiding. Then there's no other way." Gao snorted. "I'll have to ask you to move then." The girl's expression kept on changing from being helpless. He shrugged and ordered, if you don't want to do it yourself. Men, help the young miss move now. You dare? The girl cried out. Why wouldn't I? Cousin, you are nothing now. Your branch had committed a terrible offense. The fact that the ancestors didn't erase your names from the clan is out of respect for Weapon Break True Emperor. Do you think anyone else in the clan will speak up for you now? I'm not kicking a man when he's down, but your clan is already done for since a long time ago. Gao sneered. Do it. He raised his hand while she continued to stand there in a daze. This fly keeps on buzzing and ruining my mood. Wuxia, who has been looking at the weapons, suddenly turned around and said in a lackadaisical manner. Gao and his disciples didn't notice this guy standing in the room at all until now. Chapter 24-27, Bingqi Gao finally saw Wuxia, just an ordinary youth. Even if he had cultivated, he was still a nobody, so Gao didn't give a damn. After all, Gao came from another location and didn't know the infamy of Chaos Hellion. Brat, fuck off. Our Bingqi clan is conducting business here, interfering, and that's a crime punishable by death. Bingqi Gao harshly shouted. His haughty response was understandable. After all, Wuxia only looked like a weak cultivator, while their Bingqi was one of the 5 strongest sects in 9 secrets, and he was a direct branch disciple. And if I don't? Wuxia smiled. No? Then I'll break your legs and make you crawl outside. Gao's eyes turned fierce. So vicious, do you not care for the laws? Wuxia pretended to be afraid and startled. The laws? Gao smiled deviously, do you not know who you're dealing with? Our Bingqi clan can do whatever we want. Ha ha ha. Wuxia shifted his demeanor instantly and started clapping. So damn amusing, someone has the balls to tell me this in Skyrap City. Ha ha ha, I'm gonna die from laughing. It took a while before he stopped laughing and asked, Jiadi, tell me now, in Skyrap, no, in all of 9 secrets, who is the law? You are, my lord. Jiadi didn't address him as His Highness this time around. Wuxia smiled, did you hear that? I'm the law, so start running now before I change my mind. Gao's expression changed. And nobody dared to talk to him like this? He smiled sinisterly in response, brat, don't think we can't mess you up just because we're far away, that you have some backing in the Imperial City and think you're a badass. My Bingqi clan doesn't give a shit about anyone. He then ordered, men, break his legs. Show him the laws of our clan. Brat, you've asked for it. The men sneered and began pulling up their sleeves before reaching for Wuxia. Boom! They couldn't touch him and were pushed to the ground, one after another. Their bones were broken so they couldn't stand up. They were no different than ants before Jiadi, simply pathetic. Jiadi, you don't know who I am right now? A spoiled brat, and what does that entail? Of course it is to kill everyone that annoys me. Jiadi didn't bat an eye. A glint flashed with a cutting noise. Blood gushed out, the men of the Bingqi were decapitated. Their eyes were wide open, they didn't even have the chance to scream. Gao was shocked and shouted in response, who the hell are you? Me? Wuxia pointed at his nose, I'm the law of 9 secrets. Having said that, he started walking towards Gao. Don't come over here. The frightened youth turned to flee. Bam! Unfortunately, he didn't go far before dropping and rolling on the ground. Sai, you brought this upon yourself. Wuxia shook his head and stomped heavily on Gao's chest. Crack! His chest caved down, ribs broken. The boy vomited a mouthful of blood. Wuxia crouched down to look at him and smiled, do you know why you're still alive? Don't do anything crazy. I'm a disciple of the Bingqi clan, the clan will not let you off if you do something to me. Gao was scared out of his mind. Li Qiye dug in his ear with his pinky and told Jiadi, Bingqi clan, huh? Oh, I remember now. Jiadi, that old man from this clan, what was he called? A supreme ancestor or something? What a braggart, daring to have that title with his meager skills. Bingqi Juezhen. Jiadi replied. Juezhen was one of the 5 supreme ancestors that Lucidity King summoned previously. Yes, you're right. That geezer. I remember now. Li Qiye clapped his hands and said. Bingqi Gao, the girl, and Uncle Tai were shocked. The other 2 knew that Li Qiye was known as Chaos Hellion for causing trouble recently, but they didn't know of his true background. In fact, no one in Sky Rap did. But now, Li Qiye directly called out Bingqi Juezhen's real name, even referring to him as a geezer. That's terrifying. Juezhen, a supreme ancestor, was the strongest senior of the Bingqi and one of the strongest Eternals in 9 secrets. Li Qiye patted the youth's face and smiled. Go back and tell Bingqi Juezhen that I like this girl. Continue to provoke her and I'll be displeased enough to destroy your clan. Gao didn't dare to refuse since he was already scared out of his mind. Oh, do we have an Imperious seal or something? They might not take us seriously without one. Li Qiye tapped his forehead, seemingly remembering something and told Jiadi. Jiadi took out a red branding iron and handed it to Li Qiye. Just mark with this and Bingqi Juezhen will recognize you, young lord. Good. Li Qiye accepted it and directly applied it to Gao's forehead. Ah! The youth screamed from the excruciating pain. After the smoke cleared, a red mark was left behind. Li Qiye was quite satisfied with his work and said, not bad. He then kicked the guy and patted his hands clean. Scram now, I'm sparing your dog life. Gao didn't dare to say a single retort and ran for his life, even losing his shoes in the process. Li Qiye turned his attention towards the girl and started walking. The girl and her uncle were naturally frightened but there was nowhere to go. This little monster didn't give a damn about the Bingqi clan. Back to what I was saying before, the techniques of Weapon Break True Emperor are worth taking a look. He smiled. He raised her chin and smiled. What is your name, Bingqi? And the girl shuddered but mustered enough courage to meet his gaze. Bingqi Ingjian. A descendant of Bingqi Quangfang. Jiadi said, a capable man whose downfall was his arrogance, daring to challenge the Silver Secret Legion. The other 2 didn't like hearing about this story. Quangfang used to be a genius of the Bingqi, quite eccentric in nature. He was also arrogant and didn't obey anyone. After a particular conflict, he challenged Sun Lengying and the Silver Secret Legion. The result was obvious. Though he was very strong, he still wasn't a match for Sun Lengying. His legion fared even worse and got annihilated completely. This was a crime worthy of clan extermination, especially if Lucidity found this impudent. He wouldn't only kill Quangfang's branch but also the rest of the clan. However, Lucidity actually appreciated Quangfang for his arrogance and didn't pursue this matter. Nevertheless, the Bingqi still decided to purge Quangfang's branch from their clan. Their branch consisted of the descendants of Weapon Break True Emperor and possessed an amazing bloodline. They were quite influential and powerful as well. Alas, they still lost and disappeared henceforth. So now, when Jiadi revealed their background, Ingjian and her uncle were horrified. Sigh, I'm a spoiled brat, not a hero who saves a damsel in distress. Li Qiye shook his head and said. Ingjian was holding her breath, unaware of Li Qiye's intention. His bad reputation truly scared her to the core. Alright, don't look at me like that, I might be a pervert, but one with exquisite tastes. I don't like undernourished little girls. He said while staring at her. Chapter 24-28, The girl had conflicted feelings about hearing this. a natural response for most women regarding their appearance. She gave him the side eye before looking down again. Wuxia withdrew his hand and gave an order, "Jiadi, I like this girl. Leave her 1 million to buy some clothes." Jiadi immediately threw a spatial pouch on the table before leaving with Wuxia. Ingjian and Untai Tai were slack-jawed, spending 1 million just like that? In their clan, even the direct successors there couldn't be so wasteful. This guy was a god-tier wastrel. He was already long gone after she calmed down. She didn't have the courage to give chase, still afraid of him. She stood there, confused, not knowing what to do. After leaving the force, Jiadi smiled and asked Wuxia, "Your Highness, she's not a bad girl, how come you didn't take her in?" "Why should I?" Wuxia smiled, "I have no lack of women. A good girl is very rare, and only thinking about sleeping with one is the act of a vulgar man." Jiadi replied, "So you like her that much, Your Highness?" He had grown used to Wuxia's amiability when they were alone. It was completely different than being around lucidity. Though people called him the Chaos Hellion and considered him to be the worst scum, Jiadi didn't think he was that bad. At the very worst, the guy was just a whimsical spender. As for lucidity, being around him meant being nervous all the time. His fury could end in decapitation for anyone. There are many types of like, not necessarily romantic. Some are just a type of appreciation. Wuxia said. Jiadi nodded and didn't pursue the topic. Boom! Suddenly, a divine light soared to the sky from the imperial palace. It separated the clouds and illuminated the entire area. A majestic divinity engulfed the world, seemingly wanting to drown the entire system. The experts all over Imperial were alarmed. Buzz! The pillar of light suddenly lost all power, akin to a spring gushing out water before running dry. The leftover water sprinkled down, or in this case, just tiny strands of light that scatter with the wind. It seemed like a rain of light all over 9 secrets, resulting in a surreal scene. Buzz! Next, a fiery spark came from the palace. If the palace itself was a candle, then this light was it being lit up. Unfortunately, this was a candle in the wind, feeble and flickering, on the verge of extinguishing. It pulsed continuously from dark to bright in an uncertain manner. Not good. Jiadi was shocked, "His Majesty is deteriorating, we must return now, Your Highness." Having said that, he grabbed Wuxia and rushed for the palace. At this moment, all eyes in Imperial were focused on the flickering light. They knew that lucidity couldn't last any longer. This was his final moment. Whoosh! When Jiadi and Wuxia finally made it back, the light suddenly shattered and disappeared. The palace fell into darkness. 9 secrets have lost its light. His Majesty has passed away. Jiadi shouted, "Your Majesty," he continued carrying Wuxia towards Lucidity's resting chambers. Once they made it in, they saw Lucidity on his bed, no longer breathing. The servants were on their knees. Only Sun Lengying sat by the bed while holding the slumbering king's hand, tears running down his cheeks. "Your Majesty!" Jiadi instantly prostrated on the ground. This sad emotion came from the heart. Lucidity was a second father to him, so he became broken-hearted. The palace grieved, seemingly engulfed in a terrible mood. His Majesty has passed away. After a long while, an official order finally came. The palaces and buildings in the imperial palace had a white cloth hanging on the front entrance. It didn't take long before the entire place was filled with white, similar to the snowflakes in winter, a world of white. People were still shaken despite knowing the inevitability of his death. The moment still caught them off guard. Anxiety and grief permeated the situation, especially for the servants. They didn't know what to do, akin to rootless duckweeds. The extinguishing of his light made many pairs of eyes light up all over 9 secrets, similar to divine lamps being lit in the dark. The seniors from the various powers and the 5 supreme ancestors became stirred. Lucidity King is finally dead. One eternal from a powerful lineage said. A storm is coming. A supreme ancestor had a happy expression and excitement in his eyes. This day is finally here. Another peer of his smiled. One more had his eyes flashing with a cold glint. A new era should come to 9 secrets now. This was a godsend opportunity, just like a pie falling from the sky. War Saint Dynasty has lost its leader and the entire system was a headless snake. It meant turmoil and changes, or opportunities for others. These supreme ancestors knew that it was over for War Saint Dynasty. It didn't matter that he had appointed a crown prince because this person couldn't suppress all of 9 secrets. Moreover, Lucidity had also defeated the Sacred Cabinet. Without this council, War Saint was without its skeletal structure and needed to rely on Lucidity as the single pillar. Now, without him, demise was coming for this dynasty. Lucidity King has passed away. Many ancient clans and sects have received this news. These masters became emotional just like the rest. They have gotten used to his tyranny in the last 3 generations. This authority was no longer present. A new leader was about to emerge for 9 secrets. The news of his death quickly spread to the other systems in Imperial as well. The 2 other behemoths, the Mu and Li, were the happiest to hear about it. Lucidity played a pivotal role in 9 secrets' success. With his death, this behemoth has fallen. Many other ferocious beasts and birds would want to come and share this fat piece of meat. It's about time. 2 true emperors took note of this. Their gazes searched around 9 secrets. Even beings of their level didn't dare to do anything when Lucidity was around. This was no longer the case. 9 secrets was now up for grabs. Crown Prince Wuxia shall assume the title of king. An order left behind by Lucidity emanated from the palace. His awe-inspiring and mighty voice along with his majestic aura of an eternal filled the world. The system still trembled in fear after hearing the order. He might be dead but his notoriety remained. People were still afraid all the same. Crown Prince Wuxia. Confusion naturally sparked. Who is Wuxia? The leaders of various powers found this surprising. They have never heard of this name before. In fact, they didn't even know that Lucidity had appointed a crown prince. Chapter 24-29, The Crown Prince has officially become the king. The official order left everyone in 9 secrets puzzled since they didn't know who Wuxia was. The only ones expecting this were the 5 behemoths with the 5 supreme ancestors, Waterfront Pavilion, Bingqi Clan, Calm Lotus Monastery, Myriad Formation Kingdom, and Godstep Sect. Lucidity summoned them and asked for their loyalty and support. Even War Saint Dynasty itself was confused. The royal members began discussing among themselves. Tang Hexiang isn't appointed? A high elder of the royal clan murmured. Who the hell is this Wuxia? Why did His Majesty pick him? The experts and elders of the dynasty became unhappy. Of course, no one dared to publicly voice their dissatisfaction just yet. After all, Lucidity had only passed away recently and his notoriety remained. Same with Sun Lengying and Silver Secret Legion. Everyone knew of Lengying and the Legion's loyalty. They would definitely carry out his final order and support Wuxia. Because of this, any dissenter would need to think twice about their own abilities before acting rashly. Well, who is Wuxia? This became the main question in all of 9 secrets. Everyone became crazy and tried to dig up any information and stories about him. Unfortunately, even the most capable failed to find anything. It was as if he came out of nowhere and became the crown prince just like that. The new king summons his subjects, Waterfront, Bingqi, Godstep, an official coronation ceremony manifested, demanding the appearance of the system's members. A coronation ceremony was essential. It would also give the king a chance to stabilize the realm. Rumble. After this next declaration, Sky Rap City heard an orderly marching accompanied by a flood-like aura. The hot city suddenly became cool. Silver Secret Legion was called inside. The Imperial City became heavily guarded with soldiers everywhere. Anyone coming and going needed to pass the various checkpoints manned by the Legion. A harsh atmosphere pervaded the city. Everyone walked on the streets with trepidation. The strict watch clearly indicated that the Legion would never allow anyone to cause trouble at the coronation. Death would be the punishment. The Legion was personally created by Lucidity and became one of the strongest legions in all of 9 Secrets. It was virtually unstoppable, so its presence here stopped the other sects from having any idea. As long as the Legion and Sun Lengying were still around, Lucidity's orders could still be carried out. Waterfront Pavilion wishes for an audience. The first of the 5 behemoths came to answer the call. Godstep sect wishes for an audience. Bingqi clan wishes for an audience. It didn't take long before all 5 powers have entered the palace to meet the new king. Furthermore, their representatives were the 5 supremes. This immediately legitimized the coronation to a certain extent. Afterward, other powers and clans also entered the imperial city to participate in the ceremony. In Sky Rap City, there were still white cloths on display for the morning. Festival lamps and joyous decorations started popping up as well for the coronation. This joyous atmosphere interfered with the cautious watch, allowing the citizens to heave a sigh of relief. The ascension is now. A gong echoed across the city before reaching all of 9 Secrets. The city itself was boiling with excitement, especially the Imperial Palace. Ancestors and sect masters from all over the world prostrated. The only ones who could stand were the 5 Supremes. After all, they had prestigious status on top of being powerful Eternals. Only Lucidity could make them kneel. Rumble. The members of the Silver Secret Legion lined up in 2 columns before the royal throne. The opening in the center was meant for the king. His Majesty is coming. A declaration sounded across the palace. The kneeling experts looked up, wanting to catch a glimpse of the new king. 3 people finally emerged from the imperial palace. In front was Li Qie with Sun Lengying and Zhang Jiadi right behind him, almost like his shadow. The crowd stared at the king before glancing at each other. Li Qie was wearing a dragon robe, except in a very carefree manner, even his crown was crooked. The guy didn't look serious at all. The worst part was his walk, swinging his arms and shaking his head. This had no semblance of a king but more like a hoodlum. No trace of royal aura could be found on this troublemaker. The most confusing part was how apparent it was that this guy looked like a new cultivator, not an expert at all. The kneeling ancestors and sect masters were astounded. The invincible Lucidity made this young hoodlum the next king? The guy was so weak too. The whole thing didn't make any sense. Rise. Li Qie sat down on the throne and looked quite lazy. After a quick glance at the crowd, he acted as if he didn't want to be here. The experts finally stood up and exchanged glances. A strange atmosphere overtook the palace. If this new king was awe-inspiring, then with the help of Lucidity's still existing notoriety, these officials and servants would still chant, "Long live the king, long live the king." However, because of this non-traditional king, no one gave the regular response after he allowed them to stand. They were simply befuddled. How could this person become the king, the ruler of 9 Secrets? His appearance and demeanor made them look down on him, thinking that he was an insignificant tramp. The experts here were all great leaders, yet they had to kneel before this piece of trash. This truly vexed them. All right, civil and military officials, sect masters and ancestors, anyone have something to say? Li Qie lazily asked. Elder son, is this really the order of the late king? A general stepped out with an oppressive aura. He had only recently become an eternal, but this was more than enough. Yes. Leng Ying answered concisely while holding a sword in his chest. We want to see the decree. This general said with a serious tone, this pertains to the well-being and survival of the dynasty. What, think I'm a fake? Li Qiye smiled and said. The general paused for a moment before looking back at his vice-generals. They gave him a firm nod. The coronation will have lasting effects on the dynasty, so the royal family needs to be clear. He gritted his teeth and said. That's right, we agree with the northern general's demand for elaboration. The vice-generals quickly added while building strong momentum. The clan of this general was quite powerful, in charge of the Northern Legion. Outside of Silver Secret, there was the Central, Imperial Guard, North, South, East, and West Legion. They were mighty and camped all over the system. Looks like they want to kick me from my throne. Annihilate them. Li Qiye ordered, still with a smile on his face. You dare? This general shouted back, I have followed the late king through 3 expeditions, destroying the barbarians in the north with numerous accolades. The late king even bestowed me a contract, that has nothing to do with me. Li Qiye ordered again, Sun Leng Ying, kill. Clank. Leng Ying unsheathed his sword, releasing a massive amount of murderous energy. Even the 5 supreme ancestors shuddered, let alone other people. The northern general roared and turned into a white wolf. The vice-generals also formed a formation to assist him. Boom! Leng Ying's sword pierced through the ages. The formation couldn't stop it at all. Pluff! Heads rolled on the ground. This group was massacred by Leng Ying. The stench of blood permeated the hall to the dismay of the crowd. A few people realized that this new king might be a piece of trash, but Leng Ying was still an unstoppable eternal. Few could actually match him in 9 secrets. The 5 supreme ancestors would need to think very carefully before challenging him. Chapter 24:30, People shuddered after seeing the death of the northern general. The stench of blood permeated the air. All right. Li Qiye waved his hand and looked over at some random lower-ranking generals. The northern general or whatever is killed, so you will take his position. And you'll become his vice-generals. These generals were standing in the back and had low status. Now, Li Qiye had just casually appointed them to be the generals of the northern region. This wasn't just a position for a kingdom, but the position of an entire system. The northern region consisted of tens of thousands of sects and hundreds of kingdoms. The northern general with his military authority was superior to numerous sect masters. These low-ranking generals would have been unlikely to reach this position, so they were completely stunned by these appointments. In fact, everyone else felt the same. Both the officials and members of the royal families to the cultivators of the system were all stunned. This was the most whimsical order they have ever seen. The Northern Legion was still one of the 7 great legions in 9 secrets, a pillar of 9 secrets. Even lucidity wouldn't be so careless in appointing the right general. However, Li Qiye didn't care about oppositions and promoted these random generals. At the very least, this imperious style was similar to lucidity, not giving a damn about anyone else's opinions. Thank you, Your Majesty, long live the king. The generals regained their sanity and became ecstatic. They prostrated, fully appreciative of this opportunity. All right, anyone else has something to say? Li Qiye stared lazily at the crowd. Everyone smiled wryly. Even powerful ancestors couldn't say anything at this point. The order was carried out, so it was already too late. Plus, Sun Leng Ying was standing there with his sword readied. The previous northern general has been made an example of for anyone who wants to disobey. Only the 5 supremes here could perhaps take on Sun Lengying. Anyone else would just be courting death. Plus, Silver's secret legion had this area surrounded completely. The legion would instantly take down any dissenter before aiming for their sections. We will obey His Majesty's wishes. The wind god cupped his fist and bowed. We have no objection. The other 4 supreme ancestors unanimously agreed. This was the first order of Wuxia, and it has been confirmed by the 5 supreme ancestors. This established Wuxia's status as the new king. After all, these 5 ancestors represented the 5 strongest lineages in 9 secrets. Other people had no reason to fight against them. From this point on, Wuxia was finally acting as the king. May your will be done, Your Majesty. The officials and the rest of the ancestors bowed towards Wuxia while chanting, quite a magnificent scene. Good. Wuxia glanced over at the 5 ancestors. Geezers, you have promised lucidity to bring the beauties and daughters from your clan here. I need a harem, when are they coming? The crowd was stunned along with the 5 ancestors. They knew that Wuxia was an unsalvageable bastard, but they didn't think he would be so preposterous. This was his first day on the throne, and instead of mourning lucidity or rallying the people, he preferred to talk about girls and pleasure. This was a prime example of a licentious tyrant. They glanced at each other in confusion. They have indeed promised lucidity to bring their golden daughters and saintesses to Wuxia. However, this wasn't the right time to talk about this. What, changing your mind? Wuxia smiled. We do not dare. The ancestor of the Bingqi cupped his fist. Your Majesty, we will bring them to the palace, please don't worry. All right, I'll be waiting for them. Wuxia laughed and waved dismissively. Report if there is something else. Otherwise, the court is dismissed. The officials were at a loss for words. They have never met such a ridiculous king before. Fine, dismiss, all of you. Wuxia raised his hand and gave the order after no one spoke up. He didn't care and started leaving. Sun Lengying and Zhang Jiadi followed right behind him. They disappeared into the imperial palace. The ones left behind felt as if this was a dream. This should have been a day for the new king to mourn Lucidity's passing and talk about his great achievements. At the same time, he needed to build morale while stabilizing the situation. That's the right way to win people over and get them to acknowledge his position and capabilities. Unfortunately, Wuxia didn't mention any of that. First, he ordered the death of an important general even before warming up his throne. Next, he ordered the 5 great powers to send beauties so that he could have a debaucherous harem. Let's go. The 5 supreme ancestors disappeared from the void. The other officials and ancestors couldn't do anything else and started to leave. This was the strangest coronation they have ever seen. It wasn't just bizarre but rather, a complete joke. The details of this event caused quite a stir around 9 secrets. Despite the new king's ridiculous nature, no sect dared to do anything because of Lengying and Silver Secret. Usurping was in the planning, but it wasn't the time for reckless action. Nevertheless, people could tell that decline was inevitable for War Saint Dynasty. This debaucherous king couldn't control 9 secrets and his 7 legions. Meanwhile, Sun Lengying asked for retirement right after the coronation. You wish to return to civilian life? Wuxia smiled at Lengying. The shadowy figure nodded, still stingy with his words. Yes, please allow it, Your Majesty. Jiadi was shaken due to the significance behind this. Lengying's existence played a large part in Wuxia's successful ascension. He was the only one who could stabilize this situation. Wuxia alone was insufficient. Elder son, it is still chaotic right now, so you can't leave. Jiadi saw that Wuxia was still carefree and thought that he didn't grasp the gravity of this situation. We need you right now, His Majesty requires your protection and help. I'm old with 1 foot in the grave, please allow it, Your Majesty. Lengying responded. Jiadi couldn't refute because Leng Ying's age was getting up there. He has followed Lucidity for 3 generations. Since Lucidity was dead, he shouldn't have that much time left either. More importantly, when Lucidity was around, Leng Ying was only below 1 man while above all others. Only Lucidity could give him commands, no one else. His loyalty to Lucidity was proven through his long service. However, Wuxia lacked the power and decisiveness to control him. Lucidity was the only reason why he agreed to help with the coronation. Now that the guy was on the throne, he wouldn't stay here and continue to work for someone like Wuxia. This was the difference between him and Jiadi. The latter worked for War Saint Dynasty while he only cared for Lucidity. Others could all just go and die. I see, very well. Take what you want, treasures or territories, all available for you. Wuxia nodded and said. Your Majesty, you can't. Elder Son is the pillar of our system, our dynasty needs him. Jiadi was shocked. He didn't dare to blatantly express that they were in a bad position because of Wuxia's ineptitude and could only ask Wuxia to reconsider. Thank you, Your Majesty. Leng Ying bowed and left empty-handed without asking for anything. Your Majesty, you don't understand the situation. Only Elder Son can preside over the system right now and quell unrest. Jiadi said disrespectfully while panicking. Nevertheless, this was out of loyalty. Chapter 24:31, and Wuxia smiled at the anxious man. Your Majesty, the world will change after Elder Son's departure. No one else can control the soldiers and military in the dynasty. The first to disobey you will be Silver Secret, then Central Legion and the rest. Without these 7 legions, the officials won't be the only ones who won't follow your orders. The lineages such as the 5 great powers will begin to covet your authority and land. They might even start a campaign against you while no one will answer your call. It was a mistake, Your Majesty. Jiadi was disappointed at the youth. So what? They can do whatever they want. As long as the sky is still up there, the land is still there for enjoyment and squandering. I might as well be the one to do it. Jiadi sighed again. Leng Ying's retirement has decided everything. The only thing he could hope for right now was for Wuxia to mature and stop acting on a whim. Your Majesty, yes, the sky isn't falling down but your kingdom is in trouble. Your life is in danger as well. Jiadi sincerely said. That just means the game is over when the kingdom is gone, but as for my life? I'm still waiting for someone capable of taking it. Wuxia smiled. Jiadi lamented in his mind. At this point, he began to question Lucidity's choice in picking Wuxia. Nevertheless, he maintained his conviction and loyalty towards Lucidity. No secret could remain unheard. Though there was no public announcement of Sun Leng Ying's retirement, those actively caring still found out. Sun Leng Ying is retiring? Shock was the first reaction. Why would the new king allow it? Many didn't believe it. Everyone knew that the king relied on Leng Ying for stability and couldn't suppress the other factions alone. Maybe the new king wishes to crush any potential opposition. After all, Leng Ying is still part of the old regime and with his presence, the king can't have total autonomy. Someone else mused. Without Leng Ying, this new king can't handle the 7 legions and stabilize the unrest. I don't even think he can stay on the throne or keep his life, let alone having full reign. A sect master sneered. Ultimately, Lucidity King was unique. Only someone like him could maintain control of 9 secrets after killing all of his opposition. Well, this new king is quite foolish then. A royal lord found letting Leng Ying retire as an irrational choice. We shouldn't be surprised. Did you see that ridiculous coronation? An ancestor laughed. Asking for beauties from the 5 great powers as tributes? Such a king would be able to do anything else. The chance is here, the tallest buildings will fall to the incoming storm. Another ancestor had a cold flash in his eyes. A different atmosphere invaded the camps of the 7 legions after hearing of Leng Ying's departure. They had different plans. Some wanted to know what Leng Ying was going to do because of his influence. However, they found that he had disappeared completely after leaving the palace. It seemed that he wished to be left alone. On the second day of this news, Silver's secret legion began to march away from the imperial city. Silver's secret is leaving. Others naturally took note of this. Meanwhile, Wuxia was relaxing in his garden, enjoying the breeze and the services of his palace maids. Your Majesty! Something unfavorable has happened. Jiadi rushed in. Jiadi, what's the hurry? Look at how beautiful it is today. Wuxia smiled as a maid served him some fruit. No, the sky is about to fall. Jiadi got closer with a serious expression. Oh? Do tell. Wuxia said without actually paying much attention. Silver Legion wishes to withdraw without your orders. Jiadi said. Where to? Wuxia remained unmoved. I don't know, but given the circumstances, Your Majesty, you need to get them to stay here. As long as they're around, you still have a chance to control the situation. Jiadi hurriedly explained. Is that so? But we can't force people to stay when they want to leave. Wuxia smiled. Your Majesty, you need to personally go to the camp and persuade the generals. I have good ties with them and maybe we can convince them otherwise. Jiadi said seriously. What's the chance of them staying just because of you and me? Wuxia replied. 30%. Jiadi pondered before answering, Your Majesty, we need to at least try. Let them go. Certain things can't be helped, such as the rain ruining a beautiful day or mothers needing to remarry again. Wuxia waved his hand. But. Your Majesty, Jiadi didn't give up. Jiadi, I know what you're trying to say. Don't worry, no big deal if the kingdom falls. Wuxia said. Jiadi felt helpless following such a ridiculous master. Talking was useless now, he couldn't change anything. In the end, Silver's secret left the imperial city. No generals even bothered to report to the new king, they didn't even send messengers. This was an unauthorized mobilization, treating the king with utter contempt. No one can control a monster like Silver's secret now that Sun Lengying is gone. Someone said sentimentally after seeing this. Where will they go? People wondered because it could take over any area in the system, given its might. They could easily influence the tides of the future, so even the 5 great powers were watching every movement from them. After leaving the city, the entire legion also disappeared from sight. It seemed that this retreat was premeditated, not just a hurried decision. What? Silver Legion is gone? How can a massive legion disappear just like that? An ancestor found this astonishing. But this was indeed the case. An army of 1 million soldiers vanished without leaving a single trace. No one knew where it was heading to. After this was confirmed, an ancestor murmured, they must have planned this a while ago, perhaps they knew about this king before the coronation, so they started thinking about a retreat path. The only reason why they assisted with the ceremony was to honor and carry out a promise with the late king. Some finally realized that from the very beginning, the insiders didn't have a good opinion of the new king. After all, Lengying and Silver's secret were confidants of lucidity. They knew about the crown prince before anyone else. What about us? The main fighting force of War Saint, the Central Legion, began to wonder. The Imperial Guard of the capital and the 4 cardinal legions became impatient. These 6 legions, unlike Silver's secret, had fixed assignments. They couldn't just up and disappear like Silver's secret. Moreover, they had their own territories and didn't need to retreat. Right now, the question was whether to support this young king or to start planning in the shadows. Ultimately, it became clear as day that War Saint dynasty was unstable. No Sun Lengying, no silver secret, the new king was useless. If the 6 legions were to stop following orders, 9 secrets will have a new master soon enough. 1. The second line, mothers needing to remarry, should be viewed from the perspective of the children. Sad, but there's nothing they can do about it. Chapter 24-32, War Saint dynasty remained peaceful. The 6 legions and various powers didn't take action after the departure of Silver Secret. However, this was only the calm before the storm. Everyone could sense unrest in the air, people were growing impatient in the shadows. Just imagine, Lucidity King had gathered an unprecedented authority in 9 secrets after ruling for 3 generations. War Saint dynasty had accumulated an incredible amount of treasures and vast lands. The rest of the world naturally coveted this, especially when the new king was so useless. This king right now was completely oblivious and uncaring of current events. On the other hand, Jiadi worked hard with his intelligent network, keeping up to date about the movements of the various sects and the 6 legions. He was still absolutely loyal to Wuxia, not wanting War Saint dynasty to crumble in this manner. Unfortunately, he had his limits despite being a powerful Eternal. After all, there were plenty of Eternals in such a powerful system. He was still 1 level below Sun Lengying in terms of actual power and prestige. Lengying had followed Lucidity for 3 generations and had many great conquests during that period. Thus, he possessed an intimidating reputation. He could threaten the 5 supreme ancestors, but not Jiadi. Not to mention these beings, he couldn't influence the generals of Silver Secret. In fact, Jiadi had tried his best to convince the generals of Silver Secret. Alas, they didn't give him any face and still decided to leave. On the other hand, Lengying just needed to say 1 word and they would stay. Wuxia didn't feel the same anxiety as Jiadi, still as nonchalant as ever. Your Majesty, the Bingqi has brought the consort here. Jiadi changed the topic. He referred to her as consort instead of queen because the role was yet to be determined since there were 5 of them. Their golden daughter? Quite fast then, take her here to see me. Wuxia said with a smile. Let's her have some time to get ready. Jiadi smiled wryly after seeing Wuxia's eagerness. Wuxia agreed carefreely. The girl from the Bingqi washed her face and prepared before being led by palace maids to see the new king. The sounds of maid uniforms and clanking adornments came about. A girl walked out among a group of maids. She dressed in a red gown embroidered with a golden phoenix, looking exquisitely noble. She was naturally nervous, knowing that this new king would sleep with her tonight. As an innocent girl, she was going to marry someone she had never met before, not knowing anything about him. She only took a quick glance at the man sitting on the throne before lowering her head and prostrating once she got close enough. Greetings, Your Majesty. Raise your head. Wuxia told her. She was surprised to hear his voice, seemingly a bit familiar as if she had heard it before. She slowly raised her head and saw a faint smile from the king. This made her almost jump up with her mouth wide open. Stand up. Wuxia smiled and gestured. Meanwhile, Jiadi standing behind him suddenly became serious with a flash in his eyes. The girl didn't know what to do, so she looked quite awkward, not knowing where to put her hands. Young miss, fate always brings people back together. Wuxia smirked. The girl didn't know what to say. Not even in her dream would she expect for the infamous Chaos Hellion to be the new king. This girl was obviously Bingqi Ingjian from the Forge. It was quite interesting that she was chosen by the Bingqi to be the saintess for the marriage. Of course, this wasn't her choice. So you're the Bingqi's representative? Li Qiye rubbed his chin and smiled. Her heart turned cold. The only reason she agreed was so that her branch could return to the Bingqi clan once more. I'm a descendant of Weapon Break True Emperor, so I can still represent the orthodox branch of the Bingqi. She bit her lip and quietly said. She was confused because of his current status and their brief meeting in the past. No defects that I can see. Li Qiye smiled. The bloodline of a true emperor is prestigious indeed. Moreover, Weapon Break was an exceptional one among them. So yes, his branch can be considered the orthodox one. She heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Li Qiye said, Jiadi. Who should have been the Bingqi consort, in theory? Your Majesty, it should be Bingqi Hanyu, a descendant of Bingqi Juezhen, according to his late Majesty's wish. Jiadi said with a grave tone. How interesting. Li Qiye was amused. Looks like this clan wishes to trick us. When Juezhen made an agreement with Lucidity about marrying their noblest bloodline to the throne, it should have been their princess, Hanyu. However, because of the deterioration of the dynasty, the Bingqi changed their mind because they had a negative opinion on the new king and the future of the dynasty. Thus, they found a princess in exile, Yingjian, in order to replace Hanyu. This was still a reasonable choice. After all, Yingjian's bloodline was also prestigious. In fact, if one only took their bloodline into consideration, Yingjian's was even better than Hanyu's. Furthermore, she has also been bestowed the title of princess in the clan, so sending her here to be the consort couldn't truly be considered disobeying the late king's order. This has nothing to do with the Bingqi. I want to be here. Yingjian became anxious and quietly said, not daring to look at Li Qiye while speaking. Ever since the defeat of Bingqi Quangfeng, your branch has been removed from the Bingqi, so how can it still represent them? Jiadi's eyes turned cold. When an eternal became serious like this, Yingjian became intimidated and trembled with fear. Jiadi, you're scaring the young miss. Li Qiye smiled and waved his sleeve towards Jiadi. Go rest, it must have been a long journey. She was completely surprised. The Chaos Hellion was rumored to be lecherous, loving sex as much as his own life and had no regards for laws. This didn't seem to be the case right now. She hesitated for a bit, mouth slightly open, wanting to speak. In the end, she chose to kneel and leave. Li Qiye then said, How interesting, Jiadi, send my order to the Central Legion, tell them to march and attack the Bingqi. Your Majesty. Jiadi was caught off guard. Was this a joke? What, is there a problem? Li Qiye smiled. Your Majesty, that's not doable. Jiadi hurriedly explained, this deceitful swap from them is a crime punishable by death. I know that you're furious, Your Majesty, but this isn't possible. The situation is too delicate right now, we can't mobilize the Central Legion. An imperial marriage was a great matter. Using a fake princess to deceive a king? Any king would be furious after this. No, you're mistaken, I'm not angry at all, especially about something this trivial. However, this is a good chance. I've been wanting to be criticized as a warmongering madman. The Bingqi is giving me this opportunity since my plan is to march across the realm, putting those like the Bingqi in Waterfront Pavilion in their place. I don't need to come up with a reason now after this deceit, it is time to mobilize and take them down. Chapter 2433, Jiadi was slack-jawed and wide-eyed for the first time. He thought Li Qiye only wished to be a debaucherous emperor, not expecting him to dare and attack the great powers. He felt that the guy was insane. Even Lucidity never did something like this. He had swept through 9 secrets before and had thoughts about destroying the 5 great powers, but these thoughts never came into fruition. Your Majesty, we mustn't. Jiadi hastily elaborated, the Bingqi is famous for their military prowess. I'm afraid the Central Legion can't match them in a direct contest. Oh? The Central Legion isn't enough? Send the North, South, West, and East Legion too then. What? Jiadi was bewildered. Moving the Central Legion alone was enough to cause a stir, but all 5 legions? It would cause widespread panic and chaos. The dynasty might even fall overnight because of this decision. Only lucidity would dare to go all out like this. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Once all 5 are sent to the battlefield, turmoil will pervade our dynasty and the enemies will take advantage of this. It'll put us in a precarious situation. Jiadi tried his best. It's fine. Just let the dynasty crumble in that case. Go order the 5 legions now, tell the Bingqi that if they wish to survive, hand that girl named Bingqi Hanyu over along with a dowry of 100, nay, 1,000 beauties. They must be gorgeous and well endowed. Your Majesty, if you want girls, just say the word and I can send people to pick for you. There are countless beauties in 9 secrets and you can select them later. Whoever you want, big butt, large breasts. No need to mobilize against the Bingqi. Jiadi advised. Jiadi, wrong again. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. If I just want women, then I don't need to do something like this. I, Li Qiye, just need to beckon and numerous saintesses will come running. Plus, even though I might be considered an incapable king right now, I'm still a king. Getting women is not a problem, however many I would like, but those women are only there for a little bit of fun. Your Majesty, the Eternal stood there looking silly. That's not enough. If I am king, then I should be able to play and have fun with anything. Women or the world itself. Mobilize and attack whoever annoys me with my massive army. We'll see who wants to play back. Li Qiye said. Your Majesty, you still haven't gotten a firm grasp on the kingdom. If the legions were to lose, it'll be over for the dynasty. Jiadi convinced. Like I have said before, Jiadi, I didn't toil to create this kingdom so I don't care. Li Qiye answered. Which other kings would want their kingdom to crumble? Only Li Qiye could be so nonchalant about a potential demise. He's treating his authority right now in 9 secret as a game. Your Majesty, the flames of war will incinerate the sky, the people will lament and wail, so many innocent victims and combatants will fall as a result. Please think about your citizens and their happiness. Jiadi tried again. Think about the citizens and their happiness? Jiadi, tell me what you think about lucidity, king? Li Qiye answered with a question. Jiadi was surprised, not sure why Li Qiye would bring lucidity up. The late king is wise and mighty. Jiadi replied without embellishing. Lucidity was indeed worthy of this description. A wise and mighty king, you think he'll make a mistake because of senility? Li Qiye smiled. I don't know. Jiadi shook his head. It was virtually impossible for an eternal to become senile. A wise and mighty king, not senile, mind you, suddenly passed down his throne to a bastard like me instead of Sun Lengying or other talents in War Saint Dynasty? Tell me, Jiadi, what is he thinking? Li Qiye smiled. Jiadi couldn't respond. Lucidity's wisdom was unquestionable, completely proven after 3 generations. However, his choice of Li Qiye was inexplicable. The only logical explanation entailed that Li Qiye was an illegitimate child. Many people believe that I'm his illegitimate child, but even then, passing the throne down to someone useless and ridiculous as myself? Is he that irresponsible? Li Qiye went on with a grin, this kingdom is built upon his blood and sweat, yet he gave it to me just like that? Do you think he cared about the citizens and happiness when he made the choice? Of course not. If he didn't give a damn about his own kingdom, then why should I, a king by chance, toil and protect this kingdom for him? Why should I care about his citizens? I don't give a shit about the whole thing. That's why I'm going to have fun and do whatever I want right now. Jiadi pondered, not knowing what to say. Lucidity's choice might be the most unfathomable question in the world right now. As a guard, he had followed Lucidity for a long time. He himself was confused because Wuxia was far from being a good candidate. And, Jiadi, let's say that I want to be a good king, prudent and capable of administration. Do you think my legacy will ever surpass Lucidity, a king of 3 generations? Will my pages in the history books be thicker than his? Jiadi gently shook his head and sincerely answered, impossible. Under the reign of Lucidity, Wuxia dynasty has reached its golden age and 9 secrets has become one of the strongest systems in Imperial. Regardless of Wuxia's effort in the future, he would ever be able to surpass Lucidity. The future generations would only think of him as an inheritor, benefited from the great kingdom left behind by Lucidity. Under Lucidity's blinding glory, any achievements from Wuxia would seem so trivial. So, what if Wuxia dynasty is on the verge of collapse? Wuxia smiled, and I create a new dynasty, sweeping through the world, destroying the 5 great powers, forcing everyone to prostrate before me. How does that compare to Lucidity's achievements? Well, Jiadi became frozen. A founding king that managed to destroy the 5 great powers and take over? Such an achievement would indeed be above Lucidity's. Your Majesty, Jiadi immediately realized what Wuxia wanted to do. It was to break then rebuild. He actually wished for Wuxia dynasty's demise. I'm just casually speaking. This break and rebuild thing is just for fun. When I'm in a good mood, this land will be eternal. I will rebuild when necessary. When the opposite is true, all will turn to ashes and I will leave it as ruins. This is not my choice. Lucidity King was the one who made the decision, got it? Wuxia said. Jiadi had no response. Alright, go send my orders for the 5 legions to immediately mobilize for the Bingqi. If they don't hand over Bingqi Hanyu and 100,000 beauties, Wuxia dynasty will eradicate them. Wuxia nonchalantly waved his sleeve. I shall obey. Jiadi couldn't do anything else but to follow the order. He sighed as he was leaving. In the past, he felt that the imperious Lucidity's conduct was out of the norms, borderline being crazy. But now, Wuxia was actually insane. His choices were madness. He still didn't know why Lucidity chose Wuxia, but he found a point of familiarity between the two. They were both madmen. He lacked the power to change anything since he didn't wish to go against Lucidity's will. That would be considered betrayal, violating the mission given to him. Wuxia lazily lay down and smiled after Jiadi was gone. It's time to have fun. We'll see who is a chess piece and who is the player. Chapter 24-34, Mobilize against the Bingqi clan? The generals from the 5 legions were stunned after receiving Jiadi's order. It was simply illogical, something that Lucidity King didn't even attempt. This new king has yet to sit stably on his throne but already wanted to go against one of the 5 great powers? They thought he was insane. My lord, this must be wrong? The commander from the Central Legion asked. Yes, my lord, are we going to our death over some women? It's ridiculous. The commander of the Eastern Legion grumbled. Jiadi sighed and placed the military seal on the table. An imperial order is not to be questioned. My lords, follow His Majesty's order, mobilize now. The 5 commanders glanced at each other after hearing this. I await your triumphant return. Jiadi gave his blessing before leaving. So ludicrous. The southern commander shouted and slammed the military seal. Does he not know what kind of existence the Bingqi clan is? Without Silver Secret in command, we might not necessarily win this war. This useless ruler is mad. Watch your words. The western commander said seriously, what else can we do but obey orders? This was an official order. Were they going to refuse? The 5 of them scowled before grabbing the military seal and left. Rumble. Loud explosions resounded in 9 secrets as massive armies cleaned up their camps and began to mobilize. The 5 legions were the pillars of War Saint dynasty, so they were closely watched by others. Moreover, this caused quite a great commotion. It was impossible not attracting attention. What are they doing? People were confused at this rare and potentially earth-shattering event. The flame of war is about to reach the sky. Everyone was frightened despite not knowing who their target was. Sects and kingdoms were scared out of their mind, its inhabitants were nervous about any loud sounds. This was understandable because only a few powers could actually resist the combined might of the 5 legions. Rumble. The earth quaked while the banners blotted out the sun. Their march spanned for 1,000,000 miles, threatening territories everywhere. Not a single disciple dared to leave their sect as the army was marching by. It was a lightning-fast blitz heading straight for the Bingqi clan. The Bingqi. Everyone instantly realized what was going on after seeing the direction of the 5 legions. Damn, the new king wants to take the initiative against the 5 great powers? The Bingqi will be the first. Even the ancestors from various sects were frightened. This new king didn't have a firm grasp on his kingdom, yet he wanted to fight already? This was simply insane. The Bingqi was mighty and unfathomable. Picking this clan to be the first target was unwise. Clang! 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 The clan was under alert with warning gongs before the army even got there. All 10 million miles of the clan became vigilant. They began to mobilize their own troops towards the border. Dust flew everywhere as the cavalries marched thunderously, their banners blotted out the sky. They naturally didn't dare to underestimate the 5 legions and gathered all of their forces. Every disciple was ready to fight in just one night. One could see the bright reflection of weapons everywhere. Commanders, why are your legions heading for our borders? The clan master spoke from afar. Bingqi clan master, don't play the fool now. The central commander roared, your clan treacherously sent a fake princess to the palace. This is unforgivable. His Majesty orders you to hand over Bingqi Hanyu on top of 10,000 beauties or face destruction. The Bingqi clan master's expression became unsightly. The listeners also became confused. They have heard about the marriage alliances after the coronation. The 5 great powers would send their golden daughters to the palace to serve the king. Who would have thought that the Bingqi would send a fake one? How ridiculous. Starting a great war over a woman? One sect master was stunned. Does he want to lose all of his prestige? This is pushing War Saint dynasty over the edge. This king is excessively depraved. After hearing this demand, would say that no other king in history is as lascivious as him. An ancestor smiled wryly. A few big shots saw this and shook their head. Well, the Bingqi is brave as well. The late king has only passed away recently, yet they dared to disobey his wishes already, showing utter contempt for the new king as well. No wonder why he is furious. 2 tigers fighting will leave one wounded. Some were gloating over this event and wanted to watch, biting for the right moment to take advantage of the situation. Rumble. After arriving at the border, the 5 legions instantly erected their garrisons and formed formations, ready to attack the clan at a moment's notice. At the same time, the Bingqi also sent all of their forces to their side of the border. 2 million strong armies took up the entire field like an ocean of soldier. The glint of their weapons illuminated the area, filled with ruthlessness just like a tsunami drowning the earth. The area became quiet, the soldiers didn't dare to breathe loudly under this atmosphere. On the contrary, Li Qie didn't sense any of this bloodthirst. He was still nonchalant as ever, nothing else to do outside of cultivating all day. He didn't even care about the outcome of the great battle. Zhang Jiadi suffered instead, worrying about the battle on top of the movements from the other great powers. He didn't have a second of free time. Your Majesty. Wuxia had just finished his cultivating session and was resting on his chair. Suddenly, a worried voice came about. The maids couldn't stop this person from coming in, Bingqi Ingjian. The girl in her precious dress kneeled and quietly said, "This has nothing to do with the Bingqi clan, it is my fault. Please punish me instead." The mobilization of the legions frightened her, so she came to beg for forgiveness. Rise. He still lazily lay there and only gave her a quick glance. Your Majesty, please. The girl begged again, but he ignored her, closing his eyes. The attempt was a failure and she didn't know what to do. Eventually, she got up and stood to the side. Wuxia waved his hand, gesturing for the maids to leave. Give me a massage. He casually ordered. Bingqi Ingjian didn't dare to refuse and started massaging his back in a stiff manner. Though she was a member of a fallen branch, she had never served a man before. Nevertheless, she was aware of her situation in the palace and still listened to Wuxia, albeit unwillingly. She tried her best, though this wasn't her area of expertise, so she was quite clumsy. Moreover, she was overwhelmed with the fear that he would do something to her. Of course, she thought it was inevitable and had accepted her face after agreeing to the marriage. This nervous feeling was understandable, common in all girls. Wuxia didn't mind her lack of skills and continued to rest. This 1,000,000 miles is just an adjective for a lot, not actually literal. I don't like it, but this is quite common in novels, especially ed. Chapter 24-35, Wuxia seemed to be asleep the entire time and didn't do anything unbecoming towards Bingqi Ingjian. This made her heave a sigh of relief while finding the whole thing bizarre. After marrying into the palace, she was already his. He could do whatever he wanted and she could do naught but obediently comply. However, he didn't harass her at all despite being the infamous Chaos Hellion, specializing in bullying innocent girls. She couldn't quite explain her feelings right now. There was actually a tiny hint of disappointment. What did the Bingqi offer for you to come here? Wuxia smiled and asked. She froze for a bit before quietly answering, the ancestor agreed to give us back some properties so that our clan members can have a place to stay. Just place to leave, never able to earn any power in the clan. Wuxia said. She quietly answered, albeit with a heavy heart, that's already good enough. After Quangfang's defeat, their branch would have been completely massacred if their ancestor wasn't Weapon Break true emperor. Nevertheless, they were exiled with no place to go, resorting to living as wanderers. Thus, she had no choice but to agree to the clan's request so that her clan members could have permanent residence. Why does it matter whether the Bingqi survives or not? Wuxia smiled. She pondered for a moment before answering, It is still our clan, built from the effort of our ancestors, so please, Your Majesty, rescind your order. The world is just a chess match. You don't and can't understand. Just stay by my side and serve me well. Wuxia said. The girl kept her mouth shut and only lamented the situation. She was a nobody, pushed back and forth by the tides. Even her ancestor Quangfang had lost back then, there was nothing she could do. The atmosphere at the border of the Bingqi was tense to the extreme. Who will win? One spectator wondered, able to sense the bloodthirst in the air. I'm not sure. An ancestor replied, the Bingqi is strong but so are the 5 legions. Who knows who will come out on top if they both go all out? If Silver Secret Legion is here too, then the Bingqi would immediately concede right now. This is no longer the case, looks like this clan doesn't care much about War Saint Dynasty right now. Everyone agreed. The Bingqi had to be subservient during Lucidity's reign, not daring to question a single command from him, let alone opposing War Saint dynasty. But now, Sun Lengying had retired and Silver's secret was gone. This made the clan more confident, especially since the new king was useless in their eyes. That's why they did the swap instead of sending Bingqi Hanyu to the imperial city. Rumble. During this stalemate, another legion marched closer from the distant, causing dust and smoke to go everywhere. It looked like a tsunami causing the world to quake. Their murderous aura preceded their physical presence. The army of Myriad Formation Kingdom. People saw the banners and became alarmed because of this sudden deployment at this crucial moment. It was another great power, not weaker than the Bingqi at all. More importantly, they were versed in formations, allowing their armies to become unstoppable after forming the necessary arrays. Are they helping the king or the Bingqi clan? The spectators became nervous. More warning gongs resounded. Both the 5 legions and the Bingqi didn't know the intent of this newcomer, so they were on guard. Boom! An imperial beam suddenly pierced the sky and turned into bright wisps of light, akin to the opening of a new world. A young man walked out of this bright radiance. His step was soundless, yet it reverberated in the spectator's heart. Such powerful steps were truly intimidating. He wore a golden robe, not the ceremonial outfit of a king, but he had an aura just like one. His eyes were penetrating like a supreme grand Tao, scaring people to the very soul. 8 Formation True Emperor. The King of Myriad Formation. A few ancestors were shocked to see him. People were amazed at his presence, such an incredible talent, so young yet is already a true emperor. No wonder why people think so highly of him, that he could be the most promising candidate right now who could surpass lucidity. The spectating saintesses and princesses cried out his title, looking at him with adoration. They were completely enamored, filled with romantic thoughts. He was the greatest genius in 9 secrets in the contemporary and had opened his second palace. Though there were stronger Eternals and Emperors than him, what he had was potential. It far exceeded many others, that's why people thought he could actually surpass lucidity in the future. Despite being a true emperor and the king of Myriad Formation, he didn't dare to address himself as one when lucidity was around, only referring to himself as a subject instead. This was understandable. Not to mention a 2-palace emperor like him, even a 4 or 5-palace emperor was nothing before lucidity, a man strong enough to threaten the Mu and the Li clan. The new king is incapable and lecherous, one who will only bring hardship and ruins to the world. Raping the innocent and harming the loyalists, a warmonger that will only herald death and destruction, the emperor announced. The responsible subjects of 9 secrets have a responsibility to protect the system and stop this tyrant from causing further devastation. Everyone took a deep breath and glanced at each other. 8 Formation True Emperor clearly just declared a conquest against the new king and war against War Saint dynasty. Rumble. His army instantly got behind the 5 legions and formed a pincer formation with the Bingqi clan. It's over for the 5 legions. A spectator murmured. It was an even match against the Bingqi, let alone facing another foe just as strong. The legion's 5 commanders all wore a serious expression. Your Majesty, I bear bad news. Myriad Formation Kingdom had formed an alliance with the Bingqi and trapped our legions. I'm afraid we will be defeated, Jiadi. Why are you surprised? Li Qia shook his head and smiled. The late king is gone, Silver's secret is gone. When are they going to destroy me if not now? Wait until after I consolidate my power? Obviously not. But, Your Majesty, the 5 legions can't take them. I fear for the worst, Jiadi said seriously. No, the fun has only just begun. Just wait and see, a more fun and more thrilling play is about to happen. Can you be patient enough to make it to the end? Well, Jiadi had no response. After receiving this news, he naturally panicked, unlike his king. The new king is indeed debaucherous and cruel with wanton regard for the citizens, Just when people thought that the 5 legions were going to lose, the central commander started his speech. 9's secret system belonged to everyone. As a soldier, I will not allow for this tyrant to harm the system. Such a ruler should be opposed by all, everyone needs to answer this call. His speech echoed across 9 secrets, making its way across the various sects and kingdoms. The 5 legions have changed sides. This shocking news took 9 secrets like a storm in just one day. The 5 legions have rebelled and joined the effort to take down the new king. People weren't prepared for this unexpected development. 1. The 2 paragraphs contradict each other. Chapter 2436. The revolt of the 5 legions frightened the system in full. All eyes turned toward Skywrap Mountain and the imperial city of War Saint. It is over for the dynasty. This thought came up in everyone's mind. A few ancestors shook their head and became sentimental. The new king is done for. Lucidity King reigned for 3 generations, turning War Saint into this great behemoth, but this guy managed to bring it to ruins so quickly. A somber and reflective mood loomed over the land. War Saint's current state of prosperity was due to Lucidity's arduous efforts over the years. But now, only several days have passed and the dynasty was already shaking, on the verge of toppling at any moment. The 5 legions have defected. Jiadi immediately reported to Wuxia upon finding out. His expression was quite ugly, knowing that this was beyond salvaging. If Wuxia didn't order the march, then they might have been able to get through these tough times while relying on Lucidity's vestige of might. This was no longer the case. It's to be expected, it won't just be the 5 legions either. Wuxia smiled and said, "Your Majesty, what should we do? Do you have a good plan?" Jiadi had no countermeasures to speak of, feeling that the new king had no chance to control the situation. Plan? No need for that. What will come will come. Wuxia smiled, but if you need something to do, my Jiadi, then start packing up, it's time to go. You wish to retreat? Jiadi put it nicely. No need for such euphemism, it's called running. Wuxia smiled, no one will die to protect us against the rebellion. Just pack up and let whoever in the palace wants to run, run. Where do you wish to go, Your Majesty? Jiadi paused for a moment and didn't blame Wuxia. His responsibility right now was to protect the guy. No, not me. I'm talking about you and your family. Go find a safe place to hide. Wuxia chuckled. Your Majesty? Jiadi became surprised. I'll be cool here, it'll be fun watching the rebels storm into the palace. As for what I'll do to them, that depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll play with them, if not, I'll just leave since it's not my kingdom anyway. They can have it. Your Majesty, I'm afraid the rebels will want your life when they're here. Jiadi was startled. I would like to see that, but unfortunately, I can't find anyone who can kill me. That's the most vexing issue. Wuxia said. No, my responsibility is to protect you, so if you're not leaving, I'm not leaving too. I have been entrusted by His late Majesty to protect your safety, if anything were to happen. First, I'm the king now, so if I tell you to leave, leave. Second, nothing will happen, what you imagine will never happen. Wuxia interrupted him and said, just go pack up and tell others to leave or it'll be too late once the army gets here. Don't stop any of them. Jiadi didn't know what Wuxia wanted to do. He bowed before leaving to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Wuxia closed his eyes to enjoy the massage from Bingqi Ingjian. You should go too. After a while, Wuxia said, the rebels are about to be here. Leave the imperial city and seek asylum. She froze for a bit before regaining her wits and kneeled down with her head lowered. I have been married into the royal clan, so I will be yours in life and death, there will be no escaping, mine in life and death? Huh. Li Qiye said, this is only a game of the higher-ups, and your marriage is but a sham, an empty showing. But if you actually have such thoughts, then I bestow freedom upon you and write you an imperial permission for traveling. Your Majesty. She turned pale. Go. Li Qiye casually waved his hand, pick a few treasures from the treasury, considered it as bestowments, a type of fate. She was speechless. Though she was taken to the palace by the Bingqi, she was willing to do so and had accepted her fate. But now, as the dynasty was heading towards collapse, she didn't wish to leave. This thought had never crossed her mind before. It's not too late to run. Li Qiye continued, it will be too late once the siege starts. Don't think just because you're from the Bingqi clan that they will spare you. In fact, maybe you'll be the first victim. Your Majesty, when the army gets in, you'll be in trouble. She looked up at him and said. Though she wasn't a master or anything, she was still trained by her clan members since youth and could tell that Li Qiye was very weak. I have my ways, and it's not like you can protect me. Even an eternal like Jiadi can't stop an army, let alone you. Li Qiye smiled. Ingjian found this to be the truth. Not to mention the great armies, 8 formation true emperor and Bingqi Juezhen would be there as well. Jiadi alone couldn't amount to anything. Take care, Your Majesty. In the end, Ingjian prostrated before him before leaving, overwhelmed with emotions. After she was gone, he was still amused. It will get very exciting at 9 Secrets with the collapse of War Saint. Having said that, his smile turned into a grin. Rumble. Continuous detonations resounded as the armies drew near. The 5 legions that went to conquer the Bingqi have headed back to the capital. The armies of the Bingqi in myriad formation traveled at the same time, heading for Skyrap. They looked like a flood of steel as far as the eye can see. Taking the vanguard was 8 formation true emperor, 1 step was 1 world, crushing everything beneath. The king is incapable, immoral, and ruthless. Tian Ziyuan, shall take arms against him for the sake of the world, his voice echoed across 9 systems. Ziyuan was his real name. He led these armies, wanting to overthrow War Saint dynasty. The guy was brimming with ambition. He wished to obtain a moral high ground so that his coronation would be legitimate. After all, regardless of how ridiculous the new king was, War Saint was still in charge of 9 systems, the orthodox branch. It was impudent of myriad formation to march towards the imperial city. The true emperor didn't dare to talk about killing the king, using the excuse of helping the citizens to shield his real intent. After all, he was a subject under lucidity, so this was considered a rebellion. He needed a perfect excuse to legitimize this conquest. The army's number in the tens of millions suffocated the spectators. Because of this, even before they got there, the imperial city closed its heavenly gates and bolstered the walls, seemingly sealing off the world. No one could take half a step forward. With loud detonations, beams of light rushed from the palace into the sky. Large barriers descended around the palace, acting like steel walls. The place became an impregnable fortress. The imperial city's defenses have been activated, showing that War Saint dynasty still had aces up its sleeve. 1. She addresses herself as a servant here, not I. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.